Welcome to RNS Podcast. I'm Dylan.
And I'm Evan.
We're going to talk about some real nerd stuff today.
Ooh.
Possibly, Evan, would you say this is the realest nerd stuff we've ever talked about?
Well, actually, no. We just talked about No Way Home 2 weeks ago, bro.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we really are getting ready. We also ranked the MCU, where we also decided that it was a unanimous tie between every movie.
I mean, we made a 2.5 hour video on Endgame.
Which also we glowing review, glowing review, dissected every frame of that movie. No, I'm fucking around. We don't like the MCU. Guess what? Real shit. We don't like the MCU.
Oh.
We don't like Tom Holland.
Oh.
We don't claim John Watts, and neither does Kevin Feige. And we're here to talk about Spider-Man 2. Evan, do you have anything to mention before we start?
Spider-Man 2 is the greatest superhero movie of all time.
Well, of course, Evan, but before we get into Spider-Man 2, do you have anything to mention?
No, it's Spider-Man week. We only talk about Spider-Man.
Well,
Spider-Man weeks, I should say.
Well, real quick.
And we're in December.
Real quick, Evan, I'd like to mention.
Yes.
God, Jesus, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to mention, thank you guys for watching Spider-Man 1, if you did.
Mm-hmm.
If you did watch the Spider-Man 1 episode, I actually deeply appreciate it, because we're very proud of that episode.
Me too. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was your, I think you said on your story that was your favorite, right?
Oh, I said I'm really proud of this one.
I think it's my favorite episode.
It could be, though.
It might be my favorite episode.
I still really do like the Battle Royale one a lot, so. I don't know. I have to think about it.
Battle Royale and Audition are great.
I'm going to spend 5 hours listening to them back to back.
I literally listened to our first episode at length at work. In my earphones, I listened to
That's the shortest one.
It wasn't bad.
It was good.
It wasn't bad. We've grown a lot.
I agree.
We've grown a lot.
I genuinely agree. I'm not even just saying that. I do agree.
But yeah, I just wanted to mention real quick, I appreciate those of you that watched that episode, because I thought it was really good. And next week will be Spider-Man 3, so stick around. But
Spider-Man 3 episode. We were both talking about how we're actually excited for the Spider-Man 3 episode.
I was mentioning to Evan before the podcast, after our beautiful dinner, our dinner that we cooked for each other.
yeah, it was very romantic.
We like to cook for each other and kind of surprise each other with new dishes, and we just like to keep it fresh. But I was mentioning to Evan that I don't often get the urge to watch the sequel right after I watch a movie, but I was really excited to watch Spider-Man 3 right after I watched Spider-Man 2.
So, I'm excited.
It's just a great saga.
It is.
It's a wonderful saga.
Actually, it feels good waiting a week, not just watching them back to back. You know, let it stew in a little bit.
And plus,
you know what I mean?
A big long conversation with your friend about
it. That too. Will that help? That part of the stewing.
I really am enjoying it.
That part of the stewing.
And there's we've actually had quite a few people tell us you should shit on bad movies.
Well, no, we're not going.
Well, guess what? No,
we talking about good movies.
We talk about literally the best movies.
Yeah, we mentioned this in the No Way Home episode 2 weeks ago. We were we started Joker, and then we were just we don't want to do this.
Yeah, there's just and also I've heard this several times by people that review movies or whatever. It's it's harder to talk about a good movie than say what's good about a good movie versus what's what's bad about a bad movie. So I'm just basically saying that we have a bare minimum of 120 IQ each.
Yeah, definitely.
Together probably a 300 plus IQ.
Definitely.
I don't know. It's just we're probably really smart because of that. And today
we should change the name to GNS. Genius Nerd Shit.
Genius Nerd Shit.
Yeah.
What a great fucking
title.
Cool. Yeah.
That'd be cool.
The Rick and Morty podcast.
It's like RZA and Jizza. RNS and GNS.
I don't know what RZA and Jizza is.
From the Wu-Tang Clan. RZA, Jizza.
I'm a fake Wu-Tang Clan fan.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't. Sorry, my watch beep.
You do often claim Wu-Tang Clan, so it's strange that you don't know who the RZA and the Jizza is.
I often scream Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I have one Wu-Tang Clan song on my Spotify. Anyways, Spider-Man 2 ain't nothing to fuck with.
Is not.
Am I right?
Certainly is not.
Am I right? So Evan, I think we should get into it. Evan, what do you want to mention first? We're going to go through similar to last week how we went through the movie.
Yeah.
In chronological order.
Well, you can't not talk about...
Well, guess what? You can't speak on Raimi's Spider-Man 2, 2004...
Without speaking about the opening credits.
Without, of course, mentioning
the beautiful
art.
Beautiful Alex Ross art. Which is kind of... It's cool. You get cool Alex Ross art, and also just kind of a recap.
It's also cool that you get to see it in HD for once.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex Ross. For those of you at home,
I just realized what you meant by that.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about this like 2 days ago.
For whatever reason, Alex Ross, he's a very famous, very talented comic book artist, but he posts exclusively very low quality versions of all of his paintings and pictures online.
I was like, are you joking about like that you're watching it on Blu-ray? It was like, is that what the joke is?
No.
But I was like, no, you're making fun of Alex Ross.
No, it's because either he's a grandpa and he doesn't know how to upload like high quality versions, or like maybe he's like, you have to buy my art books like for the high quality stuff. I don't know.
He often also reposts his Super Grover art a lot.
He is very fond of his Super Grover.
He is. I've seen that on my feed like 10 times already.
He really likes his Super Grover.
I mean, it's a good piece of art. So.
I mean, nothing he does is bad. He's a good artist.
But yeah, all this.
Kevin Feige, you see that name?
I did see it.
You see that dastardly...
You see Kevin Feige's name on there.
That was the most ominous thing in the movie.
It is. But yeah, there's not too much to say. Just Alex Ross's art is a kind of a recap for the first movie, and it just looks all amazing. It's better than as much as I do love the Spider-Man 1's opening credits. It's a little bit cooler than just that like 3D model Spider-Man that's in the opening credits of the first one.
Yeah, and just like goo and webs.
Yeah.
But I like this. It's like it's simple. It's elegant yet effective.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot more simple than the first one.
And also the transition. I'm just kind of thinking about this right now, but the transition to the Mary Jane poster, like from the art.
Yeah.
And then it kind of fades into like higher quality. That's kind of clever.
I agree. Yeah.
And it's kind of Spider-Man's narration or Peter Parker's narration here, and it fades in.
So yeah, it starts out with Peter talking about, I look at her every day.
He talks about his great responsibility.
I look at her every day. He's still obsessed with...
God rest his soul, he almost hits Mr. Aziz.
He's still in love with Mary Jane, obviously. But all he can do is just see her big face on the billboards. She's made it. She's a famous actress now.
Which is kind of weird because later you just see her walk out alone.
Yeah.
At the same time as all the audience members.
I guess she's not famous, but...
I don't think she's the main character.
I want to mention
this. So, Peter, of course, in his life, like we said, he has a shitty job. He's still in love with Mary Jane, but he gave her up at the end of Spider-Man 1.
Yeah. And now he's working at a pizza place, and he's late.
If you, for some reason, are watching this and you haven't seen the Raimi movies in a long time, at the end of Spider-Man 1, he decides that he's going to be responsible and give up his love for Mary Jane so he can use his power wisely.
Yeah,
and
that's Spider-Man.
He learns that great power becomes great responsibility. So the conflict at the beginning of this movie is he's still in love with Mary Jane, but he can't have her because of his choice.
Yeah.
And also another crazy, wacky detail about these films is that there's a lot of Dr. Pepper here. I wanted to mention this because as a kid I was like, I would be so sad if I had to get pizza here.
Because they only had Dr. Pepper.
Because they only have Dr. Pepper.
All these movies reference Dr. Pepper. They were funding. So they're helping Sony fund the Raimi trilogy.
Yeah, I thought when I was a kid, I was like, oh, maybe in New York there's some like places that like just only have Dr. Pepper.
No, don't.
No, that doesn't exist. That don't exist. It just is very distracting to look at. You know what I mean?
It is.
If it was only Coke, I would be like, all right, maybe.
But yeah, I'm gonna say Peter, he pulls up and he's late. He's working a pizza delivery job now.
He looks fresh. He has drip on.
He does look fresh. I like when he first pulls up. He almost runs into Mr. Aziz because he's like distracted by Mary Jane billboard or whatever. I like the little visual gag, and he's like, there was a distraction. Obviously referencing Spider-Man. Then you see him like putting the mask inside his pocket.
The mask in his pocket.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. And then Mr. Aziz, of course, has the famous line where he tells him to go. He's late, and
well, he's like, because what does he say? He's like, I'll give you one more chance.
Yeah.
And then Peter's like thinking about it, and he's like, don't think about it, just go.
He literally only has like 10 minutes, I think.
I think he says something crazy, like he's like, you have 7 minutes to get 10 blocks.
Yeah.
Or something. Something insane.
And so he starts.
It's like that, Mr. Aziz. That is a fool's errand. That's not possible.
But yeah, because, he gave him his last chance. This is his last chance. And, of course, he busts out the Spider-Man costume to make it...
It's taking just too dang long. Dang long.
The New York traffic crazy. So he puts on the Spider-Man suit, decides to use his power to try...
Whoa! He stole that guy's pizza.
Yeah, he did.
Famous line.
To try and make it on time. But of course, he can't neglect his Spider-Man responsibility while doing this, so he saves some children. They're clearly a truck driver who's not very intelligent. He's just going for it.
Well, honestly, maybe he does have a big brain because he's like, if I slam on the brakes, I'm still gonna hit them and total the guy behind me's car.
Oh yeah. He's like, just murder the children or murder the children, and my insurance spikes up.
Maybe he's very aware of his surroundings.
Yeah. So.
But anyways, no. But there's one thing I did want to mention about that part. Mm-hmm. Spider-Man uses a lot of force on stuff in this movie, like stuff that he doesn't. It's not necessary. It's to make like, it's just to make it like dynamic and look good or whatever. But he catches those kids hard as shit, and also later he slams the baby on the ground.
When
he saves a little Chinese kid, and he like pulls himself when he's Peter Parker in the fiery building, and he grabs he has like the armful of the child. And then he like slams his hand up to pull himself up.
I gotta rewatch.
I'm telling you, when we get to that, you will notice that he legit.
I don't think it was that hard him saving the kids though, but I don't know. He was swinging in, so
I don't know
him grabbing the kids there.
Like, it's a build up. It's a build up.
It is a build up
for it because
it's a vibe.
He slams. I'm telling you, he spikes the shit out of the little Chinese girl.
No, I'm talking about just now where he saved them 2 kids.
It wasn't. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's a crescendo.
Yeah, okay,
it's a crescendo. Okay. You'll see. Evan, do you think this is very funny when he says, "What? There's pizzas on the roof?"
Yeah, there's some guy.
Because Spider-Man, he went to save the kids. He throw the pizza away, and then the guy says, "What? There's pizza on the roof?"
It's a little wacky. This scene is pretty self-explanatory. I think there's not a lot to read into. You just kind of get the ideas.
Spider-Man has a shitty job.
It's Peter can't do much for his job because of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Which is, it's a good setup. I like this scene a lot just because it's a good setup for what the rest of the movie is about, and it gives you the exciting opening of just seeing Spider-Man while also setting up the plot of this movie, the whole conflict of this movie. Or Peter can't balance Spider-Man and his personal life.
I also like that you still get the idea that he does enjoy being Spider-Man.
At the beginning, yeah, it hasn't gotten to the point where he's like, man, fuck this shit.
Well, I don't think he ever really does. Because like
throughout the whole movie? It definitely does.
Well, no, I think obviously there's the aspect of it like it eats his time. And it's like it is a burden in some ways, but when he's actually doing it, it's fun for him.
Yeah.
I like that.
But there's a point where very clearly not, which we'll talk about.
Well, I'm not saying like.
No, I mean, I'm just talking about a specific shot where he's swinging. It's very clear. It's, like, sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just mean in general, like, he still screams like he's on a roller coaster.
Yeah, that's what I mean. At the beginning, it's still okay. But then I think that part of that downfall is right when he gets fired from Joe's Pizza because he was late.
I'm not saying in relation to, like, the movie. I'm saying I like that they still care. It would be easy to lose that in this movie, but it's like it's more complex than just like, okay, well, I'm forced to do this because of my uncle.
Yeah,
like there's an element of he enjoys it, and I know what you're saying.
Like, yeah, definitely,
because he's still like, there's several points in the movie where he like, and he's not even like fighting somebody. Mm-hmm. It's not like about like that, like when he saves Mary Jane or whatever, and he swings away, he's like screaming. I don't know.
Oh, you mean in part 1?
Yeah,
yeah.
They still do that in this movie too, and it's.
Yeah, I think that's part of what we were talking about, like the whole. Oh, when he's Spider-Man, there's kind of a wild aspect of him that he can let loose. Yeah,
but I also like that it's not,
I agree in that aspect, yeah.
It's not only also, like, tied to, like, adrenaline and stuff. He also just enjoys it, like he still enjoys it when he, like, saves those kids. Like, it's not just about beating people up or, like, escaping, like, shit. Like, he just likes... He likes using his powers to help people.
Yeah.
I like that.
Which is good, yeah. But clearly, the beginning of the downfall in this movie, specifically... of that is him getting fired from Joe's Pizza, because even though he tried using Spider-Man to get there quick, he was still late.
It is fucking insane that like Mr. Aziz, like something he says is like, I'm sorry, we don't have time to go back, but I'm pretty sure the number he says is insane. Like I'm pretty sure he's like, you have to go like 10 blocks in 6 minutes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure
it's just something that you can't feasibly do, especially in New York traffic.
Yeah, it's something that's not possible. Yeah. You have literally probably the only superhero in the world is doing it for you, and he still couldn't do it. You're kind of a dickhead, Mr.
Is there another superhero in the world, though? I don't know. There might be. There might be. By a quick piece of dialogue.
Oh, Jesus, playing shit.
That Jonah says. And then the very next scene, it's just more shit for Peter. So he's at the Daily Bugle. He got fired from Joe Pizza, so obviously he had to turn to a Daily Bugle for months.
His part-time job, he gets fired, and then his freelance job, basically, he's not like, I guess he's not performing, you could say. He basically doesn't want to take pictures of Spider-Man no more.
Well, yeah, because they're using it to slander him.
It's so funny to me that, like,
they're actively ruining his image. So he's trying to, use photography for other stuff.
Obviously he's not, like, at this point it's not related to him not wanting to be Spider-Man. It's just they're slandering him.
Yeah.
But I love in this part how it's just like some classic Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
Where he says, what does he say here? He said, like, once he gives him, like, pictures of general New York, like, a guy playing chess and, like, birds. And he's like, what is this shit?
It's like artsy BS.
Yeah. He's like, what is this shit?
Some humans of New York are fucking shit.
I can't write about this. And then he gives in Peter because he needs the money.
Yeah.
And then J. Jonah Jameson is like, this sucks. I'll take it. And then he's like, Robbie, page 1.
And it's also when we were talking about this earlier, where Jonah just like knows he's a piece of shit. Where he's like, yeah, I'll give you. What did you say? I'll give you how much money?
Oh, later for the costume, right?
No. In this scene where he's like, 300.
Oh yeah, he's like, I'll give you 150, and he's like, and then Peter's like 300, and he's like, outrageous, I'll do it. That's great. But then he manages. He sets aside his pride, right? He's like, okay, fine, shit talk me. Just give me the money. Spider-Man shits on innocent people. No, so, that's outrageous. Done.
Yeah, so Jonah offers him 150 and Peter's like, give me 300. He's like, outrageous, done. Jonah, it was funny how you worded it earlier. Where he just knows he's a piece of shit. And he's like, okay, whatever. I can give you the money. He knows he's underpaying.
Because
Because 150 really is not shit. For these photos, how much money you're
even in 2004.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. Because literally, like, the second he literally said page 1.
Yeah.
But it's like, I think he expects everyone to know that he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like, I'm just going to lowball you and we'll see what happens. If you don't have the spine to call me out, then, like, you're not getting more money. I think I like that. Like, I put some respect on that. But I like...
he's a capitalist. What can you say?
There's some Raimi genius... No, I genuinely respect that. I'm not kidding. I do. Like, just, you have to have just, like, the kayfabe. You know what I mean? Cartoonist kayfabe. No, but like genuine like kayfabe. Like you have to know the shtick.
Yeah.
In the Daily Bugle.
He's on his Donald Trump shit.
But I love here how like they very quickly go through how like, okay, Peter doesn't want to do it, but he does it because he needs the money.
Yeah.
And then he turns around. He even negotiates for more money. Mm-hmm. And then that more money doesn't even cover what he owes. So he just got nothing for.
Yeah, he got nothing for it.
What's the word? Like going back on his pride or whatever you want to say.
Yeah, because it didn't cover the advance that they gave him. I do like this little moment, though, after she mentions that, it doesn't cover the advance.
She said, do you want huggies?
She's just like, chin up. I do like that little moment, because I'd never put it like this before, but there's a few times where it's like, just kind of side characters give him a little boost.
Yeah.
There's there's a bigger moment, which we'll talk about later. I think you know what I'm talking about. But I never really put this with that. There are little like glimmers of hope for Peter and people where it's like, okay, not everybody's a piece of shit to me.
Just like in your life, I'm sure you have many people looking out for you. So you keep that in mind when your days are tough.
Because it's like you would think about it's like, well, what's the significance of Betty Branch just saying that to her? Because she's really not a big character in this movie, and they don't have any kind of relationship like that with each other. So I think it does service that a little bit where it's like,
I think also in a general
sense,
to
not completely put him down. He's like, okay, there's still some good.
I think there's truth to that in real life. Like if you do have like somewhat of a support system or you have like decent people in your life, but also I think just in the context of the movie, like this whole section in the beginning here would feel really fucking like drab, like really dark.
Yeah.
If that wasn't there, I mean. Maybe you don't connect with it so much when you're younger. Or maybe people, like viewers in general, wouldn't connect with it so much. But I think if it wasn't there, you would really feel like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
like, he literally, like, both his jobs he fails. He fails at school. He forgets it's his birthday because he's working so hard. His best friend hates him. He can't be with his girlfriend.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get to the birthday, but literally the next scene, again, is just more Peter failing in his personal life. He's late to class.
And in his hurry, he drops his book. He gets slammed on the head by
Sam Raimi,
handsome guy.
By Sam Raimi, Mr. Sam Raimi himself slammed Tobey Maguire.
I could actually see like a really big. It's funny. Whoever that guy was that hit him on the head with the bag, he had like a really big bulge.
Yeah, he did. He did.
It was really organic. Like he didn't stuff his pants. It was like really big.
I agree.
You could see it swanging. You know.
Dylan, is that a young Adam Driver behind Tobey Maguire? So yeah, he runs into Kurt Connors. We mentioned this in the last episode, but yeah, Kurt Connors is in part 2. Kurt Connors, more famously known as the Lizard, never got to become the Lizard in this universe, but he's missing an arm. That's a Lizard thing. We don't have to get too much in that. But yeah,
can I mention this?
Yeah.
Real quick. Mm-hmm. It's a very similar. Guess what? It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Oh.
It reminds me of Billy D. Williams in Batman.
Yeah, the Two-Face thing.
They set him apart.
He never becomes Two-Face.
They set him apart as fuck as Two-Face. It's funny too because he shows up. He meaning Kurt Connors shows up in Spider-Man 3, and he's still Kurt Connors.
Yeah.
And he was maybe gonna be the Lizard in the next one.
We don't know for sure. He was gonna be Vulture. I mean, he wasn't gonna be Vulture. Vulture was gonna be in part 4.
There was always tentative plans for him to be the Lizard. And then in the very next movie, the Lizard is in it, and he's played by someone else. Yeah. The same thing happened to Billy D. Williams.
Yeah, exactly.
Because in the next movie, Two-Face was there, and it wasn't the guy that they fucking hard set up to be him. So it's disappointing. I think he would have been a good Lizard.
Me too. Yeah, I like Dylan Baker.
Of course, a Raimi Lizard would be better than any other Lizard. So
me and Dylan are known Dylan Baker fans. You know, watch the Trick or Treat episode.
Yeah, our classic 17 views episode.
But anyways, he's late for Kurt Connors class, and I'll be honest, Kurt Connors is a pretty nice guy because Peter Paper is extremely late, but he still gives him a chance.
Well, I think it's college and but
most of the time, professors are like, no, you can't turn in a paper that late.
There are certain things where it's
you can tell that he does have some respect for Peter.
Well, yeah, and plus later they mention that
because he knows Peter is a smart guy.
He mentions outside of Peter meeting Octavius, Kurt Connors mentions his name, and he's like, "Oh, I have a brilliant student, but he's very lazy."
Yeah.
That he speaks highly of him. Not even knowing that they're gonna meet. He's just spoken about him before. He has a lot of respect for him. Yeah. Which is one thing I like about that is if this was an MCU movie,
you think it'd be a lot more on the nose?
Sorry, I don't want to mention the MCU too much, but it was an MCU movie.
No, I don't care.
Or a current no, please, say what it is. No, but if it was an MCU movie or also a current Marvel comic, especially, they would just have some bullshit where someone comes in and oh my gosh, you're so smart. In this movie, it has it's wasted potential. That's a better way to tell me a character's smart than just having a character be you're so smart, OMG.
Yeah, it's the fact that he was bragging to his friend about Peter Parker. Not bragging, but he was speaking highly of him. Not
only that, but Peter's intelligence also gets him into trouble.
Yeah.
People recognize his intelligence, and that makes him more of a disappointment.
Yes.
It's interesting, and you're also telling me that through his failure, as opposed to just having someone that we as the audience, for example, like Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
If Iron Man was this didn't happen, but maybe it did actually in Civil War. But anyways, it's like having Iron Man fly down and tell Kamala Khan you're so smart, and then flying away. It's that. Thank you. Great fucking storytelling. I loved being able to intuit everyone's feelings in this scene. But basically, yeah, my point is that it's a much more interesting way to display intelligence or whatever.
I also just want to say about that scene too. It is our first just a little story basis. It's our first mention of Octavius. Peter says he's writing a paper on him.
Oh.
So yeah, our little first mention of Octavius.
Slinking his way at the back.
And as we mentioned, Kurt Connors does say Octavius is a friend of his.
A small fact.
Mm-hmm.
I like Peter's bike.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's cool.
That is reference to the comics. He does have the bike.
Does he?
Yeah. Once he goes to college.
Oh.
So it's fitting. It's in the Stanley stuff. And then also, did you read Spider-Man Blue? Did you ever read it? Yeah, Spider-Man Blue. He rides the bike. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Is it like this or is it?
Yeah, it's it's a bike like a.
Oh, cool.
And yeah, it's in the Stanley stuff too. So.
It's weird. You don't really see that shit.
No.
A motorbike that looks like a bicycle.
No, but
you don't
yeah,
see that too often.
Spider-Man Blue. There's just a couple good scenes. Would you call them scenes for a comic fan? Yeah, there's a couple good scenes where you're riding along with Gwen and also MJ on them. Yeah. Spider-Man Blue though, you got to read it. Really good story.
I do. I literally own Spider-Man Blue and Daredevil Yellow, and I'll have to read both of them.
Spider-Man Blue really good. So yeah, after that, Peter goes to Aunt May's house. I don't know what he was coming for, just to visit, or maybe she invited him. I guess it is a surprise party.
Yeah, maybe she was probably like, come over for dinner.
Yeah, probably that. He just
on not your birthday.
Yeah, but this part is so fucked to me because like he literally doesn't even remember that it's his fucking birthday.
Yeah, because he had like the worst day ever.
Yeah, that and just life is shitting on him. There's just so much going on. He doesn't even remember that it's his birthday.
Yeah,
which is insane.
And it gives you. It also it's good at like. It's not like the day he was fired. I mean, it was.
Actually, no. All this stuff happened in one day.
But it gives you the impression that like he's kind of No, it is literally the day he's fired. But I'm not saying like that was like his whole. That's the only thing he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Like it gives you the impression that like he's using the Daily Bugle as like I don't know you call it like supplemental income.
Yeah, like we said, it was a freelance job. Or you said it, yeah, it was a freelance job.
And he's trying to also keep a steady job on top of that, but you get the impression like he can't hold one of those down.
No. That's why he literally had to like. This sounds so overdramatic. I'm gonna say like sell his body to the Daily. In a way, kind of selling his body to the fucking Daily Bugle.
Like I was saying earlier,
and get slandered on top of it.
Like selling his soul.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yet, really, what he had to swallow his pride.
Yeah,
is what he had to do, but.
I think it's a step beyond that, though. Honestly, it's not just swallowing your pride. It's like you're actively letting these people ruin your image.
What else is that but swallowing your pride? Vision? I don't know. Anyways, no, you get the idea though.
Yeah.
He fucked himself. So.
Yeah. But he had no choice. He needs the fucking money.
But then, like we said,
he gets no money.
That's pretty clever too.
Yeah.
Because you could like I don't know. There's a way you could do that scene where. A non-auteur director.
Oh, of course.
Maybe he just doesn't get the money.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's like stubborn about it, and he does get the money, but he's like, you know what, you were being rude to me, so I give you less.
Yeah.
But in this, like, you get the aspect of like Jonah's characterized as being like, you know,
cheap.
No, he's cheap, but like you can bargain with him if you call him out on shit.
Yeah.
Like.
Because, like you said, he knows he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, so
that he's underpaying.
If it's someone that knows the game, he'll work with you.
Yeah.
But, so, Peter's able to get that far, and it's just, I don't know, it's really clever.
It is clever.
It's really...
Actually, that kind of comes back up with Jonah later. We'll get to that. With
in Spider-Man 3?
No, in this. With the garbage guy.
Oh, yeah.
Because that guy doesn't know at all the value of his shit. At least Peter knew a little bit. That's funny. That's just... Full circle moment.
I don't even know how to describe it, but I really like the aspect of Jonah where he's like, it's like
he knows what he's doing. He is good at his job. You can't not say that.
He knows what he's doing, but he also like he doesn't try and hide it in a way where it's like.
Well, he literally says when he says like you're ruining Spider-Man's image. He says, "Oh, it's a fact I'm very proud of." Chloe.
But I mean like.
Funny Raimi meme, by the way.
In a money way, you know, I'm definitely over explaining this, but I just really like it. It's like
And Dylan, you're a capitalist to your core. That's why.
It's like I always like the archetype of like mean like mentors that like have a nice little heart of gold. I always like that, and I feel like Jonah's kind of like that.
Kind of.
Because like
there's not enough time to delve into it fully.
Yeah.
Clearly, with Jonah's character, he's just a side character, but I definitely see what you mean.
Yeah, like I said, I'm over explaining, but there's just an element of like him giving you shit. But, like you kind of both know what's going on. Anyways, I'll never talk about this again. I went on for this.
No, we will when we bring out this. But anyways, yeah, Peter comes home. I guess Aunt May invited him. It's a surprise party, and he doesn't even remember that it's his birthday. So sweet Aunt May, gives him a few kisses on the cheek, and of course, beautiful. Mary Jane Watson is there, and the dashing James Franco as Harry Osborn.
Can we talk about one thing for a moment?
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to compliment all the beautiful cast members of this film.
For example, I don't know the Aunt May actress.
Rosemary Harris
looks beautiful.
Beautiful gilf.
One thing...
I'm keeping that. All the beautiful cast members of the film. I just wanted to compliment them.
And Peter, handsome.
and Peter handsome.
And Peter's so handsome too.
It's interesting though that MJ's shade of red is different in this movie. It's like more of an actual, like, natural looking red.
I like the unnatural red.
Because it looks closer to the comics.
The comic is like very deep red.
Yeah. And this is more like ginger red.
I don't know what it is, but she looks younger in this movie. Probably
because ginger red.
That's probably it. Right?
I guess so, yeah.
Maybe it makes her look paler.
It both seems like it seems like it's been a minute since he's seen either of them.
You know what it is?
Which is kind of crazy.
You know what it is? She drinks like baby spinal fluid now.
Oh yeah,
she's a Hollywood elite.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
no, Kirsten Dunst is wholesome. I think she's always seemed really nice.
She does.
Yeah,
she seems talented. She's good in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
She was.
That's the only other movie I've seen her in.
So yeah, and MJ mentions her play, and Harry saw it, but Peter did not. Wow, what an asshole!
And they mention later too that Aunt May even sees it.
Yeah.
And Peter didn't. That's insane.
Yeah, like I said, Jim, it's been a while since he's seen either of them.
Aunt May can't live at her house.
And she still wins.
She still wins. She's like, well, she probably got free tickets from Mary Jane,
but still.
Hey, Evan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I should have started the podcast like this.
Uh-huh.
How's the bug these days?
Oh. So let's talk about Harry Osborn for a second, then.
Sure.
Harry.
What would you like to mention about him?
His performance in this scene, he just goes 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah, me and Evan have actually been talking about this for like a good minute. Thank you for keeping up. Evan's been keeping up with the movie for me. Thank you, Evan. But yeah, here he's like, "Happy birthday, Pete. How's Spider-Man?"
Yeah.
And then this dude, when he walked in, he didn't even know it was his birthday.
Yeah.
Like, clearly something is wrong, Harry.
It's just, more. The first 20 minutes of this movie is just piling shit after shit on Peter. It's
just unrelenting.
Yeah, uh-huh. And so, Harry, it's strange. We've both mentioned that James Franco's performance is very cartoony in this one versus part one. Just in that he's so over the top. But it does feel intentional. We'll get into that a little bit later. During the scene where Otto's experiment goes wrong. But he's very goofy in this movie. Just the fact where he's like, "Oh yeah, hunt the bug these days," being an asshole. Then 1 second later, he's the one who helps introduce Peter to Octavius.
Yeah.
Because they're helping fund his experiment with fusion or whatever.
Yeah, Octavius is Octavius is doing the fusion thing, and Harry wants to capitalize on it.
Yeah.
Like the capitalist he is.
He is.
No, but I think you can even see, we're going to mention soon, where he's trying to take over the role of his father. And I think you can see even in this scene how he's acted more like Norman.
Well, he specifically brings up in Dad here. He's like, he kind of says like, "I'm gonna go beyond my dad."
Yeah, we're gonna do stuff that
he never dreamed of.
Yeah. But in this scene too, it's like the way, like you were saying, like he flips like a light switch.
Yeah.
That's something that
It's a bit Green Goblin-esque. Yeah.
In the last movie. And then he's trying to be like a fancy business boy and all that.
It's funny. He brings up that, well, MJ is waiting for you, Peter, but you don't do shit about it. He says, "I don't got time for girls." I always thought this line is funny. When Peter's like, "I don't have time for girls," Harry's says, like, "What are you, dead?" That's just funny. And then this scene, he immediately looks like he's gonna cry right after, because he's like, Peter's like, "I've been busy." He's like, "Whoa, what's the bug?" This is what we meant where he just completely changes personalities. I didn't really think about it like this until what we were talking about earlier, where he's trying to be like Norman. It's very Green Goblin-esque. Yeah. The way his personality switches like that.
Norman does a whole lot of like switching like that. Like, especially like what comes to mind is like that.
The mirror scene.
The board scene.
Oh, and the board scene, yes.
Well, the mirror scene is like him talking to himself, like in a kind of binary kind of way.
Yeah.
But like in the board scene, like his at the end, like his facial expression switches like when he decides to fucking kill them, I guess. And it's very like schizophrenic or whatever.
Kind of, yeah.
I like that.
And we see more of that towards the end, where it seems like, even just unrelated to the goblin gas or anything, because Harry doesn't start taking that yet, it seems like Harry's losing a grip on reality.
Yeah.
Which, there's a very clear scene at the end of the movie. And
I wonder what that is.
They try to make it, I think they leave it ambiguous, where it's like, oh, maybe this is like the ghost of Norman haunting him.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think it. I think it is he's going fucking insane. But it's like they kind of make it seem like, yeah, he has a real presence in this house.
I think I agree with that. I agree with that in like an abstract sense.
Yeah.
But I guess like as a kid, for example, I always assumed like he's just crazy.
Yeah.
Well, or not even. I never even thought he's just crazy. I always thought like
you had to be some kind of crazy. See your dead father dying in the mirror.
I relate to it so
telling
much.
You to kill Spider-Man.
No, you have to be a little crazy to see wonderful, beautiful Willem Dafoe screaming at the top of his lungs. No, but I always interpret it as just like a calling, like.
Yeah, well,
I guess.
Literally behind the mirror, there's some shit, which we'll get into.
That's weird too. I wonder if like
that's why I'm saying it's almost supernatural.
Yeah,
yeah.
I do agree with that because it does happen that behind the mirror is his little goblin cave.
But it's like it's not even that. It's like it's just like his presence is still in the house. If that makes sense, it's not even like a ghost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
It's something.
That's interesting. Maybe he was fucking shooting green loads in his tea, Harry's tea, and he was getting poisoned by the goblin.
Like honestly, maybe somehow it's like he's been exposed to that somehow. You don't really know.
I wonder.
But it's possible, I guess.
Is there any like thing that would indicate that he would like have the goblin goo in him? I don't know. I guess not. He's just crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Weird.
It's interesting. But anyway, so it skips the party, and then we see Aunt May has an eviction notice on her table.
We're paused here with after Peter finds the eviction notice, he sits down to talk with Aunt May.
Yeah.
And I wanted to mention a special detail here.
Mm-hmm.
This outfit that Peter's wearing, with the gray with the blue kind of jacket, that is what the official Peter Parker Lego minifigure is wearing.
That makes sense.
From 2004.
That makes sense.
In the Raimi sets.
In the Raimi sets.
Yeah. So that's a very special detail.
I agree.
So yeah, the scene is amazing, of course.
The eviction notice scene is just like, I really like this scene because they never specifically say this, but you get the idea that Peter feels guilty that he can't help Aunt May financially.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they never actually like, Peter doesn't go like, oh no, I can't give her money. Yeah. You know what I mean? You just get the idea from the previous scenes that he literally is unable to financially support her at all.
Okay, I'm going to say something I don't want to say.
Okay.
All right? Take a shot every time Dylan says MCU. In the MCU...
Well, we've discussed it before.
No. I'm not going to say the $20 thing.
Okay, we're about to get to that.
We'll get to that in like one...
I was like, you can't skip to that.
We're paused on the frame before that.
Yeah.
But I wanted to mention that in the MCU, not only would they never have Peter have financial troubles, right?
Which they don't, yeah.
They wouldn't. But they would also never, like you said, handle it this subtly. Like he would, if they did, which they never would.
I do want to say really quick. They do kind of imply a little bit in Civil War, yeah. But after that, he meets Tony Stark, and after that, he inherits Tony Stark's BS.
He's in a decent apartment in New York. He dumpster dives like for fun.
Yeah, he does go to a nice school also.
He's fine.
No, my point is, I'm not saying they're having money troubles, but
that was
he's not like a rich kid.
It was kind of an underlying thing.
Yeah,
in Civil War.
Yeah.
And obviously, you have like 10 minutes max with Spider-Man in that movie. I know what you mean. It's like kind of an element in Civil War.
Yeah.
But the MCU, like Spider-Man in general, they would never tackle that at all. I mean, they make a half-assed attempt with Vulture, but that's a whole different thing. What I wanted to say was, if they did, which they wouldn't,
definitely would not,
they would have Peter like right after he leaves the Daily Bugle. It would be him like, "Oh, I want to help Aunt May," and like slamming the door.
Exactly, that's what I mean. It's very subtle. You just get the idea. Like they explain it to you with the very beginning of the movie. Well, he loses his job at Joe Pizza, and then he makes no money. He sells his soul to Jonah and makes no money doing it.
Actually, if you listen though too. Which I know you did. I know you're a Raimi fan, but those of you out there that are, I know you're watching along with us. She says, this doesn't even cover the bonus I gave you.
Yeah, that's why he gets nothing. So
he didn't even get nothing. He's still in debt.
Negative. Yeah, he's
still
negative.
in debt, which is fucking devastating. That whole little sliver of like the whole job thing, especially the Daily Bugle part, it just like the way it goes back and forth on itself is fucking genius, to say the least.
I agree.
To say the least. So,
but after this, Peter getting ready to go home. The party's over, and Aunt May's. Oh, this scene is so heartbreaking. My God,
to say,
it's so heartbreaking.
Real quick before we get into the meat of it, Evan, as they say. The way she kind of turns around with the money. So she's reaching. It's the like I think everyone's gone home and it's Peter's birthday and they're kind of sitting there talking, and then she goes to get the money out of her purse, right?
Yeah.
The classic $20 scene. If you don't know this scene, go back to film school because you failed. But just the way, what's the beautiful actress's name for Aunt May?
Oh, Rosemary Harris.
Rosemary Harris, the talented Rosemary Harris. The way she pulls the money out and turns around and looks at Peter.
Yeah.
That is so like, it's so like my mom or my aunt like giving me money, like to be nice. It so is.
Well, it's like she literally can't afford this eviction. I mean, she can't afford to pay for her house.
Yeah. And
then all she can give to effectively her son on his birthday is $20.
Yeah.
And then Peter's like, I can't take this for obvious reasons. And she just flips. Which is great. Because it's like, she feels that guilty and Peter does. You know what I mean?
They both feel it.
Yeah, she's like, well, I can't even afford to give my son a birthday gift. And all I can give him is $20.
You know what I like about that too, and I don't want to get...
And she has her own pride as well. She don't want to take that back. You know what I mean?
It's two-sided.
Yeah,
I don't want to get too anarcho-capitalist on you.
Oh.
Right? But it's interesting, too, that it's so true that poor people are the most giving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Definitely. So true. Yeah.
And both of these people have nothing, but obviously, like you said, there's an underlying kind of thing where, of course, Peter wants to help support Aunt May. And then Aunt May wants to give a gift to Peter.
Yeah.
And they're both fucking... can't afford to do either of those things.
Yeah, and then just the way she breaks down as soon as Peter trying to give her back the money.
I always like the way she said, "For God's sake, you could take this money from me."
Yeah.
I love that. I love that part.
And then she mentions about how she misses Ben. It's just, you can tell, like, she's been dealing with so much bullshit also. It's not just Peter.
Yeah, it's kind of all coming out right now. And
it wasn't just the $20 thing. It was like, that was just kind of the breaking point.
Yeah.
Because she mentions how she missing Ben. And then she's like, yeah, I don't know what I'd do if I saw the person responsible for what happened to Ben.
Well, for God's sakes, thank God she'll never have to kiss him on the cheek after she gives him $20.
Well, Peter, he feels it. And then comes back later. Obviously, there's a scene that I may or may not have cried hard as fuck when I'm rewatching this movie recently.
Oh, and then a classic take out the trash scene. Can I mention my mommy for a moment?
Yeah, of course. Oh, I just want to say... Oh my God, even more shit on his fucking day though. Having to be reminded, oh yeah, I'm responsible for Uncle Ben's death. Yeah. And
I love it too because it's all the shit he's going through is really varied.
Yeah,
And it's all like, it all feels very natural.
We talked about that earlier. Yeah. It's not like...
And as the movie progresses too, he keeps getting shit on in small
big or
and
small
big ways.
Yeah,
and it's really varied, and not even just big or small, but like you said, like he has to silently sit there and take that, where he's trying to kind of be there for Aunt May emotionally in that scene while also being like, I fucked up.
Yeah, I'm the reason for your distress and your problems.
And then of course there's all the other shit we said before about Harry, MJ, his jobs, and being a Spider-Man. But I wanted to mention...
He's the reason for all the personal failings in his life.
Yeah.
Because he's trying to do the Spider-Man thing.
I didn't mention last week my mommy.
Oh, yeah.
I love my mommy. I want to talk about my mommy. Evan, can I talk about my mommy?
Of course. Go ahead.
Mommy fact number 1. She took me to Spider-Man 1 and 2 in theaters as they came out.
My dad took me.
Thank
you, Father.
Daddy fact number 1. And my mommy pointed out to me when I was young, and she made me a movie fan. She made me a superhero fan. I love you, Mommy. And she pointed out to me that in Spider-Man 1, when he pulls the lamp, the lamp breaks and then it reappears immediately. Cool detail.
There was the genius Sam Raimi would never do that unintentionally. It's to go to show that Peter always fixes his problems.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He always, you know what, no matter how hard it is, he always 1-to-1 recreates his lamp. Yeah, he does. And I remember also she mentioned, like, you know how they do that? My mom, that's how my mom sounds, by the way. She said, she said, when he was climbing up the wall, she's like, you know how they do that? They put a brick wall down on the floor, and he just walks up it. He just crawls up it. And I said, Mom, thank you. That's a cool.
Thank you, Mother.
That's a cool effect, Mom.
No accent whatsoever, but.
My mom sounds like.
No, I mean you. Her son, accent, no country accent whatsoever.
I grew up in Metro Atlanta, like public schools. You know, I grew up with the riffraff, but. And also another thing is she was like, movies always have half full trash bags. Their trash bags are always half full. And I was like, you know what, Mama, that's a waste of a trash bag.
It is.
Yeah.
They fucked up.
That sure is a waste of a
trash he didn't need to throw that away. What the heck?
It's the same thing, because you know how he's... Right now we're looking at...
They said, oh, Toby, we know about your back. You can't carry it. I'm sorry, I'll never make fun of you again, Toby. That's the only time I'll ever make fun of you.
Your back hurts. We'll put a few pieces of styrofoam in here, okay?
I love you, Toby. I'm sorry. If you're listening, I love you so much.
No, Toby, I'm sure they weren't paying you enough, brother.
Yeah.
I'm sure they weren't. But it's like J. Jonah Jameson, you know, they get back and forth, and he gets his money, and he stars in a great film, and everyone's okay. But it's like she actually said that about Spider-Man 1 about the trash bag, because it's also in Spider-Man 1 when he takes the trash out. This is like a parallel to that scene in Spider-Man 1.
Well, yeah, it's a direct reference to that scene.
Yeah, and well, I prefer parallel, Evan. Poetry, it rhymes. Thank you.
Yes.
But anyways,
I'm agreeing with you, Dylan. It's words, but I agree.
You know what, Evan?
You ain't kidding.
But yeah, she was talking about Spider-Man 1 back then. But I just wanted to mention my mommy because she was a big part of my little Spider-Man fandom when I was younger.
Thank you, Mrs. Berardino.
Thank you, Mrs. Berardino, and thank you, Jose Rodriguez as well.
Thank you,
Mr. Jose Rodriguez. So,
yeah, Peter, he comes and brings the trash out.
What would you do if there was a cool mistake that we revealed here where Peter accidentally threw the $20 away?
I'd be mad.
Would you think that was genius?
No.
Oh.
But it didn't happen, so we don't have to worry about it.
Okay, all right.
Don't talk about hypotheticals like that, Dylan.
Well, I wonder why... Don't try and change the fucking art, you idiot. What next? You want to paint the mustache and the fucking Mona Lisa, huh? No, but this part, I always found this kind of weird. That she's like... Because...
That she's on her steps?
Why is she at her house? Her parents' house?
I guess just visiting. Well, she mentions later that her mother is bedridden, so... Oh, there Jesus.
Oh, okay.
There is an aspect of that.
I guess that explains it.
Yeah.
Sam Raimi, every time I question the
but
movie,
like,
there's always
seriously though, there are always like little pieces of dialogue that helps you put things together.
And they just fit in so organically that you may not even notice him.
Yeah, because you would think, oh, she probably doesn't want to visit because her dad's a piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But her mom is sick. That is the thing. But anyways, yeah. So MJ, I guess this is one of her last attempts, I would say.
Try and get Peter
to notice. Yeah. So yeah, like we mentioned, this whole little scene is just a throwback to the backyard scene where they first speak to each other for the first time. And then it's interesting in that where they kind of create that connection. With this scene, she's trying to see if there's even still that connection at all.
It's interesting too here that it gives you the impression that like what Peter's doing is kind of stunting his growth. Because of course here, like Mary Jane's in a completely different place, but Peter's kind of stuck in the same exact place.
Yeah, because now she's like we mentioned at the beginning, she's successful on
Broadway.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because it gives you the impression she's the main character, obviously, because literally the poster. I know it's a stylistic choice.
Yeah.
Like for the movie, but I don't get the impression that she's the main character when we see the play. Maybe
well, we know that
is she
the main character of this play? Because we did a little research on this play, just a very tiny amount. Because we didn't know anything about it, just so we can talk about it a little bit. The main character of it is a dude, I think, who's trying to live the dual life.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Why is she the poster? I guess it's just a stylistic thing.
It's on that Chasing Amy shit, you know what I mean? Ben Affleck's the main character, but you got Joey Lauren Adams right there on the poster.
Beautiful Joey Lauren Adams.
Yeah. Reference to Kevin Smith films.
Yeah, Fat Kev Smith.
Anyways, she says, "Oh, Peter, good to see you tonight." And he says the classic, "Oh boy, yeah."
Oh boy, yeah.
That's his very natural response. So she's like very clearly flirting with him in this scene.
And I think he's still like I said about him being kind of stunted. He still seems like he's like in the lunchroom in Spider-Man 1. Because he didn't let, like, not only does he not want to, like, he doesn't want to put Mary Jane in danger and shit like that.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't even want to like further any type of like friendship with her.
Yeah, he's trying.
He keeps his distance.
Yes.
Yeah. And he still very much seems like awestruck by her, which also indicates that like they're definitely not like close friends.
Yeah, like I said,
which is weird because later in the movie she calls him his best friend.
Well, I don't think she has any friends, to be fair.
She calls him her best friend.
Yeah, I don't think she has any friends though, besides Harry, I guess.
It's this very sad.
And then Harry is
people.
Yeah, Harry is her ex, so it's like yeah.
Yeah, her ex, the guy she kind of likes, and like an old lady.
Yeah,
and
so
that's their little friend group.
Anyways,
and Bernard.
I guess she's like flirting with him a little bit to see, you know, how he's feeling. And Dylan, let me ask you this: does what she's doing here feel manipulative to you?
I think I'd have to maybe actually watch it to actually think about it. We don't really have time to do that. But I think really what she's doing here is just prodding him.
I agree.
Because she doesn't know. I think there is...
The reason I asked is because I spoke to my friend Kevin. Shout out to you, Kevin.
Hello, Kevin.
Recently. And he said that in this scene, it felt manipulative on her part. Because Peter told her, yeah, this is where we stand in this relationship. And then
she doesn't know. Now you see, Evan, can I explain something to you?
Yeah.
I am used to very toxic relationships.
Okay.
Where you are open with your partner to a fault.
Yeah.
This is the opposite.
Yes.
Like, this is like... Not only is it a Hollywood movie where things are like shorthand, you don't have a million years with these. It's not a novel. You don't have all the time in the world with these characters. And on top of that, like... characters being extremely open with each other is not great for drama. So it's like she has no idea why Peter... This is what I was about to say before you mentioned our wonderful, beautiful friend Kevin.
Yes, shout out to you.
Right before you mentioned him, I wanted to say, like the shorthand thing about she has no idea what... where they stand, because Peter didn't specify in any way why they couldn't be together. And there is something that I wanted to... This is what I was going to say before you mentioned Kevin. I wanted to mention that we discussed this before. We're not sure if Mary Jane knows at this point is Spider-Man is Peter Parker Spider-Man. So she's wondering... She might be wondering at this point, is he Spider-Man? She might be wondering at this point... is that even related to him not wanting to be with me? Like, does he even like me? Is he gay?
Yeah.
Like, she has no fucking clue. So I don't think this is manipulative. I think she's just like, what's up with this dude?
Yeah.
And also, it is kind of a point in the movie where later, like, Aunt May is like, why are you so mysterious all the time? Like, he's not open.
Well, that was in part 1. In the hospital scene, yeah.
Oh, I guess that is in Spider-Man 1, but you get my point. Like, he's deliberately closed off.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's I don't think she's at fault for being like, why are you so fucking closed off? When I used to like see you have your big pupils and your big bulge in your pants formula.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like just from part 1 it was clear that he had some kind of interest in her. And now he should completely shut that off. Completely. So like you said, she doesn't really understand.
Right when she knew enough to have an interest back, he shuts it down.
Yeah.
So it's I'm sure it's very confusing for her.
Yeah.
And she never did anything to Peter.
I don't know. It's what I want to generally say about it. Just it feels messy, and in that way, it just feels very human. I think
it feels real.
Yeah.
It feels pretty real, even though there's only.
Because I don't think either of them are necessarily in the right here.
No.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I don't really think any of the like. Well, actually,
and I like that.
Actually, I do kind of fault Peter more, but.
I do too. Yeah, I do too. Definitely. Because, like you said, he was showing interest in her, and then when she starts like reciprocating that interest, he shuts it down.
Like
then also he's just been a shitty friend in general because he said, "Oh, I'm always going to be there for you as your friend." Well, you haven't even seen her play.
Yeah, at the end of Spider-Man 1, right?
He said,
He's like, "I'll always be there for you," and then he's not.
Yeah, so I agree with you. So she is just trying to figure out what is he feeling at all. And like I say, she's trying to still save that connection.
It's interesting too that like the second that Harry gets to see Peter again. Because I guess, what's the indication that they haven't seen him in months? Harry
they say a
MJ?
long time no see.
Yeah, they haven't. Okay, either way, they haven't seen Peter in a long time. What does Harry do with that opportunity to see Peter again? He fucking prods him about Spider-Man. Yeah. And then what does Mary Jane do? She wants to see where they stand in general.
Yeah.
Like, in their relationship, not even just, like, romantically, but in general, like, what the fuck, like, happened to you always being there for me? Or, like, what, various other things.
He literally just can't, because he has no time for it.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's not open about it.
But, yeah, he, like...
For reasons. But I think this movie does give you some... I'll get more into that one, because it gives you kind of maybe a little message about whether you should be open or not to people. It's not a big theme in this movie, but it comes up at the end. But this is like what I see her get a lot of shit for. So she's trying to have that like flirtatious moment with Peter, and then right after that she's like, well, I'm seeing someone now. And she tells him that it's a serious thing.
If they weren't gonna get married later, I would say this is bait. I don't know why I want to defend Mary Jane so much, but...
No, I'm right there with you. I definitely agree. I think it is bait.
And plus later, I mean, of course she walks out on the wedding.
Because I think there's a very specific moment, and shout out to you, High Top Alex, because you pointed this out to me.
Whiz.
Well, I'll get to that. There's a specific moment, I think, where she decided, yeah, I'm gonna take my relationship with John Jameson to the next level. At this point, it's still like they're dating, but it's not to that point yet.
Well,
she's still trying to leave room for Peter.
Are you seeing right now?
No, later. There's a moment where I think she decides, like, yeah, fuck Peter. I'm gonna marry him.
Oh.
Which, yeah, we'll get into.
And one thing I also wanted to mention, I mean, I could mention this later, but it's not like a huge deal, so I'll just mention it now. The what's his name?
John Jameson.
John Jameson,
yeah.
The astronaut that Mary Jane's gonna marry. It's really funny because it's kind of a real world thing. Like, you know how like army guys, when army guys like go get shipped out, and
someone comes in,
they come back, and it's like, it's really funny because I'm sorry, I'm gonna tell someone else's story right now, but there's this comic book YouTuber, but he said something really fucking funny. Yeah. It's really true, and it's like pertinent to this. He basically said he was in the army, right? And he said that like one of the people below him came to him, and he was like really upset, and he was like, my fucking girl cheated on me with like a guy that works like at fucking Dunkin' Donuts or something. And the guy that said the story on YouTube, he was like, yeah, because they're there.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason they're cheating is because you're not there and they are. Or even in instances where, like, he would say it happens to other people in the army all the time. Where, like, maybe it's not cheating, they just straight up leave you. Just because you're not there. Mm-hmm. And it's like this. Like, it really is. Like,
yeah, Peter's not there, so she needs something.
She'll go as far as to marry someone she doesn't even like.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, maybe she likes him, I guess, but she doesn't.
I don't think so. I think she likes him, but
she certainly doesn't love him.
Yeah.
And it's just funny because it's so real.
Yeah, definitely.
It's so real. Because when I was a kid, I almost thought like, well, no, like they're like she's the princess and he's the prince and they have to be together.
Yeah.
But it's really true to life that people will settle. People will fucking settle.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes you have no choice to.
It's so real.
To do that. So.
It's so real. I wonder if any of our parents ever did that. But anyways,
But yeah, she definitely tells that to him. It's fucked up, but she's trying to get a reaction out of him, I think, because she's like, "What?" Like,
it's kind of like bait. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it really is kind of bait.
And he takes the bait because he immediately tells her, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to your show tomorrow night."
Yeah. So.
And she gets really happy about that.
So true.
It's
cute, but it's sad. I mentioned this to you. I guess there's not a better time to mention this. Mm-hmm. I mentioned to you last night that I felt what a silly frame. Peter with his little eyes closed. What a silly little guy. Anyways, you never get to see them happy together. I mean, you don't. You mentioned there's a short bit, of course, in the beginning of Spider-Man 3, but they're fighting and he hits her in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
He's pining after her and rejects her.
In
Spider-Man 1, and then in this one, it's like they're like playing weird games and like going back and forth, and it sucks because I like them together.
Me too, but like you said,
like Mary Jane, but
it doesn't make for a good story if they're happy together.
It really doesn't.
Especially not a Spider-Man story. If you want a good Spider-Man story, you got to kick him in the ass.
Yeah. You got to give him You gotta give him a kick in the pants, is what my mom would say. That's what you know what my mom said that. Yeah,
she did say that. She said it to me. She threatened me.
She threatened. Yeah, she said Evan needs a good kick in the pants. Yeah. And it worked too.
Oh yeah, and she straight up tells Peter like, "Don't disappoint me." She knows the dude is not reliable.
Oh jeez, and it's also devastating later. Oh, this scene. Okay, we'll get to that later. I'll mention. There's a devastating scene, but
yeah. So now we get the introduction to where he's living at now. So he was living at a pretty nice studio apartment in the last film.
Evan, you gotta let me take this.
Mm-hmm.
No, we'll continue with what you're saying, right?
Yeah, he was living in a nice apartment. Now he lives in a piece of shit.
So he lives in like the worst apartment you could legally show in like a family movie.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
And so he approaches his door, and this is fucking hilarious.
I agree.
The door
Mr. Dickovich is waiting.
The door across the room opens, and there's a beautiful rat-faced man with his fucking gangster friends and his like skinny like European daughter. This is the funny shit. And we're not listening. We're watching the movie as we talk, but we have the sound. We have it muted, obviously. Fucking the music playing. The door,
yeah.
The door opens.
It's like European,
it's a
opera.
whole new world. It's a whole new world. The music playing, the cigars, the shitty little part. He said, "Where's my friend?" Oh my god, this is fucking funny. Hi, what's hi? Can you eat it? You spend it, whatever.
So yeah,
it's so funny.
Again, more shit on Peter. He lives in a piece of shit, and he can't pay his rent. You know, you can't even be mad at Mr. Dickovich. You're giving the dude a place to live, and Peter can't pay. It's easy to be like, oh yeah, the dude's an asshole landlord, but well, you can't be too mad at him. For the most part, he's pretty nice actually.
Yep.
He could have evicted him.
He's persistent.
Yeah.
But he's like, I don't know. He's persistent, but he's like, I don't know, not compassionate.
Yeah.
He's kind of understanding. But whoever the fuck, I just want to say, whoever the fuck plays Mr. Dinkovich, you're a genius.
Yeah, I agree.
You are fucking awesome.
And we see that his daughter Ariel has a crush on Peter. That might be an aspect of why he's nicer to her. I'm nicer to him too. It's like maybe, she's nudging him a little bit.
That's a nice dad.
Yeah.
If he
Well, in part 3, we'll talk about that. He does say oh, maybe you guys could get married.
That's a very sensual scene.
Oh, you're talking about when he's feeding him.
I'm talking about the feeding.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the feeder fetish.
Oh.
I'm talking about the feeder fetish. But anyways, I just wanted to mention that I think just this part is fucking... Sam Raimi's funny, man.
He is, of course,
He's really funny. Of course. And it's in a really slick way, too. Like, as a kid, I just took this as, kind of... Oh, dang, he has another thing wrong.
Yeah.
Peter has another thing wrong. But when I watched this last night, I fucking laughed. Because, just the door opens with the music and the cigars. And there's another moment that comedically is, similar to this. I mentioned to you last night where, the car chase starts.
Yes.
There's a bit. We'll get to that
and really funny to me as well. Bit. I'll say what I thought was so goofy in that part.
It's not funny it wasn't funny to me, I should say, as a kid. But now, just, It literally is like a little portal opened and there's a different world. It's so cleverly done in a very urban way, obviously, not fantastical, but it's just, it opens you up to this fucking wacky little guy's life. And it's just so fucking funny. And obviously, what's his daughter's name?
Dude, she's the best Spider-Man waifu.
She's so cute.
Best Raimi waifu.
She's so cute. I like her.
Oh yeah, and Mr. Dickovich just snatches that money Aunt May gave Peter.
And this, oh yeah, of course that's,
he literally has made zero money today. He's made zero. His birthday, both in jobs there, he made zero money.
The devastating scene.
Yeah.
Where he's actually it's crazy because he tries to get money normally at a job. He fails. That's not that sad.
Yeah.
He tries to get money.
It's sad that he gets fired though.
Well, listen. That's bad.
Yeah.
But it's normal. At least for me. I get fired all the time. No, but
that's another episode, Dylan.
It's somewhat normal. Right?
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Okay, so he fails at his job and he gets fired. No money anymore. At his freelance job...
He's in debt.
He sells his soul. He gets his money and he's still in debt to them. He goes to his fucking mom's house, basically... she begs him to take money, but that he doesn't want to take from her. He takes it anyway, and he's like, "Oh well, at least I have $20 for the week. Yeah, I can get a McDonald's or something." And then it's like, I hate to MCU take a shot. Yeah, but it's like the Thanos drop of blood. Like, all that for a drop of blood, all that for Mr. Dinklage to snatch that shit away. Yeah. That's insane.
And he's still in debt to him, even with the $20. Yeah. He's still in debt. So he's in debt to the Daily Bugle, and he's also in debt to Mr. Dinklage.
Peter's gonna have to go, like, steal or shine shoes. And also, one thing that's really cool is, like, kind of like we were saying before, where Peter, they're like, you're so smart, you have so much potential, but you're so lazy. You're such a fuck up. Yeah. That's like, it's an interesting character way to tell you that he's smart, but he's flawed. It's like a human thing. And here, since he's so fucking poor, obviously he's a good person. He doesn't use his power to steal.
Yeah, yeah. You know, even though he clearly could.
It's like a very background thing too, but it's like only he's probably good to a fault, to be honest. But anyways, like, there's probably some piece of shit you probably could have lifted the money from.
Yeah, yeah.
Not even like.
But he doesn't do that, no.
But he doesn't do that. Guess what? Because he's fucking Spider-Man.
And that definitely, we've talked about this before. There's definitely an aspect in the Raimi movies where he's very kind, portrays poor people kindly versus rich people. That's definitely an aspect in the Raimi movies, I think.
I guess so.
Which I like.
I guess so.
I mean, Norman's kind of portrayed and greedy.
I mean, I think it's just easier.
And Doc Ock, obviously, he's insane at that point, but you know, he robs from a bank, and he's pretty well off. Alfred, I'm gonna say Alfred. Otto is pretty well off.
I don't think he is.
I'm not saying he's rich or anything, but he's not Peter.
Well, he's not Peter for a fact. But I just wanted to mention the line about the eyes like the rodent. Funny line.
Yeah, and ears like a cat. You can't forget the ears like the
cat.
Ears
like a cat as well.
Yeah.
And I just like how he gets. As a kid, I always expected him to say eagle, but he does not say eagle. He says rat, and then he looks like a rat.
Yeah. And you know, can I drop a fun fact really quick?
Sure.
Is Mr. Dinklage retired Kraven the Hunter? Is he retired Kraven the Hunter?
Give me the odds.
Here's the thing about that. I can't remember if that started off as a meme or that was a genuine thing in the Spider-Man 4 thing. I don't think it was genuine. I think it was a meme, yeah.
It's like people extrapolating the Mysterio thing, I think.
But what are the chances? Real. I'll give you 20%.
I think if you asked Sam Raimi himself, he'd say yes.
No. Oh, yeah.
I think he'd say yes just because he doesn't care. Like, I mean, I'm sure he cares to an extent about these movies. But I think he'd be like...
What do you mean he doesn't care? He's actively working on Spider-Man 4 right now with Kraven the Hunter, so he would definitely say no.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Yeah, you forgot about that?
Yeah, because actually fucking...
the shoot for Kraven with Aaron Taylor Johnson is actually secretly Spider-Man 4.
That would make me cream my little pants.
Me too, but then
But not him.
Yeah, then I remember, it's Aaron Johnson playing... Aaron Taylor Johnson playing
There's one
Thunder.
One flashback where it's Aaron Taylor Johnson, and then he ages up.
Oh, yeah.
He ages up to a different actor.
To Mr. Dinklage.
To Mr. Dinklage.
He comes out retirement.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's get out of this fun house. Let's get out of this crazy little world.
That scene though, with Mr. Dinklage that shot, I should say, where Mr. Dinklage is closing the door and Arrow, like, the pan is on fire. Peter's face is so hilarious. He's literally just like blank face staring at what's happening. And then you see his room right after that. And like we said, it's a massive downgrade from the apartment Norman was helping out Harry and Peter with in this. Now he lives in a complete piece of shit.
Yeah, like I said, it's basically the worst apartment you can show.
And
for PG-13.
Pretty much, yeah. And you sit down and there you go. That's a little meme. Peter sitting all sad looking on his bed.
That's a good desktop background.
People be like, damn, that's me. And you can tell just how defeated he looks at the end of this day.
Yeah, because it just gives you... I think there's a reason it gives you a second here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you see he just looked completely miserable.
It's like... I feel like there's sometimes where a movie is just like, now give like 3 seconds of a reaction shot and then move on. But
no, this gives you time to linger on it.
Here, this gives you a second to really think about how deep are we in the movie?
We're literally only 18 minutes in.
Jesus Christ. But you've literally essentially just sat here for 20 minutes and see how shitty Peter is.
Yeah.
Like, Peter's doing. And this gives you a second to just reflect on, like... And it really does feel like...
Because he's reflecting on it, and the viewer is at the same time.
It gives you a great sense of... It also gives you a great sense of time. Because you start off and it's bright and sunny. It's probably, like, very early afternoon.
Yeah.
And then it's, like, he's just progressed throughout the day. And, of course, yeah, shit's just been getting worse and worse, but...
Yeah, like I said,
here, like,
I love that shot. Yeah. Because like you said, it's clear he's reflecting on it, and then the fact that it leaves there for a second, like you said...
Just gives you a second to think about it.
To think about it, too. It puts us in his shoes, you may say.
And this part's funny. I always thought this was funny. Because, like you were saying, like, Mr. Dinklage... so this scene's basically, like... It's a cute little part. I always liked it as a kid, too. Like,
he knocks on the bathroom door, Mr. Dinklage just... says fuck you and goes in instead.
Yeah, and like Peter's checking is anyone in there, and Mr. Dinklage takes that as like no one's in there. I'm going in, like in front of Peter.
And then he asks for rent. He opens the door and asks for the rent.
And it's like this isn't. It's like he's fucking with him.
Yeah,
like he's not like shutting the water off on him or like evicting it, like throwing his clothes on the street. Like he's just fucking with him. And it's cute. And Peter, like, he asks for rent, and Peter himself closes the door. It's a cute little moment. It's a cute little moment. It's not too mean-spirited between them. And then it cuts to the next day.
Yeah.
Or it's already the next day because Peter was taking a shower. But he's going to meet Otto.
Yeah, Harry takes Peter to meet Otto Octavius.
And Harry
he's hooking him up as his friend. I will say that was a nice thing of Harry, even though he kind of has tension with Peter by this point already. He had no reason to just hook up Peter with meeting Octavius. So that was nice of him.
Yeah, he just knows Peter respects him and he's writing the paper.
Yeah. But I also like that how Harry comes in with the sunglasses and the suit, how he's walking. It gives you that feeling, like you said, where he's like, now he's gone from Harry Osborn to like trying to be the billionaire playboy type thing,
like a
and it's so it's so goofy and fake. I really love it,
like a fake ass Norman Osborn.
Yeah, we were talking. It's so cartoony. You can tell like he's desperately trying to fill that role, and he's just kind of failing. But it's hilarious.
It's like, what do you do when you're 18 and your millionaire dad dies?
Yeah,
and your dad secured the company forever by killing everyone everyone else that had a stake in the company. So you're like the guy.
Yeah.
But right here, I'm going to pause it for you, Evan, but we can describe it for the audience. As a kid, he does this thing where he struts up the stairs and, like, does a backwards wave.
Yeah.
Even as a kid, I picked up on that as, like, that is such a phony...
Like, look, you don't have to go back, but the way he walks in...
Yeah.
He's clearly playing it up.
And all the faces he makes, like, his teeth are just gritted, his lips are pursed, and he's just, the way he's, like... He's just staring, his hair's slicked back, and
he's trying to look a lot prettier than he did in part 1.
Yeah, he wants to look like he wants to look like Patrick Bateman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Peter, here we go. This one we were talking about earlier. Otto knows who Peter is.
Small world.
Yeah, Otto knows who Peter.
All these Spider-Man villains, prior to their origins, all know each other.
Yeah, he says you're brilliant but lazy.
Brilliant but lazy, and that will come back.
It does.
That will come back. I mean, I just want to mention it real quick, because I feel like that's not even... What are we even going to say about that?
Yeah.
Just the way he says that at the end, we might mention it again. The way he says that at the end is fucking amazing.
For me, when that comes back at the end, it kind of shows that, Otto is back. Because Peter literally knocks him back into, like, kind of being Otto again.
He knocks his shit
in.
And
I think him saying that moment, you realize, okay, that's Otto, not Doc Ock.
It's very quick. Exactly. It's very quick, but he knocks the shit out of him in the water.
Yeah.
But I wanted to mention that. I just thought about this right now, really. I mean, it's kind of obvious in retrospect. He, like, genuinely has the reaction that Norman fakes.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that until right now, which is, that's pretty cool. And because Otto's, like, genuinely a good guy, but Norman was deeply flawed.
Yeah.
Barring the...
Ock's story is a lot more tragic, I think, than Norman's.
I'll definitely agree with that, but it's also... He is flawed.
Yeah.
Outside of the AI poisoning his brain.
Yes.
And I think really what I chalk this up to, like, in terms of Otto's powers, I'm sorry that the second Otto came on screen, we started, like, talking about the end of the movie, but...
How can you not?
It's a great film. But I just wanted to mention, the way I justify his powers is... It's like only his animal brain.
Yes, me too.
It's not like the AI is making him evil.
And there's a very specific part of his dialogue where you see it's like he completely. It's the part where
when he first starts getting like when
the arms start taking over his brain.
I feel like he's using the arms kind of as a he's using it as like a physical thing to look at while he's kind of like talking to his ego.
Yeah.
You know?
What I mean is, like, he becomes, like you said, animal brain. He becomes completely driven by only instinct.
Yeah.
When he's like, he thinks, oh, rob a bank? Oh, I can't do that. And then he immediately thinks, no, the crime would be to not finish what we started. That's where it's like the animal brain takes over. It's like he wants to act on those impulses.
Right.
That's the way I see it, too. I definitely agree with you. I think it's like, people are like, oh, isn't Otto kind of a human when him and Peter are fighting? But it's like,
no.
The way you can justify it, I think, is it's like some part of his brain is unlocked that.
Well, because I actually found it kind of creepy last night.
Yeah.
When he's fighting Peter, because he's kind of cracking corny jokes like he does when he's completely fine.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like before when he's just the scientist with no arms. He's kind of cracking corny jokes. Mm-hmm. And he has very much that same demeanor while he's fighting Spider-Man. Yes. That's what you're talking about, right? That is interesting, but I think there's I'm not trying to get to, like, be, like, fake scientific or some shit. I think the human brain's more complex, and you can kind of chalk it up to a gray area.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I see it as well.
Yeah, like, there's still... Even if you are acting on your animal impulses, it doesn't mean you have to be snarling like an animal.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, there are also people that are predisposed.
That's what I mean. It's like...
You can see it as, like, instead of this, like... I don't know what you would say. Maybe, like, the... Because there's id, ego, and superego.
Yeah.
Of those three, now the wrong one is driving.
Yeah.
But they're all still there. But the point is, just because his animal side is, like, driving...
Yeah.
Doesn't mean the rest of it's not there.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah.
So it's very, like, you can just accept that shit. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it is kind of interesting to think about, like, what actually happens to him. And, how it's different from Norman, too.
For Norman, it feels more like an insanity thing. Whereas with Doc Ock, I mean, he's still obviously insane. But it's, like, on some, like... different part of his brain is like winning over another. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like it's like fucking
and because the arms are controlling it or whatever.
It's like Alfred Molina, I'm sorry, not famed character actor Alfred Molina, but his character Dr. Octopus. What a silly name, by the way.
What a silly name.
But it's like Doc Ock smoked bad weed, and like. Norman had like a bad trip that like fucked his brain.
That's
forever.
a good way to put it.
You know what I mean? Like
That's a good way to put it.
And also Norman was definitely like a worse guy.
Yeah, I would agree generally. Yeah.
Like Doc Ock, like we said, he does have a flaw, but it's I don't know. It's more understandable, I guess.
I agree. Oh yeah. So when he first meeting Otto, just quick plot summary. Otto tells him what he's doing, the fusion thing.
Yeah, and Peter say, bad idea.
Well, soon. Peter's just kind of understanding it. And then Peter meets Otto's wife as well.
A woman who will actually have a big role in the rest of the trilogy.
Yeah, definitely.
As well, so.
Peter meets Otto and his wife. And this is where you get the idea... Peter is kind of, I don't want to say he's envious of Otto. I don't think so. But he idolizes Otto.
Right.
Because Otto is...
The GOAT?
Well, yeah, he's the GOAT. But Otto is doing both. He's doing what Peter can't.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not kidding.
He has a great love life. He lives in
he clearly has a very successful, happy, like, fulfilled love life. And he's also, like...
chasing his dream.
Very close to... like, he's chasing his dream, but he's also very close.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually, like... presently like doing it.
Yeah, and like we said, it's mentioned earlier that Otto is his hero, but here you get the sense that's like, yeah, Otto's doing what Peter can't.
He's his hero for more than like a superficial, like he's really smart, kind of way. But here you get like a more human, like, oh, I wish I had this too.
Yeah. Oh, and we forgot to mention, Otto also did tell Peter that, you know, kind of a responsibility line that like, knowledge is to be used for the good of mankind, which comes up later, and it's also a big part of
there's actually
Otto's character, and his turn into a villain, I think.
And I think we mentioned I have a very controversial, very evil opinion about this movie.
Oh.
That I think I will mention it, I guess, at the end. But I think this line, there's two lines that Peter says. He kind of uses wisdom from Aunt May and Otto to try and
get Otto to do
talk Otto back to not being crazy or whatever. I think what he says back to Otto, that like he's parroting Otto's own words to him, I think that works a lot better than the Aunt May line, but we'll get to it. Feed her poetry.
Oh, this is hilarious. So Otto tells Peter like, well, you know, because Peter says, I don't really know if I have a girlfriend or not, and Otto says, oh, and he also mentions here, if you keep something as complicated as love stored up, it's gonna make you sick.
Goodness, yeah.
Well, we see Peter. He becomes sick in this movie.
My God, could that even happen to someone like Spider-Man?
Yeah.
I wonder. My God.
And when Peter starts reading poetry to try and, you know, feed some poetry to MJ, get her on his side.
I'm sure this works.
Oh yeah, very.
But I wanted to say when I was a kid, me and my good friend Keith.
Yeah.
At the time,
mm-hmm.
Evan, you may recall Keith.
I do.
Complicated relationship, me and that man.
Oh.
Me and that Keith. But we were like childhood friends. We were like, his mom was friends with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, the point is, me and Keith would watch this movie and we would say, my God, what does it mean? we would ponder this movie constantly. And it's crazy to me that it's like, it really is all right there in front of you.
Yeah.
But as a kid, I was like, this is the most fucking complex movie. No, it's not. But basically what I'm alluding to is Peter losing his powers.
Yeah. They foreshadow it. They foreshadow it with what Doc Ock says.
Yeah. Foreshadowing would be.
Yeah, what Doc says, you keep something as complicated as love storing you, it's gonna make you sick.
Can I mention a crazy fact?
Yeah.
This is just there's always so many crazy facts in this
mm-hmm.
movie. Tasm stole this joke.
Dude, I was literally about to you beat me too. I was gonna mention that. No, Dylan, that wasn't fair. You said it before we even got to that part.
We were close.
You paused and said
it's right now.
Yeah.
It's right now. Basically,
there are two jokes in this movie that one is stolen by Tasm, and one stolen by
like MCU.
By Far From Home. The rides up in the crotch thing.
You really.
Yeah.
You
two
really
jokes in Spider-Man 2 that are repeated in the.
Do we even mention what the joke is?
Oh, so Peter threw in white clothes with his costume, and
he washes his
Spider-Man red and blue on them.
Clothes with his whites, and also it's a one thing, Evan, that I deeply respect about
mm-hmm.
Samuel Raimi.
Yes,
is that his name?
Sam Raimi.
Is that his full name?
I guess I don't know.
Samantha.
He's Sam Raimi.
I don't know. Sam Raimi. I'm sorry. I don't want to overstep my bounds, but one thing that I really respect about him is he often introduces new information in every scene, and there's kind of an adage about screenwriting. Have you heard about that, where it's like introduce 2 new pieces of information in every scene?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He just did that right there, and it was very blatant, but you don't really notice it.
He's too poor to wash and clothes separately.
Well, I mean, what I should say, I mean, really, he does.
That's an aspect of it, though. You gotta think about that.
It's further establishing kind of his lifestyle.
Yeah.
And also, of course, he's followed up on the poetry thing.
Yeah.
It's a very short little scene, but it's like
it's very goofy.
You get a gag that's also like further establishing his character, and you also follow up on like he is following Doc Ock's advice. So what a cool little thing.
Yeah. And the next scene after this is a little montage.
What a fucking... Well, bring it back before the montage, Evan. Look at that body.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that body.
Tobey Maguire looking good. I can't
My God, you're cut.
Tobey definitely, like... He's a lot more buff than Andrew and Tom Holland. I think.
I like that look.
Yeah, me too. But it's definitely a very Raimi Spider-Man thing, where the other ones are like more, I don't want to say athletic.
Yeah.
Like more like a gymnast type look.
They're lean.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
Or Peter has always been more. In that way, they are a bit more comic accurate, I guess. Because I've always thought of Spider-Man being skinnier.
Spider-Man is more lanky.
Yeah, but he's ripped in these ones. Or beefier, at least.
Evan, my God.
Yeah, he looks good.
What a body.
He does look good.
What a body. What an Adonis. I like the buff Spider-Man look.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I really don't give a shit.
I like this shot a lot. So we had the montage of him, like we said, getting ready to go see the play for MJ. I like this shot a lot where he opens the closet. And because, again, I didn't think about it like this when I was younger, but he literally only owns 2 pieces of clothing.
Well, there's a little more on the side there. But really, like,
the prominent clothing is his suit and his Spider-Man suit.
Yeah, the 2 fits he has.
Obviously, there's the thing there's, my personal life or the Spider-Man. There's that. But then just
the Baron closet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was an aspect that came out to me later that I didn't think about as a kid. It's just like he doesn't even own that many pieces of fucking clothing. Yeah. He just had the suit and
you know what's funny? I feel like I don't want to say this too harshly. I genuinely think I was really smart in some ways as a kid, but I was also very dumb.
We were all like that, Dylan.
But there's like very obvious things that I didn't pick up on.
I agree with not that saying that about you. I agree with that like about myself.
Right. Yeah. But like, I guess when you're a kid, there's just like certain things you intuit, certain things take longer or whatever.
Well, just in general, I've been told that I lack common sense, but like
you ain't got no sense.
I pick up on stupid shit that like not stupid, but like certain shit that a lot of people won't pick up on, but then I just kind of lack common sense.
Yeah,
in a lot of aspects. So I kind of related when you were saying that.
Right. But I remember telling you like, just real quick, I don't want to go on a tangent for too long, but I remember telling you like I literally didn't understand SpongeBob episodes.
Yeah.
Like I would watch SpongeBob and it would just be like a fever dream. Like I didn't understand what was happening. But it's weird to me that I distinctly remember being very young and understanding like, maybe not understanding. I don't know even. It's probably the intent, but basically his Baron closet, like he's broke.
Yeah.
He doesn't have no clothes. On top of like it's also a choice, but it's weird that like there's certain things like we'll get to soon. Like there's something very big that happens in this movie that I just didn't register. So it's just interesting to me that like I'll pick up on some like kind of like you're saying like littler details, but like the kind of the broader strokes you just miss. It's weird. So he gets his beautiful ticket and he gets ready to go to the play.
The importance of being earnest.
And guess what?
Now it just hit me now, the title. The importance of being earnest. Peter is not earnest at all.
Is he not? What does earnest mean?
Isn't earnest like honest?
Earnest is like...
Earnest,
Scared stupid.
Yeah. Literally what I was trying to say, I was like, what are the name of those movies?
Ernest Scared Stupid. No, but earnest is like being... I don't want to get this wrong. I think it's being like truthful to yourself. Or like truthful to others.
Yeah, like honest.
Well, not honest. It's like emotionally honest.
Okay, but either way, I would say Peter, he's not... At least with MJ, he's not...
Oh, you're right.
That's what I'm saying. The importance of being earnest.
Okay, yeah.
Peter is not earnest.
I'm sorry. I'm getting into semantics. But yeah, you're completely right, of course. Yeah, because...
I'm just saying, just the title alone of the play, it never really hit me until just now.
Me and Evan were talking about this. We don't know what the fuck that play is. Yeah. But it has some parallels to the movie. And if you're like a smart little fella, and if
you're a literature major...
If you have a 3-digit IQ... Unlike me, you may in fact...
Even though we claim before we have at least 120 IQ.
It's late. But the point is, look at this funny frame of Mr. Dinklage. I gotta start like getting screenshots ready, because that's a good frame. He's like in focus, too, his little underwear. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry. I think there's definitely like... People could pick up on what they're trying to say. But there's also an element of, if you know the play, I'm sure it comes off easier. Yeah. My IQ ain't that high, I guess. But
yeah. Well, like I said, just I think someone's trying to live a dual life in that play, and there right away. Well, there's the parallel between Peter and the protagonist.
And We actually had an expert explain the play to us.
Yeah, Eric Voss.
Don't mention his name.
Why not?
Because then people can find out that I'm not lying. I'm not telling the truth.
He is an expert.
He is an expert. Actually, he was a theater kid, right? So
was he?
He admitted that he was in the play.
Oh.
He admitted on air that he was in the play.
I wasn't listening. I was just like Eric Voss.
The point is a fucking really fucking smart, cool guy breaking out Spider-Man 2.
Yeah. Yeah,
he was basically saying that in the play, it's an ironic title.
Yeah.
The play is about people that are not earnest.
Yeah. Which kind of applied to this movie too, or at least MJ as well. She's not entirely earnest.
I think it has, of course, more to do with Peter,
obviously he's the main character.
Which it's
and
really,
he's Spider-Man, so that dual life thing.
It's clever though. It's like you don't really think about how the whole movie's kind of wrapped around that. It's specifically him not being able to be truthful with MJ.
Yeah.
Like you don't think about that as kind of the focal point, but it really is. And it's clever because in the last movie you think, well, if he's gonna keep Mary Jane in his life, how is he going to approach that? By fucking lying all the time. That's like the only way. If you're not going to like tell the truth and date her or whatever. It's clever.
Yeah, I agree. And then I think there's a theme not so heavily talked about in this movie with that, which I'll talk about at the end, I think.
All right, well, stick around.
Yeah.
Stick around, Evan.
But anyway, so
yeah, Peter's getting ready to start his play.
He's getting ready to go to the play. And he can't afford a whole thing of flowers for MJ. He only has a little bit.
Yeah, like we were saying, there's some good little, just very quick little gags. And the guy just taps him on the shoulder, takes it back. Excuse me, Jesus Christ.
And she's super nervous because she knows Peter's coming. So
she thinks Peter's coming.
Thanks.
So yeah, Peter's on the way. This part made me laugh out loud last night.
Me too.
Peter's on the way to the play on his little scooter.
Uh-huh.
And really the whole movie has not been action-packed. There has not been like a crazy action scene.
Most of it's a drama up to this point.
There actually hasn't been... Spider-Man hasn't fought a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't fought a bad guy. And it's 24 minutes in. We've been talking for a while. But yeah, it's 24 minutes in. Peter hasn't fought a bad guy yet.
Yeah.
He's just been having a shitty life and he saved a couple kids.
Yeah.
And then he's on the way to the play and then just a very dynamic... stylized shot of like robbers. It just like they just fucking slam their way onto Peter's life. And this is what I was mentioning earlier about Mr. Dinklage. It's just like such a hard entry into like a different world.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was hilarious.
The goofy smile on Peter's face is what gets me. He's like he has a goofy smile on his face at when the robbers are coming up when he's riding the bike.
Before he notices.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Right. He's just like, I'm gonna get to the play on time. He's just happy. But yeah, these fucking they try and run down Peter.
Which is crazy.
For really no reason at all.
And he just, uses his fire and jumps over.
You know what's a crazy cool detail that some people may miss?
Mm-hmm.
His bike is the same color as Uncle Ben's car.
Oh, crazy. AKA Sam Raimi's car.
Good little
fun fact that others of you may not know.
I don't like that one. That's not really a good fact.
How's that not a good fact?
No, I think the color being the same is better.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just playing. But yeah, it is cool. That's like the Sam Raimi car he puts in all his movies. That is a fun detail. I'm just pulling your leg. But yeah, he does the real gag here is that
he jumps over the car.
Spider-Man jumps back, slips over the car. Two kids question him about it. There's a gag about like, eat your vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
My mama told me to do that. I don't believe her. But really, the funny thing to me there is like,
how goofy he looks.
Or no, that's what you find funny, I guess. But I just love how it like turns into Fast and the Furious for like 1 second, and then it
just that they random robbers just try to run down this dude. Yeah.
Or for me, the comedy is the sudden change in style.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Dinklage feels like a different movie for a second.
Yeah.
It's really fucking funny the way that Sam expertly does it there.
So this we get like our first real action piece.
And he really, this guy doesn't waste no time.
Yeah.
They run down that innocent man, and then he pulls out the tool.
Yeah, and shoots a cop car.
He shoots a fucking squad car. 18 car pile up. But Evan, guess who? And okay, I want to mention too, the effects are great here.
Yeah.
The effects are fantastic here. Holy crap! It is a web.
Yep. Spider-Man, he comes out and he starts saving the day. This is the first, like we said, first action piece with Spider-Man.
Like, look at that.
Yeah, it looks cool as hell when the police cars strung up with the webs.
Not even just that, but it's just like they're crashing real cars. It looks good.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's like everything is so slick and clean, and it just
the way he's swinging in the next scene also looks really great. Right.
And the effects. This is the first time we're really gonna see this.
The CGI is a step up from part 1.
The effects have improved a lot.
Yeah.
For 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
For 2 years. That looks fucking fantastic. That, not so much, but that's okay. When he swings him back up on the lamppost, it doesn't look too great, but that scene looked really good.
Yeah.
Looked really good. With absolute credulity. Look at all these people pretending they understand this fucking play.
Yeah, they ask MJ.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, MJ sees that the seat is empty. Computer, he's busy being Spider-Man. And I guess there's a little moment in the play. I don't know if it was like a Freudian slip there or it's a line, an actual line. But she says like, MJ looks at the seat and then the actress, she says, "Oh, do you forgive him?" And then she says, "Yes. I mean, no." I don't know if the original line was her supposed to say no or...
Yeah, that exactly. Like, as a kid, I never understood, was this... I guess the way she reads the line, and I mean like the actual actress...
Yeah.
Kirsten Dunst, not Mary Jane. Like, Kirsten Dunst, the way she says it indicates to me that, like, she's just speaking her thoughts on accident. And then she remembers, like, oh, I'm going to play.
Yeah.
I guess that's the way it reads, but that's extremely unprofessional for a Broadway actress. So I always thought, like, maybe that has to be a real line in the play.
Even if it's not, either way, I mean, even if it is, either way, you get the idea that first she's talking about Peter, and then she's kind of gets back in the world of the play, and she's like, yeah. But that's interesting. She actually does say, I forgive him. When she says yes, it seems like, yeah, she's talking about Peter.
Yeah, she seems way more, like, genuine when she's saying yes, as opposed to when she corrects herself and says no.
But that's sweet of her, I think. She still forgives him. Kind of. Well, then their next interaction is not so great, but like we said, that's the Freudian slip, so in her mind...
Yeah, she wants to forgive him, which she does. And this is, it's another funny little joke.
Yeah, Peter tries to get in. He pulls up the robbed cop car.
And I like this moment, too, because, like, of course, like we've been saying this whole time, Peter just gets shit on.
Yeah.
And it's nice for him to just tell someone off.
Yeah.
Like, the cop is like, I'm going to tow this. And he's like...
Whatever. We tow this stolen car.
And Peter at that point looks so disheveled. And,
yeah.
Like,
which Bruce Campbell points out in the next scene.
Also, like, a second later when he walks in... Yeah, Bruce Campbell is the usher.
He points out, like, dude, you look fucked.
I find that so funny. Because, Evan, can I explain the joke? Do I explain the joke, or do we move on?
Which joke?
I just think it's really funny that you have like, Bruce Campbell is like, oh, fix your tie, fix your shoes.
Yeah.
And then he's like, excuse me, what do you want?
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Because obviously he wants to get into the fucking play. But his job is to make him not go in the play.
Yeah, he can't get in because... It helps maintain the illusion, as Bruce Campbell says. And possible Mysterio reference there?
Oh my god.
Maybe that's a bit retroactive.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's retroactive. But as we know, Bruce Campbell was to play Mysterio later.
I think he says it like that because he's
play is, the illusion of the play. Yeah, world.
No, of course that's what illusion means in that sentence. But I'm saying, I think the reason he says it like so, like, he says it in a very, like, cartoony way. Like
because it
helps maintain the illusion.
Yeah.
It's because he's being a dick.
Yeah.
It's not to indicate anything.
Even Bruce Campbell.
Yeah. He's just being a dick. I think that's completely retroactive. I don't think that...
Yo, yeah. I wasn't, like, 100% serious when I said that. But for those of you who don't know, they say Bruce Campbell was supposed to play
it's not
Mysterio.
like a rumor. It's real.
Yeah, if I'm saying for those of you who don't know, they say Mysterio. I mean, Bruce Campbell was supposed to play Mysterio.
Oh, I thought you said it was a rumor for some reason.
Anyways,
it's like for if you don't know, literally it's in the storyboards.
Yeah, Bruce Campbell was
and presumably like the script.
Mysterio.
But I think that was an idea that came like after Spider-Man.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I thought that was like a genuine Twitter theory where people were like, where's the illusion
Oh.
line? It does it mean? It's like, no, this isn't.
No, just when I was rewatching Spider-Man 2 yesterday, when he says help maintain the illusion, well, now looking back, I thought about Mysterio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when he said that.
Oh,
100% original Evan idea.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I mean, someone probably pointed that out before.
That's a bump right there. That's a fist bump. That's actually a pretty funny little. You could make like a. You could make like a fake shitty like Spider-Man Twitter account and be like, was this a reference to Mysterio all the way
Someone
back
else
then?
probably had pointed that out before by now, but it just made me think of that.
You never know.
Anyway, so Peter can't get in because once the plane started, he can't do it. And as we see, Peter's late again because of the Spider-Man thing. And after that, he's waiting outside, I guess, to speak to MJ.
One thing I do like about this too is, it's dramatic. He almost got there on time.
It's just similar to the Joe Pizza thing.
Yeah.
He literally couldn't because he was busy doing the Spider-Man thing.
Okay, Evan, I have a very important question for you. Who's better, the fucking hippie guy or the Asian woman at singing the Spider-Man song? Who's better? I don't like either of them, to be honest.
I'll say the dude from Part 1 because he reminds me of Chad Kroeger from Nickelback. And,
he does.
He looks
like him.
And Nickelback has a song at the end of Spider-Man 1, so there
Crazy
you go.
reference. If I had to pick, I'd say I like the Asian woman better.
They're both funny. I always thought both of them were funny.
I don't know.
But yeah, Peter sees MJ outside, and well, she has another man in his life. He can't intrude. She got John Jameson in her life. Look at her looking very happy. And look at Peter looking very sad. Look at Peter looking very sad.
Cuts to him glassy-eyed, red-eyed, fucking back. He's devastated.
Yeah.
He's devastated.
Because he was very clearly waiting for it. He wanted to explain himself.
Yeah, he was waiting to. And then
but he can't because she's literally with another dude.
MJ knew he was there. She looks back for him.
Yeah.
She looks back for him. What a crazy fucking moment.
It's weird. The way he runs into being Spider-Man wasn't just like, I don't want to think about the Peter thing right now.
I think it was.
Let me go in Spider-Man mode. I don't want to think about this.
He immediately Superman runs down the alley and turns into Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely was like, what's it called? What do they call that? Escapism?
Yeah. He was trying to forget that. And here we see,
this is kind of one of the best, like, special effects.
I agree. Him swinging here looks amazing.
That's one of the best swinging parts in the trilogy.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
It's a pretty short little scene, but it's pretty dope.
This when he starts losing his power.
God damn, the suit looks fresh.
And more back pain reference. Peter literally falls on top of, like, I don't even know what those are. Like the pipes type thing.
You'd think I'd know, but because I'm a little maintenance boy, but no, I don't know.
So yeah, the web doesn't work. And it's interesting. I actually thought about this yesterday.
You know that's really Tobey Maguire's feet? They made him stand on like a 4-foot tall building. Did you know that?
I believe it.
That's really fucked. That's really fucked.
The genius Sam Raimi. But I thought about this yesterday. Right how he immediately loses his webbing there. Right after seeing MJ with another dude.
Oh.
It almost feels like impotency. I feel like maybe that's not directly what they were going for, but that's what it seems like.
Well, because impotence, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to play semantics with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm genuinely curious. Like, impotence can mean, it can have any cause, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get what I don't mean, like literally, like his dick ain't working right. He can't, he ain't fertile. But right after he gets cucked, he loses the ability to shoot his webs.
Yeah, he has no confidence.
Yeah.
So he can't shoot his load.
That
makes sense.
It seems intentional. Yeah. Obviously, that's not something you're gonna catch as a small child, but
and it's also like, well, obviously, like you're saying, that seems like almost like a
The very first thing he loses is his web.
Would you call it a double entendre? I don't know what you call it. Anyways, it feels like a deliberate joke.
Yeah.
Even though it's very subtle. But
I wouldn't even call it a joke. I just think it's a thing that's just kind of being alluded to.
Or yeah,
I wouldn't really say it's a joke.
Not a joke.
I mean, it's easy to laugh at because of penis.
It's just funny. If your penis don't work, you're not a real man. You get your penis working, you can be a man. No, I'm just kidding. But
no, but it's almost like you're taking away his manhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. And he had to take the elevator. Funny gag.
So can we talk about for a moment? Just I think this can be the only moment we mention 2.1, Spider-Man 2.1.
Oh, it's not as funny.
There are some changes, but I think this is the biggest change.
Yeah.
The classic elevator scene where you have this kind of business guy has to stand next to Peter, and
he thinks he's just a cosplayer.
He assumes like, well, there's this guy in an elevator. Spider-Man would take no elevator, so he's probably just a random guy. In the other version, he just assumes it's the real Spider-Man, which it is, and he starts like riffing.
Yeah,
it's very unfunny. And also like, oh,
this is a lot funnier because it's like they talk to each other a little bit, but most of it's just an awkward silence. This is more the lingering we were talking about. He just let you sit with it.
Yeah, and it's also like it makes sense to put this here after Spider-Man, like he just had a really weird, humiliating moment, like alone, and then he kind of has to deal with it in like a more human way than you normally have to. But yeah, you were right about the cum thing. I think
it's interesting. He could have just went back to Peter Parker clothes, but he's like,
I don't think
just gets on with that.
Even though they hand wave that a lot, you know what I mean? Like it's like, is there just like a 3-piece suit in that alley now? Like they kind of hand wave that in kind of like a
it doesn't matter.
Who cares?
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
But here, I think they're kind of playing it like it does matter. Like he has the Spider-Man suit under his clothes. He don't have no blazer under his fucking Spider-Man costume. So it's like he's kind of he's
stuck.
He can't go downstairs like just with no mask. He's not gonna steal clothes. So he just kind of has to bite the bullet and go downstairs. So it's pretty realistic.
Let me point out this fun fact real quick.
What is it?
Peter mentions how the suit rides up in the crotch, and they steal that joke in Far From Home.
Right.
He says, "When tight on the web slinger," or whatever the fuck he says.
Stupid fucking joke.
Oh yeah, and I really like the shot right after that. When he's taking his fucking destroyed bike, right, and he's being tormented by MJ because her face is all over the poster for the play or whatever.
It's and it's also it's just really clever because, like I said earlier, it doesn't, like you said, maybe it's some Chasing Amy shit where it's just weird marketing.
It might have been a character poster also because it says like the name. It might have just been a character poster.
But it is also the only poster we see. But that doesn't really matter. But my point is though, is that it's just a great visual representation of just her face is everywhere. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, yeah.
It's like he's literally being tortured by it.
Yeah.
And I like that. And the fact that he has to carry his bike with him. He can't even swing. It's just...
Yeah.
More shit. Like you were saying, it varies the levels of shit that he gets in this. And that's just another aspect of it.
Which is perfectly
and
done.
There's another little shit here. So the next scene,
Can I mention one thing?
Yeah.
Move on? I love that you kind of touched on this real quick, but I wanted to like point it out more specifically. Of course, he can't ride his bike. He can't swing. Like, that's... And for that little shot, too, because, of course, you have the Mary Jane thing, but it's also establishing, like, yeah, bitch, you have to walk.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have, like, your little human transportation or spider... Like, he has... In that scene, it's like, you have nothing.
Yeah.
That's, And it's just a fucking 1 second little part. And Sam Raimi's just a genius, and I just wanted to shout him out. So
it's just little shots like that, like we said, the one where he sits on in bed or things like that. It's just like, god damn.
But there too,
it's similar to that shot where he sits on bed at the end of the first day, because it's another end of the day shot,
right?
And it lingers where you have to reflect on
it, right? But
that's interesting.
I felt like that scene though. I didn't even think about this really, but it's kind of like I was saying earlier about everything should have like two things. Where it's like, don't have your bike, you can't swing. And also, like, of course, you're still thinking about... Like, he has this moment to think, and all he can think about is Mary Jane, and that's, of course, visually represented by the posters. So please continue with what you're talking about. Spider-Man...
Oh, he's trying to do what he couldn't do the night before, which is tell her what happened. And I just love this. It's like, he can't even do that, trying to explain himself, because he has no money to put in the payphone. I'm like, oh my god. He has no money to put in the payphone.
So he kind of gets some catharsis by kind of
after making his confession.
After it doesn't work, he kind of just confesses like alone to himself, like kind of pretending. I think he does this in the first movie as well, doesn't he?
Tell her that he's Spider-Man. Does it happen?
I think there's something similar where he's talking to himself in the first movie. I might be wrong, but the point is, he's kind of just venting to himself here.
I love the way this is shot also, where the camera just goes around in a circle on him.
It slowly wraps around him.
Yeah.
And
it just makes it feel weighty. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, yeah.
And it's like, see, this sounds so stupid, but seriously, it's like his world is spinning.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. You ever had like so much on your mind where you just feel dizzy?
Yeah.
That's what I kind of get out of that.
That I actually don't think that's a stretch.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that's a stretch, and I didn't think about that.
Because I get that feeling a lot when I'm just like super stressed out.
You know what's fucking hilarious right here?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to mention this. No, but that genuinely, I don't think that's a stretch. I think that was actually there's even more subtle little details that I didn't notice. Honestly, the impotence thing about like I'm sorry, I genuinely am tired. I know that's a beautiful little excuse that you can deploy, but genuinely I'm tired. But that's a good thing to pick up on, and also like the spinning thing is genuinely a good thing to pick up on too, because I think that might actually be real. Like that might actually be the genuine intent, because like. But there's things like that where it's like not subtle at all, like in Black Panther.
What do you mean?
There's a scene in Black Panther when Black Panther's all right. MCU, take another shot. But I'm sorry to bring up the MCU again, but these are the only fucking movies I watch. Fucking in Black Panther when Killmonger wins.
Yeah.
There's a shot where the shot starts upside down and then it twists back upright and then like it's as Killmonger I think is sitting on the throne or something.
Oh yeah. I do remember that. Yeah.
Where it's like, I wonder what the fuck you were trying to say here, Ryan. But here it's a very subtle, very slow turning, and maybe you give it some thought. You say, what is the camera work saying? What is it doing?
That's the way. Like I said, that's what I take out of it, because there's just so much shit on his mind, and I've had days like that where I'm just like, oh my god, there's just too much, and it's like, it literally like affects your mental to the point where it feels physical. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what I took out of that.
You feel dizzy, or you get a headache or a migraine. But one small thing. So we're moving on to, this is the demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
So it is now the day of Otto's demonstration. And one thing that I think is fucking hilarious, that honest to God I didn't notice till right now. So he tells this stupid joke. Otto.
Oh, Peter, big goofy smile.
I never noticed that.
Peter's like, he seems like the only one who genuinely like found it funny.
Look at his goddamn face.
Yeah, cause you see Harry he barely reacts.
Harry doesn't really react. Everyone else has like a polite smile. That guy, that bald guy,
he's looking like, what the fuck?
Like, what the fuck?
He's the guy who lost the money.
You know what's great? He said, "Wait, where's my wallet?"
Yeah.
No, but like that's actually the vulture.
Oh yeah,
Did you know that? That's the vulture.
I'm not even gonna lie. I'll be honest. I think that's a bit intentional too, because Peter and Otto, they're being mirrored throughout the entire movie.
Well, guess what, Evan? They're kindred spirits.
Yeah, seriously, yeah.
No, but genuinely, I think that's like, if there's someone you like, you're gonna, and they crack.
And Peter has a similar sense of humor when he's Spider-Man.
Yeah, he has a corny little sense of humor.
For him, of course, that was funny.
And it really does kind of feel like Otto.
Guys, those subtle details like that, they're just so good. Yeah.
Right.
That tell you so much about the characters. That's amazing. I love that. The way Otto is, his comedy in it, it's really done, I think, to mirror him and Peter.
Because Peter is really literally like. So what is Otto's arc really? It's about
the way I interpret Doc Ock in this movie. I was gonna wait till later to talk about, but I'll just mention it now. The way I see Doc Ock is like, if Peter went too far with kind of letting go of responsibility. You know what I mean?
I think maybe
going too far chasing your dream. Because I said he is, at first it seems like he is what Peter wants to be, but then Otto kind of loses sight of that when he goes too far chasing his dream.
Well, I guess really it's kind of like I think more what it is, maybe. I just said that like 3 times. I'm sorry.
I feel like I said that really poorly, but my point is like, the lesson I think by the end of the movie, like I'm skipping, but what Peter takes from Otto is that like, if you just only chase your dreams and lose sight of responsibility, because he forgets that knowledge is supposed to be used for the good of mankind. If you're only using it just for your own ambitions, your own dreams, well, you're gonna fuck up. It's gonna blow up.
I think what it could mean, and Evan, I'm just thinking about this right now, and I think maybe I might have a 600 IQ. I might have
that's true.
Possibly a 300 IQ. I don't know. We'll see when Spider-Man what I can glean from Spider-Man 3. They should start using the Raimi movies as IQ tests.
Yeah.
No, okay. So what I was gonna say is that I think it's difficult for me to phrase this because he loses his wife right now, which I also have something else I want to mention very quickly about, which is a little funny little detail about my brain. But obviously he loses his only family right here, which he had a great relationship with her, but she was his only family. I think it might have more to do with, because of course there's the science fiction element of his inhibitions, but he loses his only family, and after that all he has left is like his purpose, his greater purpose. And obviously what Peter's dealing with in this movie is he's neglecting his personal life, his family, and his friends for his greater purpose. You know what I mean? So I think it has less to do with power and responsibility and more with balancing your life.
That's interesting. I see it more kind of the opposite way. I think Otto is chasing something he shouldn't be chasing.
I think,
but in the long run, I think you're right. Where it's supposed to be about balance.
The reason I think my little reading, and like I said, it's not like I've been thinking about this for years. I actually kind of just thought of that right now.
And it gets more into that ego thing where it's like he's going personally after desire.
He doesn't have.
He's chasing desire only.
I don't think he's chasing desire only. I think it's that because it's kind of like an ant. Like it's like an ant just wants to bring food back. Like what Otto had in mind before, like his main goal was always like, and you can see it too in this scene where it starts to go wrong before he ever has an issue.
Yeah.
He's kind of like irresponsibly wants the experiment to continue when it's like clearly becoming dangerous. And I think just because Rosie doesn't have big enough of a role for this to be like substantiated, I guess. But maybe had she like been there in the rest of the movie, it wouldn't go this far.
I don't know if I agree.
Well, she doesn't even get a chance to talk to him about it. She really doesn't. Yeah. But I think if Rosie had been more kind of involved in Otto's story here, I think they could have maybe fleshed that out a little bit. I don't know. Not to, of course, Raimi's right. So whatever reading is there within the text is their correct one. But no, but I think there's something there. I think there's something there.
Of course, I would agree.
It's just that she dies like so quickly, and unceremoniously that it's kind of hard to glean anything extra from that. But I think
the way I see it is because Otto fucks up hard here, and this you can't even blame on the arms or taking over his brain.
It's his fault.
It's his fuck up because everyone tells him, "Yo, Otto, you need to shut this down. It's not going right." But he insists, "No, I got this.
Yeah,
I got this covered." And that's just he's chasing something that he doesn't need to be chasing. He's like so set and intent on getting this right.
I think another thing that kind of fucks up my little reading there.
It's similar to what happened with Goblin, where it's like, take your time doing this, you know.
But it's also
Goblin with more on a deadline, but
it's more understandable kind of for Norman in that sense.
Yeah.
But I think another reason that little hiccup in my reading of it is that there's no, like I was saying, if they had more Rosie in there, because it jumps from we're happy, I'm getting a grant from your rich friend.
Yeah.
And it jumps from like just a happy dinner where he's getting a grant to like the science experiment when he's kind of being extremely irresponsible. So I don't know, but I see I see Doc Ock, what he's doing as, even though what he does is extremely irresponsible, I think what it means, like, in regards to Peter is, like, I think there's something more dynamic than just responsibility and power.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like, you have a, Jesus, that was long-winded, I'm sorry, but...
I would agree with that.
But I think,
just what I see is, like, Otto starts out as, like, Peter's ideal. Like, this is what I want. Well, but then he goes a step too far with the personal ones. Which is a warning to Peter.
That's the thing, though. I don't think it's personal. Because he even says to Harry, he's like, I don't want, it's not about the Nobel Prize. He genuinely wants to help humanity. He wants this to be, like, the new free energy, whatever. He wants to be like Nikola Tesla or whatever the fuck.
But then by the time he becomes Doc Ock, it's not even for the only purpose he has is just, I want to get this right.
Yeah.
And for that reason, it feels very selfish.
Well, of course,
it's like to satisfy his own desire. Well, I don't want to be the failure of a scientist. That's what I mean.
I don't think it's about failure. I think it's just like...
He doesn't have any good intent in his mind later on when he's Doc Ock.
But I think after he becomes Doc Ock, like we were saying, like he goes insane. I think it just becomes tunnel vision.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But there's no goal there. It's just, I want to get this right. It's impulse, I think, like we were saying earlier.
Yeah, I don't think... So I don't want to say this, Evan, because I don't want to undercut Spider-Man 2. I just don't... I think after that point, it's like, this is just a villain. Like, we just need a villain. But I think if there is a theme with Doc Ock in regards to Peter, I think...
That's the way I see it anyways. It's just him chasing what happens if you chase your dreams too far. I mean, they literally do say that in the movie.
I guess the way I see it is just kind of a rephrase of that. Because I think he's kind of almost like...
I can see what you mean, though, when you're saying, like, oh, maybe he feels like, for him, it's his responsibility. But the way I see it, it's like, this is a purely selfish thing, in my opinion.
I just don't, I don't know. Because I almost don't attribute any character to Doc Ock after he goes insane. You know what I mean? Unlike Norman, where it's like, it kind of twists his mind and that's just who he is now.
It's him, like we said, just purely following animal desire. And then if Peter stopped being Spider-Man, if Peter forgot about the responsibility thing, he's only following his impulses and his desire. You know what I mean? I don't think it's meant, like I said about Norman in the last episode, I don't think it's meant to be taken 100% literally. It's just a message for Peter and also the viewer. It's just, don't always go chasing your desire, your impulse, your dreams. You gotta remember your responsibilities.
Well, I guess, you know what, Evan?
That's the way I see it anyways. That's what I take from it.
I guess we disagree.
That's just my personal...
Well, because, okay, real quick, and I'll fucking move on from this, because I feel like I've been dragging this out. I apologize. But it's interesting to me.
Yeah.
Genuinely interesting to me. Just, how, like I was saying earlier, you were saying as well, like, Otto is kind of posed as like, oh, this could be Peter in 20 years.
Yeah.
And also at the dinner earlier, it's like, oh, like, I want this life. Like, you're my hero, not just in the sense of, like, what you've accomplished, but also, like, your balance of that, of that life. And then, even though there is, like, a science fiction conceit, he goes insane, whatever. He then, like, the balance he had in his life between, like, family and his work were, like, ruined, of course, because his wife dies. Which I want to mention here, and we can move the fuck on. But, so, like, his work, and we can call I'll call Spider-Man work, you know what I mean? Like, and then also his jobs are his, like, personal life, not his work, you know what I mean? So if Spider-Man is his work, and then, like, the sun thing is Doc Ock's work, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's not about a moral thing anymore. It's about like your personal like mental health.
Yeah.
That's how, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I think the kind of message is with Doc Ock. Okay. I like how all 4 arms block him.
But anyway, so yeah, just not talking about Doc Ock at any point. The experiment going completely wrong. And yeah, Otto, he failed to really do anything about it. Even though they tell him, yo, shut them down.
Otto refuses.
Yeah,
Otto refuses. Because guess what, Evan? He's too focused on his work. He's too prideful of his work. One thing I wanted to mention, though, is when I was a kid, I didn't notice Rosie dies here.
Which is interesting. I don't know how you couldn't.
It's just because the way that it's shot.
They literally show her body coming.
But listen. There's an easy explanation. You could easily not read that as her face. Okay? It is pointed at the camera, but they cover it very quickly, and it's covered in, like, ash or something. But also, the way that they film her being, like, killed is very distracting.
Oh, it's horror-esque.
It is,
it's
but
Sam Raimi-esque.
As a kid, I didn't register it as, like, this is gonna go and sever her eye and brain.
Yeah.
I registered it as, like, oh, there's stuff flying at her.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the movie, of course, like, Doc Ock is just like a hermit.
Yeah.
He's just wandering around. I mean, he might tip his beautiful fedora, but he's homeless, basically.
He has a little hideout.
He has a little hideout.
Where you're recreating his experiment. So yeah, Peter Parker disappeared, but for some reason Spider-Man appears, and no one questions it.
I wonder who the fuck, you know. And there's some cool stuff in this movie, where it's a great example of you don't question it if there's a bunch of good shit in it to, like, think about.
Yeah, I agree.
Think about or enjoy.
Yeah,
I don't care that Peter happens to be at the bank that Doc Ock robs. I don't care. Because they have financial issues, they were trying to get shit sorted, so maybe they were at a bank. Who gives a shit? It's just, like, shorthand, and we can transition easily.
Well, and also, just in general with Spider-Man, always the situations he gets into are always connected to his personal life somehow.
Right. Yeah.
So, that's just a Spider-Man thing.
It kind of is a superhero thing in general.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just...
But it's like, it's always very specific and more...
It is kind of like,
in Spider-Man.
Your dad's best friend is evil. Your teacher's evil. Your boss is evil.
And I think that's always done... Because I feel like Spider-Man, it's more like moral of the story driven than most other superheroes. Like, there's always...
I'd agree with that.
Meant to be a story, like, a message at the end of the day. And it's easy to tell that when it's personal. You know what I mean?
Very personal relationships.
Yeah.
It also gives it a different sense of weight and everything. So I really like that. I like this version. We haven't really talked about this. Just real quick, I wanted to talk about Doc Ock in general. He's really different in this movie.
Yeah.
Than he is really in anything else.
Yeah, he's a lot more tragic in this. He's way less evil.
And he's not like... He doesn't...
I mean, he's evil once he becomes Doc Ock, but, like, prior to that...
Yeah, he just, like... It is kind of... I'm sorry to say this, Evan. Mm-hmm. It is kind of lazy.
You think so?
I mean, I don't want him to be like...
I disagree, because I feel like they use Otto character to service Peter's.
No, they do. I'm saying it's lazy in the sense that he's just... It's the same thing as Green Goblin when just like an evil switch is turned on.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean by that.
So... But like I said, there's some things that I'm willing to concede. It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's not... I genuinely don't see that as a huge issue, but that's kind of the biggest difference between, like, traditional Dr. Octopus. Doc Ock always felt like this super narcissistic scientist, like, super scientist guy. But in this, it's very...
I think that's there a little bit, though, the narcissism. Like we said,
it is there. It is there.
Refusing to shut down his experiment because he's so certain
sure,
that he got it.
But Spider-Man says, I'm pulling the plug. There's that faded fucking woman.
Oh, and Harry's reaction is just funny where he's like, he humiliated by touching me.
He humiliated me by touching me.
And he said, all I have left is Spider-Man.
It's very silly, but...
It's funny.
That's okay.
But like we said, just Harry Osborn in this movie is just very cartoonish.
Yeah. He probably is genuinely the most cartoonish thing in the movie. So what are we looking at here? Oh.
So now we get
Oh no.
Yeah. This scene is crazy. So they try to remove the arms off Otto, and he goes crazy.
He goes fucking sicko mode on me.
When I was watching the movie,
he goes octo mode.
Yeah, he goes octo mode.
He goes Octopath Traveler.
When I was watching the movie last night, or yesterday, it wasn't even last night. It was yesterday morning. This scene just hit me so hard yesterday. I was like, oh shit, like. This is pretty brutal for a superhero movie.
It's very brutal.
Yeah. And it feels like Evil Dead. Outside of the chainsaw, which comes up.
God damn.
Like, the way just Doc Ock... So, this is when the arms, like, completely take over anyways. He passed out, but the arms are refusing to be taken off Otto's body by the surgeons.
Yeah, I was completely unconscious. Yeah. And there's just this great, beautiful fucking...
This scene, this part specifically, where one of the arms grabs the doctor and he has a piece of metal in his hand and shoves him into light and electrocutes him. I was like, God damn, that is brutal. Like, seriously.
The worst part for me when I was a kid was the screaming nurse or whatever, like scraping the floor.
Me too. That was what bothered me the most as a kid too, because it just looked disturbing. But for some reason, when I watched it yesterday, watching the one doctor get electrocuted, I was like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, every little thing that happened. Oh, it was like the woman scraping, and then like the guy like ineffectually trying to cut it with the chainsaw. Yeah. That also bothered me.
Which Evil Dead reference, I would say. Sure, I would say it is.
Sure. I always liked how clean it looked.
It's like when he also the fact that he's trying to cut off an arm with the chainsaw.
Okay.
Evil Dead.
All right, sure. Evan's the Evil Dead fan. I'm not the Evil Dead fan. I'm sorry. I love how the fucking foreskin. You know what? This is a great little insight.
Mm-hmm.
When so right here where the bigger tendrils, the bigger like fingers of the tendril, mm-hmm. right? They peel back, and they reveal like the little pincers underneath to remove the blindfold.
Yeah.
That represents a foreskin.
Oh.
Being peeled back.
Yeah.
On a cock.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy one.
And you know why? Of course.
Oh, why?
Because Dr. Octopus is cocky. It's all very intentional. But yeah, I always thought that was badass, like his Darth Vader no.
Yeah.
Done much better here than in episode 3.
I agree. The way he breaks out of this is crazy too.
He faded.
Yeah. It actually reminds me of Akira when Tetsuo ran to the hospital.
Okay.
Definitely, and also that's kind of where Tetsuo discovering his power too. It reminded me a lot of that.
Does fucking Sam Raimi like anime?
Good question. I have no idea.
I hate that.
I love that shot.
That's one of my least favorite parts.
Really?
Of the movie. Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, it's just a shot where like Ock looks at the camera and the arm like it opens up or whatever.
They actually do that a lot with Doc Ock in this movie, where like they do a lot of weird like, like the 180 rule.
Mm-hmm.
They just be breaking the 180 rule with Doc Ock in this. Basically, yeah, like a sharp turn around and like the arms pose with him.
It looked cool because it was like that was so comic booky to me. I don't know.
I hate it because it's such a obvious like. Here's a trailer shot.
Yeah.
And also, that's not even how the scene ends. It like he turns around with a sharp look. It cuts behind his back, and then it cuts again, and he walks away.
Yeah.
Like cut on the fucking sharp turnaround. I don't know. Hoffman. I love Hoffman.
So yeah. Next scene, Jonah does name Doc Ock. He gives him his name.
We're back.
Well, actually, Hoffman did, but Jonah takes the credit for it.
What do you want to raise? Get the fuck out of my office. God, he looks good here. It's sad because obviously J.K. Simmons is a fantastic actor, but he looked perfect at this time.
Yeah, I agree.
Now he's like bald and old.
They keep him bald.
Yeah. I don't like that.
But the voice is still good.
Well, obviously, like I said, he's still a great fucking actor, but he looked exactly like the character here. Oh, man.
So I can't not talk about this moment. So Peter shows up, the Bugle talking about Doc Ock, obviously. They're trying to find a way to indict Spider-Man, of course, on it somehow. And Robbie brings up Spider-Man. This is a very quick moment, but it's interesting. Robbie says, I heard Spider-Man was there, and he gives Peter a look. They look at each other, so I wouldn't say Robbie knows, but he's at least suspicious of Peter possibly being Spider-Man. Jonah, he's just like so blinded by like, yeah, you give me the pictures, I don't give a fuck. Where Robbie's like a bit more tuned in.
I think there's an element of like and this is reading super deep into it. I think there's an element of J.K. I always mix up the J.K.
Yeah.
His character. We're watching the iconic laugh, but I think there's an element of J. Jonah Jameson that it's like not looking a gift horse in the mouth. It's like, I have this super easy source to Spider-Man pictures. That's my fucking bread and butter.
I'm not gonna question it.
I don't care how you get them. Just get them to me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
that's actually kind of interesting. So yeah, now we're at the barge. Dr. Octopus setting up his evil lair. I think we can move up a little bit.
Oh, and I wanted to say, Jonah gives Peter the job to go take pictures at the planetarium for his son's party. Was that the
transition that you don't like?
Yeah, it's like there's like a weird water transition. It just feels so out of place.
It is right there.
Which is strange.
Okay.
And the next scene, just all you need to know is that Otto basically realizes, the arms are a voice in his head. They've taken over. The inhibitor chip, which it controls the AI, or lets him control the AI, is fucked up, and the arms take over his brain.
Evan, can I speak about something fucking crazy right now?
Yeah.
Remember how I was crazy one time?
Yeah.
I think there's an element of he's using something external to talk to himself, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But there is an AI in the arms, though, so they are kind of alive.
I wonder why they do that with Doc Ock. Not the AI thing. Mm. You know how he just did the sharp turnaround again?
Yeah.
Why? What is up
with
that?
That's a Sam Raimi thing.
Is it?
Yeah,
Spider-Man never do that.
That's just an Evil Dead thing.
But like Peter Parker never turn around like that.
Oh, well, I think it's easier to do with a villain, honestly.
It might fit with a villain better, but he's like the worst villain to do it with because he has these giant arms on his back.
I don't know. I like it.
I don't really like it. But you know what I do like? Character Alfred Molina. Character actor Alfred Molina. He looks dope in the robes.
So this is what I mean. So at this point, this is what I mean, where he just completely starts acting only on desire. Where he's like, oh, let me finish this experiment. Oh, let me rob a bank to get the money to start doing it.
God, the bank scene is amazing. Wait, what does he say here?
He says the power of the
sun. No, he says nothing will stand in our way. Nothing. I love that. That's funny. Oh, the bank scene. What a wonderful
scene.
And
yeah, so Doc Ock decides to rob the bank, and that's the next scene we get. And they can't get the loan that they need on May or Peter.
But this is a good bit of comedy, too. Like when Aunt May tries to get Peter to not mention how she's lying about the
piano lessons.
Lessons, and she accidentally kicks Joel McHale. And you actually see him limp away. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't.
I noticed that for the
first... she kicked him hard as shit. Jesus Christ.
He said, ow. He couldn't even, like, politely ignore it to avoid it being awkward. He just, like... And then he, like, smugly is like, oh, you can't really get the toaster because... Yeah, but she's a great actress. But look at him. He limps away.
That's funny, yeah. I like that quick shot you get of Peter, too, where he's just like... You know he just feels like shit because he can't help Aunt May with this. Like, they had to go get a loan to do it.
And I don't know how he fit them arms in that trench coat, but that's all right.
So yeah, Doc Ock, he goofily pops up in a fedora and a trench coat and starts robbing the bank.
This is some straight up Spider-Man, the animated series. Like, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah. I love this. I love this scene because it's so goofy. It's weird how part 2 is more serious, but also more goofy than part 1.
Yeah, they go, like...
And it works so perfectly.
In terms of stylization, I mean, of course, the surgery room scene is scary, but in general, like, he leans way more into the cartoony.
Yes,
than
I
he
agree.
does into anything else.
I agree. So Peter runs off on Aunt May here. She's like, "Oh, where'd you go?" But I'll come back to that. So Spider-Man and Doc Ock start fighting. Not a lot to say here, really. God, it's your first, like, real action scene.
He looks fresh.
He does, in the fedora and everything.
He looks fresh. And obviously, I wanted to mention this, and I'll just let it keep playing here. I love the gold coins.
Me too.
I've heard people say, like, why are there gold coins? Like, shut your dumbass up.
It just looks cool visually. Yeah. I'm more concerned with stuff
You don't need much else.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
If it's not, like, severely distracting, which it isn't, and it looks cool visually...
Because this is like an old-timey-ass looking bank.
Yeah.
And you just have some fucking gold coins. And Joel McHale tries to snack one, but guess what? Aunt May, that's not honest. Aunt May doesn't like that.
That was another thing I wanted to mention. That it's just like Sam always portrayed like the poor as being more honest in these movies.
That's true.
Because Aunt May could have started jacking some money there, but she doesn't. She doesn't. She's a good person.
She's a real one.
But Joel McHale, the asshole banker who works there, tries to snag some of the money. So at least Peter and Aunt May, at the very least, he portrays them as very good and honest people.
Yeah, they're
despite their situation, which I really like.
Which is like I was saying earlier, that's like...
And they don't really have any reason to be. They just are.
Well...
They're good people. Like you said, he's good to a fault at points. Yeah, you have a really goofy scene here where the extra runs up to the camera. That's what I mean with shit like that.
She runs and screams in every direction. Yeah. And then towards the camera. That's great. But anyways... Aunt May doesn't have much of a reason, but fucking Peter was raised right, you know? And I think...
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's just like...
One thing I really like about this movie, too, is, like, they give you... even though I do have an issue with it, Aunt May has a nice little line, similar to Ben's advice in the first movie. I like that.
Oh, my God. And so when Peter and Doc Ock fight on the building, after he takes Aunt May hostage, it just looks so cool. When they're falling and fighting in the air, it's so good.
One thing I like about this, too, is they're falling and fighting, and they don't look exactly the same. And they don't have the same powers. Yeah. Because it is a CGI fight, but it's cool. One's in green, has giant metal arms. Yeah. One's in red and blue and is like very strong.
It's not lazy.
Yeah, they're not both in cat suits, just falling, punching each other. And I always like that.
Where Aunt May thanks the angel for saving her there.
Well, I always like the aspect of like, well, she was panicking and holding herself on, but she realized like, oh, even though I'm high up, there's a small platform under me that I can stand on. And also, of course, I love this too. Spider-Man is thrown far away, and he web slingshots himself back, and Doc Ock's trying to play a dirty trick, but guess what? Shame on him. And Aunt May, she bonks him on the head.
There is a shot I want to mention in this scene though, really quick. That. When Aunt May's hanging on with the umbrella, and Peter tells her, hang on, you get a very quick shot of Aunt May's face looking down, and she like has a different expression. I think this is the moment when she realizes that Peter might be Spider-Man.
She recognizes his voice. Maybe.
Yeah,
right. Because they get kind of a close quarters interaction.
And just the fact that he feels so urgent to her specifically. Well, I mean,
he's the only one in trouble, but still.
But you know what I mean? It feels very the way he like calls out to her there, it just feels like personal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds very desperate.
Yeah.
Like if it was like some random woman, he'd be like, hang on there, fat titties.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Like he maybe would say a joke. One thing that's interesting to me is they say that Toby's Peter doesn't joke as much as other Spider-Men, and I think part of it has to do with like, are you gonna make a pun when your fucking girlfriend's about to die? Like maybe when someone else is gonna die, and you think like if there's a 90% chance you're gonna save like a normal civilian, maybe you make a joke. If there's a 90% chance that you're gonna save like your mom,
yeah,
you're not gonna make a joke because that's a 10% chance your mom's gonna die.
I agree with you, and
you know what I mean.
You kind of see that in that same scene, because before he kidnaps Aunt May, he actually quips like 2 or 3 times in the bank,
right? With
the "Here's your change," and then he says, "Oh, I have a knack for pissing people off," or whatever he sent to Doc Ock there. So that was interesting.
But I really like how Aunt May gets a blow on the first 2 main villains.
Yeah, she does.
Like she hits Norman and Otto.
She does.
That's pretty dope.
And yeah, I just want to mention again about her thing, realizing Peter. She never brings up after that Peter, why'd you run off on me? Even though she was bothered by it. So that's more credence to that. Oh, she probably realized that.
And also, she probably also, maybe not in the moment, but I think later she may have processed like he like very tactfully pushed me out of the way.
Yeah.
Of when like Doc Ock threw the giant like 20-ton door.
Yeah.
Backwards on top of them. He was able to like get her out of the way inhumanly.
Yeah.
So I think maybe she put it all together later, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
So anyway, if we get John Jameson party there.
God damn.
Next
I'm sorry,
scene.
I just want... Harry can really handle that bottle. He can really handle that bottle.
Harry got a big ass bottle.
So it's the job Peter got earlier to take photographs at the party for John Jameson, the astronaut.
The astronaut. My son, the astronaut.
My son, the astronaut. He's very proud. Which is... It's crazy how it doesn't feel cheap that he's like... It's Peter's boss's son, and also like his like the woman he loves, like her new boyfriend. It doesn't feel cheap.
It's more like we said, just shit is always personal with the character.
It's kind of like the villains thing, but you can also kind of buy. I can buy an astronaut and a Broadway actress.
That makes sense. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
scientist BF, art GF.
all right. Drama Club GF. All right.
Oh, and why does this random lady at the gala say the delicious John James?
She didn't need to say all that.
She didn't. She
With
said,
all them wrinkles, you don't need to be saying that.
She said the delicious Captain John James.
You don't need to be saying that. You don't need to be saying that.
And he pulls up with MJ, and so Peter. This when Peter sees John James is that dude you were with.
Look at all the white people.
There's a lot of white. There's some black people right there. Okay.
I have to prove myself that wasn't a cheap joke. Look at this. It's a lot of white people.
Yeah. But it was just funny. Immediately after you said that, I saw like 3.
The opposite shot that it cut to is almost all black people. Okay. Anyways, it's a weird composition of races there. The point is though, is that Peter is looking longingly at Mary Jane, and she looks disgusted at his presence.
Yeah.
And she looks away. Sadly.
So this is the first time they're seeing each other after.
What dress is she wearing?
Oh, and there's, like you said about
the gag,
the little things that's like, Peter's looking just horrible. He can't get the food. When he tries to take a picture earlier, the cap is still on the lens.
I didn't notice that one.
Yeah, it's little things like that. It's just, oh my god.
Because he tries to take another picture, but like, is that what it was? The cat. How many times does he get fucked up taking a picture? Just once.
Yeah, I'm just there. Oh, and then later it's like he's out of it, which we'll get to in a second.
Oh, right, okay. But the things running out on him, I don't know you. Yeah, right here, Mary Jane. So Mary Jane and Peter are like having a conversation now, and I think it's
their first since he didn't show up for the play.
Right, because they failed to talk on the phone.
Yeah.
And epic fail, right? Epic fail. But I think right here she says, like, my best friend's supposed to be here for me. Like, what? When did...
Well, that's the thing. I don't think she really has many friends at all.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
And she so at this point, she's completely let down by him. She knew he'd disappoint him, and I'd disappoint her, and he did. And, Mr. High Top Alex, I'm not going to take this idea myself. I will credit him. He said that he felt like this was the moment she decided, I'm done with Peter. I'm going to marry John. Having this conversation. Because he just failed to explain himself whatsoever.
I guess you're right. And he tries the
poetry
thing at the worst possible time.
Her reaction, that's so funny. She said, don't start.
She just doesn't care. So I wanted to mention, this is hilarious. So there's 2 instances of him like trying to grab a snack, but someone snags it first.
Yeah.
And then right here, you remember this joke?
Yeah, he gets the glass, but it's empty.
It's
a dirty glass.
He grabs a glass, but it's a dirty glass that they're taking to the kitchen, like, to be washed. That is hilarious. Peter doesn't really... And it's kind of sad, too, because even though, like, he saves the day... And we'll mention that... You know what? I'll get to that later with the ending. We'll get to that, and we'll get to that soon. Let's keep it moving.
The fact that the first hour of the movie is just like so much drama, there's a lot to talk about.
You're right too, because there's like we said, there's not a Spider-Man fight in at least the first 30 minutes. More than 30 minutes, because like he does do like a flip over the car, but that's not even anything.
Yeah.
Like, and the thing is too, like as a kid, it even keeps you entertained.
Yeah.
Like I did have my famous rant last week.
Yeah.
And I just kind of wanted to touch on that again. Even as a kid, you're not bored by that first 30 minutes.
No, it's interesting.
It's good.
You're not bored. I definitely agree. Spider-Man 2 still amazing as a kid. But I will say this. Me and you both had this experience where it's like, as children, we both like Spider-Man 1 more.
True.
But then with 2, it's just like, the message of 2 and like everything going on, it hits harder when you're older.
I agree. But also there is like the, there is just kind of the, just the fact that he's not wearing a mask.
It's not dull.
He's not, well, I'm saying for Spider-Man 2, you get a pretty quick like, oh, these powers are crazy. He's getting powers. Oh, he's putting the suit on. He's fighting Bonesaw, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it moves pretty quickly. There's like a very distinct flow to it.
Mm-hmm.
In this, like, the drama is really good in the beginning. But, yeah, for a kid, I can imagine it being slow. But I remember, it was still very engaging.
Yeah, for me,
of course I love this movie, too, as a kid.
And the very next... So, literally...
This is kind of a follow-up to, like, the birthday scene.
Kind of, but I was just going to say, I like the placements of this where... I agree with that, though. No, I definitely agree. I like the placement of this scene. So, now he has his falling out moment with Harry. They place it immediately after the MJ one. So, it's like his two... Outside of Aunt May, his two, like, intimate relationships are just in the garbage.
Essentially, like, his two only friends.
Yeah. And they're ruined back to back. The placement of that is cool.
And I like this moment, and I think this moment is actually kind of what's the word? I'm sorry.
Even though it's dramatic, I think it's his least cartoony moment.
That's kind of what I was gonna touch on, is because the rest of his performance is so cartoony, this doesn't really hit like it should.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But it's like when he gets drunk, it's like he finally lets go.
Yeah,
and the real him comes out.
He doesn't have the goofy, but it's kind of like, even though he kind of lets the goofy shit, like him trying to be like a suave businessman,
yeah, he
does let that shit go when he gets drunk, but he's still on an 11.
Yeah, definitely. But because he's so pissed off.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, he's just done with Peter, and Peter...
And he hits Peter twice.
He slaps him in the face twice, which is...
Harry, I just have to... Here's my famous Harry rant.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to go that long about it. But Harry is just such a fucking cunt in this movie. And he's also like...
I agree, but I'll defend him a little bit. But continue.
He's, like we mentioned, like, he's an asshole in Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I need to cut myself off again. I didn't realize how much, like, in the text acknowledgement, there's some of the shit that me and Evan are like, oh, we didn't notice it until years later. There's acknowledgments in the movie of these things that we're like, oh, we never picked up on that. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's acknowledgments in this movie of, like, oh, my dad loved you. Like,
yeah.
And that took us a while to pick up on
in the
Spider-Man 1.
I was actually thinking about that when I watched it. Harry specifically said to Peter, "You stole my father's love."
Yeah.
In part 1, it's subtle. It's never actually explicitly said that Harry's angry about that. But in this, it all comes out. He actually says it. He says, "You stole MJ from me," which he didn't really do.
It's like, come on,
yeah.
Harry. Like...
But he said, "And you stole my father's love," and so he says that. What we were talking about for Spider-Man 1. I
guess as a kid, I was just like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah.
Because I didn't pick up on that until I was at least like, I don't know, like, how old were we when we were first talking about that? That was years ago.
A few years ago, yeah. It's just good to show that whatever we were thinking as far as that was definitely intentional.
But it's so fucking, like, it's just ingrained into the movie in a really subtle way.
Yeah.
It's just really good. And that was all from a scene that I don't even really like that much. we just went on that tangent. I mean, I do actually like the scene, but like I said, Harry, I'm so about. I can't wait to talk about him getting the shit kicked out of him.
The only reason I don't like, I mean, I'm defending him, but it's just like, imagine your best friend is making his money off the guy you assume killed your father. That kind of fucked, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but imagine, like, I guess
I'm not going to fully defend him, but I'm saying...
I guess at the same time, there's no way that...
That point of view is like, yeah.
I think Harry's definitely, like, offering Peter money, and Peter's refusing, and he's choosing to do the Spider-Man thing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it is complicated.
Yeah.
It's like, you can see both sides, in a way.
Like I was saying, that's kind of what I was saying earlier when we were talking about the backyard scene with Mary Jane. all the relationships in this are just messy.
It's kind of like we were mentioning this.
No one's entirely in the right.
Yeah, in the last episode we were mentioning this, like, not exactly what you're saying, but it ties in, like, everyone in Spider-Man 1, and of course this too, like, they definitely feel fleshed out in their own way. Like, they definitely all feel like three-dimensional, like, dynamic characters. So, when you really think about it, when you think about MJ's perspective or Harry's perspective, it tracks, you know? They don't feel like the bad guy, which...
And, like I was saying this earlier, but I just have to be said again, the fact that it's so messy, it just makes it feel so real and human.
Despite the fucking, like, garish, like, cartoonish shit.
Yeah.
It feels very real.
And then, and immediately after, Harry's like, yeah, fuck you, best friend, and slaps him. MJ agrees to marry John, which I'm assuming... I agree with High Top Alex. That was... After she talked to Peter, she's like, yeah, I'm done with you. I'm moving on. And... Wow, we've seen... There's like 3 distinct days we see in this, and all 3 of them have just been complete shit up to this point for Peter.
Yeah, and like I said, because, wait, is that the moment... We don't have the sound on, so I apologize. That part is the part where Jonah's like, get the picture, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That part is literally so devastating.
Because he's so out of it.
And it's like, hey, get back to work, idiot. Yeah. And he's like, he has to take a picture of the worst thing that's ever happened to him. Like, damn, that's a good moment.
It is. And then the swinging scene right after that, you see, it's very depressing. The swinging place right after that, it's the perfect time for him to lose his powers.
But I don't see it as, like... I can almost see it as, like, therapeutic. Like him going for a swing. Like going for a walk.
Yeah, maybe. I can see that, but... The way it's played here is, like, it's not happy.
No. But it's like...
And it was the perfect time for him to lose his powers, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Because all the shit that happened that night was because of Spider-Man.
Yeah, because all his shit is strained, but at that point it's severed. Or whatever, right? Like, he's pretty much lost Harry and Mary Jane. And that was probably, like, the worst moment of his, like, work career. Like, at least as a photographer, that was probably the worst moment of his fucking life.
Yeah, for sure.
In a work sense, too.
And so subconsciously, he's like, Spider-Man is the cause of all of this. It's not even necessarily subconscious. But...
It is subconscious. Damn.
The power thing is definitely a subconscious. It's not that he really locked his powers. It's just like he doesn't want to do it.
He has the yips.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
The yips.
I think that's what it's called. It's
like the suds.
It's the suds. Literally, he starts brapping big bubbles out in his fucking underwear. No, the yips. I think that's what it's called. It's like when you're a high performance, like, athlete. And you think about what you're doing too hard and you can't do it anymore. Yeah. It's kind of like that.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think he actually physically lost it. No. It's just all in his head.
No. Yeah. I agree. I completely agree. Like you said, it's like erectile dysfunction too.
Yeah.
Where it's like, if you're too anxious or you're too, like, whatever.
Stressed out. Yeah. Any of that.
It's not going to work out for you.
And he realizes, in his head, he's getting rid of the cause of all that shit. It's his body... Not even necessarily in body, it's his mind trying to detox, I guess. It's taking away the pain, which is being Spider-Man.
I think in the back of his little head, in the back of his tiny little head, his, like you said, like, his brain's kind of like...
That's his way of, like, detoxing. Detox is not the best word to use, but...
That's so interesting, because it, like, I feel like detoxing... No, it's just so interesting, because I love when a superhero thing can, like, mix stuff... And it can kind of, it just makes so much sense, but it's clearly not real or based on one particular thing. But, because it's kind of like the yips, and it's also kind of like, it's like if you, like, let's say if you're like a pothead.
Yeah.
And you smoke way too much, eventually, your body will start to reject it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you might not, like, or if you have no experience with alcohol... And you just keep drinking and drinking and drinking, like, let's say in one night.
Yeah.
And you might just say, like, well, whatever, I can handle it, whatever. Like, no matter what your conscious brain thinks, you're gonna hit a point internally where your body's like, nah.
Yeah.
So I think that's what is happening here. It's like he thinks he has this responsibility.
OD'd on Spider-Man.
Exactly.
He OD'd on Spider-Man.
He's like, I have this responsibility. No matter how hard it is, I just have to keep going. And eventually, his body's like, no, you need like a fucking balance.
Yeah.
You know? It's really clever. Really clever.
Yeah, which is what I like a lot about part 2. I was gonna save this for the end for when MJ comes back. I'll still touch on it. The message in this one isn't so much as in part 1. It's like, yeah, you should prioritize responsibility, and this is like, you need a good balance of both. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at about Doc Ock. I think you can't chase one extreme or the other too heavily. Yeah. You need a good balance. Whatever label you put on it, you need a balance. Yeah. You need a balanced life. Yeah. So. And one thing I really like about Doc Ock is he smokes cigars. Yeah. No, but this, like, there's a kind of small scene of Doc Ock doing some work here, and I think it's great. It looks cool. It looks great with all the arms doing work, and he's just he's smoking it. He's cheesing that cigar. It just looks fresh as shit when he lights the cigar, and then he like blows out the match. I don't know. Everything about this part looks so good. And just imagine like someone writing down like what the arms have to be doing in that scene and then animating it. I don't know. It's a great scene. And then it cuts to the doctor's scene, which I know you had something to say. Oh, I wanted to ask you. So he thinks he's physically sick. That's why he can't use his powers or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he tells the doctor about this dream. You can keep it playing because it's not going to go that long. Yeah. I got you. I just wanted to ask you, do you think the doctor realized he's Spider-Man? Well, can I say something? Yeah. I hate the doctor's hippy-dippy fucking shirt. Or the tie-dye shirt? I always have since I was 1 year old. The reason it doesn't bother me is because I think this is a free on-campus doctor. It's not like no, I'm serious. He's seen like a university doctor. I'm not laughing because you're wrong. I'm laughing because I had never thought about that. No, I think he's seen like a university doctor. You might be right. It's not like... You might be right. He don't got health insurance. He ain't at the time. He's using his university resources. That's so true. That's actually like a kind of a clever little detail to maybe telegraph that. I never thought. That's what I always took it as. Which is interesting. Even as a kid, which is a weird thing to kind of see. There's stuff like that where it's like you don't notice some big stuff, but some little. That's a really like specific little thing to pick up on as a kid. But anyways, so you're asking me, does he know he's Spider-Man? No. You don't think so? Right. I think this doctor genuinely thinks the dude on some shit. I think the doctor is like psychoanalyzing him, which is not his place. Yeah. But I think he's saying like, oh, that dream's maybe you're taking on more than you can chew. Yeah. Which is a fair assessment of the dream. And I think the fact that Peter double dips, and he's like, no, it's my friend's dream. He's like, oh, I'm not Spider-Man. I'm having dreams. I'm Spider-Man. Matter of fact, not even my dream. My friend's dream. I think the fact that he double dips makes the doctor like, well, this is an awkward, like, potentially autistic child. Yeah, man, I think maybe you're just taking on too much. So I don't. Which he is. I don't think he knows he's Spider-Man. No. It'd be kind of cool if maybe this was a Dr. Kurt Connors scene. That's not bad. That's not bad. Kind of cool. But I don't know. What does he know about fucking? God, what a bulge. What a bulge. What a bulge on Toby. Yeah. Toby, god damn, Toby. Yeah, just everything about Tobey Maguire is just... I wouldn't be surprised if he looks like the fucking statue of David under, like, his clothes, you know? Isn't that, like, small? His cock? I'm just saying his, like, beautiful, perfect body. Okay. Like a piece of art. Because you were talking about his big bulge, and then you say, oh, the statue of David. Does David even have a cock? I don't know. But my point is, he's a fucking specimen of a man. Oh, of course. Tobey Maguire. And then this scene leads right to the Uncle Ben scene. What a scene. So, yeah. I think maybe at this point he realizes that it is in his head. Yeah. I think at this point he realizes it. And a lot of it's tied to the fact that Uncle Ben is always there. You know what I mean? In his mind. So he has to get rid of Uncle Ben. The guilt is weighing on him. Which I think is interesting. And I like that when he's talking to like Uncle Ben in his head or in his dreams or whatever you want to call it.
It's in the car.
Yeah, and they're wearing the same exact clothes. You see, he had the human spider shirt under the hoodie,
yeah, which is pretty cool.
And Ben says like, "Oh, all the times we talked about honesty, justice." So it's like, if Peter like tortured like every night he talks to Uncle Ben.
I think he is.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's sad.
It is really sad, and it's crazy because at this point in the movie, at least for me, I kind of realized that when he says like, the doctor completely inappropriately analyzing his dream, that you should not be doing that.
Don't say ethics professor.
But I just don't know, as a doctor, why the fuck are you doing that? Anyways, the doctor gives him good advice.
Yeah.
And Peter realizes he has a choice, and kind of at this point in the movie, like, I kind of realized Peter's like a robot.
Yeah.
Like, he's not like, of course, like we said, like, oh, Spider-Man, the balance of like family and responsibility. What a wacky adventure. But no, it's not even a balance. Like, he's a robot.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, he's trying to like fit some stuff in, but it's like he's 24/7 Spider-Man.
Yeah.
More or less. Every second that he's not sleeping or eating, he's pretty much doing Spider-Man stuff.
And I think that kind of goes back
really
to what we were saying about the extreme thing and even the Freudian thing. Peter's always trying to chase the moral good, not necessarily his desire. He's just doing it because he feels like this is the right thing to do. Where Doc Ock at this point is like driven solely by instinct and desire. So they're at like polar opposite ends.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but I'm sure whatever you left in of that, hopefully you didn't leave it all in. You get my perspective on it. But anyways, it's a good scene with Uncle Ben, and like I said, I think at least for me, like, the fact, and also this doesn't really feel like Uncle Ben. You know what I mean? Like, it's
not, yeah.
Well, obviously it's not actually Uncle Ben. It's interesting.
No, I get what you're saying though. It's like what Peter's like idea of Uncle Ben.
Yeah, it's like, and it's not right.
Yeah.
It's not right.
Yeah.
Because like Uncle Ben, I remember, this is so insane, because this actually reminds me of like a very specific thing. Because when I was a kid, I used to think like, oh, I'll go to hell. You know what I mean? Like when you're a kid and then you like people tell you about God and hell, and you're like, oh, well, I'm gonna go to hell then. Like, you know what I mean? So I would
what a thought to have as a child.
Yeah, you like, oh, let's just torture kids, I guess. With these terrible existential thoughts. But the way he thinks of Uncle Ben here reminds me of the way that I would think of God as a kid.
Yes, I
like
completely agree.
A really young kid.
I completely agree.
Like, it's so black and white.
Yeah.
It's so severe.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And even though Uncle Ben is being nice to him here, in a general sense, what he's saying, like, what do we talked about honesty and justice.
Yeah.
And he's like, so like.
That's why I
say, like I said, black and white.
It's not like an apparition or like the ghost of Uncle Ben or anything. It's like literally Peter's idea of Uncle Ben, whereas Uncle Ben's like the ultimate good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What he's constantly trying to be. And that's why he's like ODing on Spider-Man. And like you said, it's not even necessarily right for him to be thinking of Uncle Ben like this.
And this reminds me of a Superman story as well. This is gonna sound super fucking stupid.
Yeah.
This is probably the best Superman movie. Probably.
I'm not a Superman fan, so you can speak to that. I can't really speak to that.
What I'm trying to say, I'll get through this real quick, so we gotta move on from this scene, and you can speak on whatever things you have.
Oh, that was pretty much all I want to say about the Uncle Ben thing.
I didn't think about the God thing until right now, which is weird. Like,
but yeah, it's just like,
it's a very harsh, cold, like, judgmental figure.
Yeah.
That he's created for himself.
Yeah.
After Uncle Ben's death, but the Superman thing, I've always found it so interesting. Like, how does Superman balance when he's Superman and when he's not? Because you can't help everyone, and like, how can you justify like having a dinner with your family while there's like, you know, a big cruise liner sinking in the ocean or something? It's like, he must just have a schedule.
Yeah, yeah.
Spider-Man, make a schedule. Okay?
Honestly, scheduling is important.
It is. It's great for you.
For a balance in life, it really is. I've actually been learning that recently.
Oh,
like, no joke. Yeah. So.
Guess what, Evan? You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
But I just think this movie explore. I've always had, not always, but I've had that thought for a long time about Superman. Like, they never explore that, and I always thought like that's such a rich well for a little, you know, character development, whatever.
I agree.
Or at least something to explore in general. And this movie is that.
Yeah,
it's literally that. It's like not necessarily like how do you manage it, but it's like what happens if you don't manage it.
Yeah,
which is a great story. It's a great story.
So after he completely let go of that idea of Uncle Ben, and he stops being he just gives up on Spider-Man completely to live, so he can just live a normal life.
Oh my gosh.
And so he throws away the suit, and we get like a funny ass scene. the raindrops keep falling on my head scene.
And these are all just real people in New York. These aren't extras. These are real people. No, but one thing I did want to mention here, and I apologize for skipping ahead a little bit to Spider-Man 3, but this is like the opposite of the symbiote, like emo Peter scene.
Yeah, it is.
You
know? It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't think people talk about very often.
No.
They don't.
It's weird that you get like...
People shit on that scene, but they love the Spider-Man 2 one. They're both very goofy, intentionally.
You know, one of my least favorite things, I have two things here at the end of the movie I don't like. I know I've mentioned it. This is funny as fuck when he drops the bike on the bike on a guy's head, Peter Parker, when he's trying to...
Well, not the tire.
No, he drops the entire bike. Oh, this is a great fun fact as well.
Yeah.
We're going to rapid fire this scene. This is a good scene. But yeah, he's watching a police chase, and he's like, he's like, damn, that's crazy.
You're literally, damn, that crazy. He eats hot dog.
And then he takes a big bite of the vegan hot dog, fun fact, right? Isn't that a vegan hot dog?
Yeah, Tobey Maguire is...
He's a fucking God-fearing vegan.
Yeah.
So how about that?
Shout out to him.
And you know what's funny? I always thought that just looked like a piece of bread anyway. It doesn't even look like a hot dog. So
There's something in there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they used the take where it wasn't even a vegan hot dog, but who knows? And I like here how he looks like classic Spider-Man, Peter Parker, you know?
Yeah. So at first things are going well. Like he's starting to do well in class again. Kurt Connors kind of congratulates him. Life is looking up for him after he's let go of Spider-Man.
Yeah, immediately picks up.
Yeah.
0.23 electron volts. Hell yeah. No, but yeah, he's wearing like the classic sweater vest with like the collar underneath. Like, isn't that like, you know, that's like 60s Peter, right?
And I love when Kurt Connors comes up to him after class and just like, "Oh, good job, Peter."
Thing I don't like, number one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fine, of course. Yeah, when he's like, you know, he's happy with him now.
Oh no, because it's like just give more idea to the like, Peter is a special kid when it comes to his intelligence compared to his peers. Like the fact that Connors goes out of his way, he knows like, oh, something changed with you, Peter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just a little character moment.
Yeah, you're applying yourself now, or whatever. I hate this freeze frame.
Why?
It's out of focus.
That's funny to me.
It's funny.
I can't really do like any deep dive analysis on this.
No,
it's just funny.
I'm not saying we should talk about this for 30 minutes, but I'm just saying, and that, you know, that speaks to how fucking perfect the movie is that we can't the one flaw I can pick out we can't talk about for that long. But I think it still would have been funny if it wasn't blurry, which is also, I'll save us some time later.
Yeah. When
Spider-Man busts out of the chains and he has to like wipe it off, just have him burst off. Don't need to have him brush.
It was fine to me.
I don't like that.
It was fine to me.
That's bothered me since I was literally 6 years old. I don't like that. Which is worse? Probably the chain thing. The chain thing's probably worse, but it's a similar issue to me.
I think the fact
it's a small cosmetic issue.
Well, I won't stick on it too much. But Peter, he finally makes a play too.
Oh,
so like we said, life is just picking up for good old Peter Parker.
And I like that here. He explains shortly after the scene ends to Mary Jane that he didn't tell her because he thought she wouldn't want him to come. So he just goes anyway.
He just goes and does it.
And she looks like the happiest. I've never seen a woman that happy in person.
Yeah.
You know, she looks so happy.
She's very happy to see him.
And it's great when the director's like pissed off.
Yeah.
That she's completely distracted by Peter, and yeah, it's great. I love the subtlety of the humor in this movie. It can be really, really good.
And yeah, more of like where her dialogue from the play kind of translates to what she's feeling. She's like, "I am glad." You know what I mean? Yeah.
And one thing I really like about the scene is like Peter kind of expects his one like normal Peter Parker day. He expects that to fix everything.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Me too. It's like, oh, you think now that you've showed up, everything's great. Now we can get back. We can, well, not get back together. She points it out. You were never
get back together if you never got on.
That scene is actually hilarious. I mean, that line is hilarious to me. Because she's like, what the? We were never a thing. We were never actually a thing. And you're treating it like we were. And, again, shout out to my friend Kevin. Because he said he felt like on this end, this is when Peter's a bit manipulative.
He is.
Yeah, because it's like, she's getting married, and now you're showing up and being like, oh, no, make room for me.
And then he kind of questions, in a way, the marriage.
Yeah.
He's, what does he say? He says, I always imagine you getting married on a hilltop.
Yeah.
And, I mean, she kind of baits him, because she's like, who did you see as the groom?
Yeah.
What kind of fucking question is that? But it also...
he said you didn't decide yet.
Yeah, which is also like...
Oh, maybe there's still a chance for me.
Why are you guys having this conversation? Yeah. You're both deeply toxic. Anyways.
I like this scene a lot, though.
No, it's like you were saying, it's like very human emotion. Like it's a very realistic thing to kind of, I don't know, like if you work out for one day.
Yeah.
And you're like, damn, I'm about to be fit.
Yeah.
Like, it's like that. Like, it's not that easy, Peter.
And the fact that he said, oh, picking up where we left off, even though he was the one who shut down anything between them at the end of part one, it's like... Yeah, I like that.
I like how Peter gets really pissed off right here.
He says, I'm not an NPC anymore. Punch me, I bleed.
I guess it's more in just like his body language right there, but he looked really fucking mad.
But he does realize that...
I love that line, punch me, I bleed.
Yeah, me too.
I like that.
Me too.
I like that a lot. Should I get that tattooed on me?
Yeah, do it.
I think I will. I have worse things tattooed on me, if you know what I'm saying.
He does realize, though, that he realizes that he is kind of getting through to her a bit, though.
Yeah.
Because then she's like, oh, I'm getting married in a church. And then she, like, acknowledges, she's like, you are different. Mm-hmm. And he has a big old smile on his face. He's like, yeah.
It's like, yeah, bitch, you really did have that on at the end, didn't you? I thought you had
He realizes. And there's something, I always thought that was so funny. Because it's just a little callback to part one. As soon as she leaves, he throws the glasses back on his face. Because again, it's a little bit manipulative. Because he wanted her to see his eyes. Because remember, in part one, she's like, oh, I never noticed your eyes with your glasses.
I guess maybe I could see that.
Yeah, as soon as she dips, he puts the glasses back on.
Right.
And that's it's a little bit manipulative.
Yeah, for the whole scene before that, it's like, yeah, clearly he needs his glasses again.
Yeah. But when he's talking to her, he takes them off. Yeah.
Wow. Damn.
He's like, let me use my charming eyes on you, MJ.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And also, he covered up the fucking, the dorky sweater vest with a blazer. He was trying to look good. He was. I can't blame you. But this scene, I have a lot to say about this scene. I'm sorry. Oh, I don't have a lot to say. I'm kidding. But
there's so much to be read into this scene where the garbage man brings in the thrown away Spider-Man suit.
We return to the Daily Bugle, and a fucking what you would imagine as a garbage man walks in.
They say it's the garbage man, yeah.
But he just rocks the Yankee cap. And I just have to say that inspired me to get a Yankee cap, and I still have it to this day. I love the Yankee hat. And,
you're looking good with that beard.
I can say with complete honesty that nothing else in the world inspired me to get that hat other than this garbage man in Spider-Man 2.
I believe you, Dylan.
So I wanted to mention that. I just thought it looked good on him. I just thought it looked straight good on him.
He looks like a good old New Yorker.
I was like, damn, bro.
I like the way that Robbie grabs the mask. He's like, shit.
Yeah, he looks deeply concerned.
Yeah.
It's really good. Look at him, damn. I love Robbie, man. Because it's like, I remember the last time I watched Spider-Man 2, I didn't realize, like, Robbie, does have a really small role. But kind of like being, he's like the one guy in the Bugle that's kind of compassionate towards Spider-Man. Yeah. I guess
Hoffman and Betty don't really seem to give a shit as much.
They seem indifferent. Yeah. And then, of course, Jonah hates him.
Yeah.
Whether that's out of obligation. But the way he cradles it looks so concerned. God, that's so good. God rest his soul. That wonderful actor. What's his name? Do you know his name?
Bill Nunn.
Bill Nunn. Yeah, God rest your soul, Bill Nunn. I always loved your performance in this here Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man.
Where have you gone
to? Spider-Man. Where have you gone to, Spider-Man? Everyone clicked off when I did that. The one person left clicked off.
It's funny. You see like, oh, girls are maybe interested in him. I like that when he's just walking by. It's just picking up. But
you know what he sees? So he's walking. Now we cut to Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
walking,
yeah.
And he looks down an alley and he sees. Guess what he sees? Joker 2019.
Some innocent dude getting jumped. It's a student, I guess. He had a backpack on, getting mugged.
Yeah, those are two grown men. I guess presumably beating a student. And then Spider-Man looks concerned. He turns around. He says no. He says no. He refuses to help.
Yeah, it's very quick. He already starts kind of realizing, oh shit, yeah. Maybe it's not as great as I thought. Just trying to only chase my personal life.
Excuse me. But yeah, because you're seeing it, like you said, it immediately affects him. Because he returns to Ben's grave right away, right? Or is this Aunt May and Peter? Or is it...
Yeah, I didn't even think about that placement either. That right after you start thinking about it again, he's at Ben's grave. I didn't even think about that.
This movie, like after that talk we just had, I don't like that.
What?
That's like dark. That's really dark.
You don't like it?
His like memory of Uncle Ben.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This kind of like judgment, like this.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
But it's entirely self-inflicted though.
That's why it's so disturbing to me because I kind of do that. You know. Maybe a lot of people do to some degree.
I think the religious aspect you brought up with it was really good.
Yeah, that's kind of like. God damn. Maybe Sam Raimi had something like that going on. Maybe he did because that's a very specific feeling. So this scene, I know you want to, let's slow down for a moment. I know we're trying to get through the rest of this because we're at 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I don't have too much to say. But there's not too much to read into this scene.
Well, I guess on its face, it's kind of, but it's a very powerful scene.
Yeah,
it's simple, but it's very good. It's very emotional.
Peter, so yeah, like we were saying, Peter and May, they visit Ben's grave, and after that, he kind of picks up from what he was thinking about at the beginning of finally telling Aunt May who was responsible for what happened to Ben. And oh my god, I was watching the movie yesterday morning, like I said, and this scene just hit me so hard. I don't know why. When he started telling her about, yeah, I'm responsible for what happened, I legit, I wasn't me just tearing up. I was crying for I was like I made a sound and the tears were flowing.
It wasn't like a stoic single tear. You were like,
no, I was crying.
That was a pretty decent cry for this part.
And it was just the way it's acted, this scene, just credit to Toby and Rosemary Harris. He really looks like he feels so good. It feels so real the way he's confessing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when
he's just spitting it all out.
When you got to tell someone the truth or something like that, and you have to just grit your teeth and get through it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. He's not it doesn't stop. It's like a single shot on his face of him just saying what happened.
Yeah.
He's not stopping himself. He's getting it all out.
And what's really crazy to me is how effective this is. Because I didn't cry at it last night because I guess I'm kind of manly. I'm not really. I'm not really a baby.
I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch.
I'm not really a loser or things like that. But it's really effective here because you would think maybe you would hear because we know this.
Yeah.
You would think maybe you would see Aunt May's face while he's narrating or while he's explaining the other what do they call it? Reverse shot?
Yeah, yeah.
You would think you would see the reverse shot of this scene. No, okay. But my point is, you would think it would be more effective to see Aunt May's face, but it's really more effective to kind of just... You feel like Aunt May.
Yeah,
it kind of gives you her perspective here. I mean, obviously with the camera, but in terms of, Peter explaining it to you, you get the sense of, this super remorseful person telling you something, and then... Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
That's what I'm basically getting at is and also just leaving the camera on him gives him a chance to just spit it all out, which is something you do when you know you're guilty and you need to confess to yourself. That's
And she really does look like she's fucking deeply confused.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And of course at least famously between us, she pulls away.
She does.
I don't know if there's certain things in this movie where I'm I guess I know every frame, so I don't know what's really famous or not. So is that famous? Maybe.
Yeah, he tries to put his hand on her when he's...
Like, console her, I guess. But
not even necessarily... I think it's more for him than her. He's like, you're not angry at me, right? You know what I mean?
I don't... Yeah, I do. I do know what you mean, but I think it's kind of... It's not that complicated. Let me not delve into it too much. I get what you mean. Yeah.
It's just a... It's simple. It's a very human thing.
She just rejects the gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah. We don't have to get it.
It's not even necessarily that she's angry. She's just like
I said,
I can't even process this
like
right
I
now.
said, like, when they finally show you Aunt May's face, which you kind of get that dread a little bit, where you're like, what the fuck? Like, is she going to think? And we finally get her reaction, and she just, like I said, she looks deeply confused.
Yes.
And then, like, of course... Like you said, her reaction of pulling away is like and leaving is pretty much her
and
reaction.
you see right there, it's another shot where right after something really shitty happens to Peter, it sits on it.
Mm-hmm.
You see, because the camera it doesn't end the shot right there. It sits for a second,
and it
lets it stew.
It's interesting too, like when it lingers, it pulls out. It just feels like. The way it pulls, it's like so close up.
Yeah.
For a moment when Peter's talking and then Aunt May's reaction. And then once Aunt May chooses to go, like rejects his hand and then goes upstairs, it like pulls out so that you're kind of in the kitchen, like you're in the other room and you kind of see just Peter. It's like that choice, it just makes you feel like Peter's like so alone in that moment.
Yes.
That moment is really like tough. It's really tough.
It is. I agree.
And there's just like we cut the silly ass Harry Osborn.
Yeah, he's upset. Like he said, fireman's the only thing he has. So.
With his big obsession wall. That's his manifest board or whatever.
Some Alex Ross art right there.
Oh, you're not kidding. You're not kidding.
Oh my god, I wanted to say this. One thing is last night.
Bertram is scary.
He is kind of scary, but the way he delivers his line is so bad.
What?
He says, "Your father was only obsessed with his work," and then he turns around.
The way you said it, I'm dead.
That's how he says it. Your father was only obsessed with his work. And he's so like wooden. He's so wooden. The way he turns around and just walks.
That guy's pushing 100. So Sam Raimi was like, all right, we're going to get you in this one. Don't worry. We'll take care of your family.
But he had a little bit more to work with in part 3. As we'll famously... That scene, I would say, is famous with him in part 3. We'll discuss it.
I think that's, like, maybe famous between us only.
No, in the Raimi community. Because there's a lot of memes about that.
Your father.
We'll save it. We don't have to linger on that.
It is funny. Okay. Bertram is a great character.
Yeah.
He's a great character. I actually have a Lego Bertram. So...
Doc Ock, he pulls up because the only thing he's missing now is the tritium, which Oscorp has.
One thing I did want to say, I really like the, it kind of maybe feels like a callback to Spider-Man 1, or maybe just Sam Raimi is just doing it in a similar way, where, okay, that's clean as hell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's clean
Dude,
as hell.
he picks up the cigar, he sips the whiskey. Yo, Doc Ock is badass.
Doc Ock Dylan.
he sips it.
No, but he like punches Harry in the chest, and before his whiskey that Harry's drinking hits the ground, he grabs it and he drinks it. I just like how, like, Doc Ock is just...
He's so clean.
He's so slick with it for no reason. I like that. But what were we talking about? I'm sorry, I was going to mention, like, in Spider-Man 1... There's kind of like there's a very picturesque, and I think it's probably because it's a painting, like outside of Oscorp, and especially when you see it at night, it looks so cool. And then here, like, it shows like the stormy outside of the penthouse.
Yeah,
feels like, I don't know, it feels similar, and it looks really cool. And I just like the aesthetic of like the Osborn penthouse.
Me too.
If I was a millionaire, I would like recreate
it definitely looks
the
nice as
Osborn
fuck. I'd love to live
penthouse.
there. That's fucking... It looks dope as hell.
Just a crisp glass of whiskey and just like 100 pictures of Spider-Man on your fucking desk and your pinstripe suit.
So yeah, Harry gives Ock an option. He's like, I'll give you the tritium, but do me a favor, go fucking kill Spider-Man. Well,
it's so crazy to me that
he sells out Peter.
Well, he sells out Peter, and then Peter's safety is an afterthought.
Yeah.
Dr. Octopus is basically gone, and he's like, don't hurt Peter.
Oh, I had something to say about that.
Did you?
So yeah, he says, well, you want to find out where Spider-Man is? Go to Peter Parker. Harry waits to the very last minute to say, "Oh, don't hurt Peter."
That's what I'm saying. It was an afterthought.
Yeah.
Like,
he doesn't give a fuck anymore at that point.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, we saw they have a strained relationship.
But maybe that it was kind of a moment where he was like, since he last saw Peter, he was like, well, fuck Peter. I hate him.
Yeah.
And then kind of, maybe in that moment, it was kind of like shining back through. It was like, oh, shit, wait, that's my friend.
Yeah.
Like, he was kind of thinking of him as, like, a means to Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you saw the Spider-Man board.
Yeah.
So
which is that, it's like, that's completely on Harry. You can't be angry at Peter for... That's just wrong of you to do. You can't sell out him like this.
No, of course not. But I'm
especially
just saying,
to a crazy supervillain.
I'm just saying, and plus, like, Peter has been through so much more than you.
Yeah.
Like, you're an idiot. Okay. But I just wanted to say that you could read that also, like, kind of in the opposite way, where maybe that's the moment where he realized, like, oh shit, like, Peter's my friend, I forgot. Like,
yeah.
He's just thinking of him as, like a name on his Spider-Man board.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Pretty much. Yeah. Just a mean to an end, like you said.
Yeah.
Then after that, we get the fire scene, which is pretty big, actually.
Jesus, it took us 3 hours to get here, but you finally get to see him spike the baby.
He sees, right before he sees that crime have went up like a crazy amount or whatever, since Spider-Man's been gone. And they see the building on fire. He rushes in to save the child.
One thing I like here a lot is the choice to make this. It's not, well, I guess it is an action scene, but it's not like him. It's not a combat scene.
Yeah.
I like that choice.
Well, it's because he literally doesn't even have his powers at this point, so he kind of has to be normal.
Running into a burning building is probably more dangerous than fighting a guy. You know. So but I'm not saying Peter's choice.
Oh, yeah.
I mean the choice in the part of the movie.
Oh yeah, they could have made it like he tried to stop a burglar,
like heroic, badass scene or something. But this is much better.
Yeah, I agree.
This is and plus this gives you like kind of a longer, like endurance. Kind of thing. So yeah.
And then there's something interesting you said about this scene. You said it to me before.
He spikes the baby.
No, not that.
Oh.
You have to tell me about that though.
You'll see it for yourself. Okay, what? I'm a genius. Please tell me.
Well, when he puts the baby down on the other end, and he's like trying to pull himself up, she helps pull him up.
But of course, she's a baby.
Yeah.
So she doesn't do much.
So it just lends more credence to the power thing is subconscious. They actually are there.
I think that also maybe was like he's starting to let himself have it back.
Yeah.
Or, you know, maybe not let himself have it. They're starting to come back. He's starting to let himself have it. It's, you know, semantic.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean, yeah. And also when you're put in an extreme dire situation like that, well, obviously
you missed it.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. No. When it was going to happen, I saw it, Dylan. I knew.
He spiked the baby.
I knew exactly what you're talking about. When
he spiked the baby. Look, okay, can we at least watch it? We need to watch it. I've been literally waiting for this for 3 hours, Evan. Okay, so yeah, Spider-Man tries to jump a clearing. He misses, grabs with one hand, the baby scream. He look up. He say, I'll save you. He slams the baby on the ground. He really does slam the baby. And then the parents have a psychic connection because the mom starts crying and they cut back to her and she's crying because she knows he just slammed the baby. But yeah, it's a cute little moment where the little girl tries to help him up. And he's able to pull himself up. And he's Spider-Man now and he's fine.
But yeah, this scene is important, I think, just because if what finally pushes him, like, yeah, I have to be Spider-Man. I can't let shit like this happen.
One thing I kind of like is he hands the baby off almost behind him. Like, he's already walking away so hard that, like, it's, like, behind him. It's really not a baby. That's a pretty old-ass kid, but it's like...
It's like a toddler. It's a toddler.
Yeah. But it's just weird that, like, the entire scene almost, it's, like, the kid is, like, swaddled like a baby. Yeah. But it's clearly, like, a 4-year-old.
I don't even think... I would say younger than that. It's like 2 or 3.
No, who knows. This part is fucked. Right after the fire.
Yeah, because they're like...
Some poor soul got trapped on the 4th floor.
Yeah, so...
Why are you saying that? You don't need to say that.
Yo, you don't have to say it right in front of the guy who saved... like...
He just fucking almost killed himself to save that baby. And it's like... If only someone had done a little more.
Yeah. But obviously,
it's for the movie.
Yeah, hearing that, he's like, well, if I were Spider-Man, this wouldn't have been a thing.
Yeah, I would have saved the baby and the fucking other guy in a second.
I actually really do like that. It's not very long where he gets to enjoy just being Peter Parker. Mm-hmm. He starts feeling guilty pretty quick.
Yeah.
Which I like, actually.
But I think you get the perfect amount of, like... He has a solid day...
And the scene with MJ.
He gets the wrong idea that'll fix things with MJ.
Yeah.
And like you said, it moves the needle a little bit, but it's not like it fixed it.
Yeah. And then you get the, am I not supposed to have what I want, what I need? Which is awesome.
I wanted to say something. This is one of the key things I wanted to mention. I really like this part.
Yeah, me too. I love this scene.
Because right after this, Peter returns home, and he's pondering.
Yeah.
He's thinking. He's giving a good thought when he's staring out the window. And then his beautiful, frumpy neighbor comes over.
Ariel gives him the piece of chocolate cake.
She say, you want some cake? He says, okay.
And a glass of milk.
And a glass of milk.
You don't need to be drinking that glass of milk.
Peter. She say, it's almond milk. He say, okay.
But he looks so happy there. It's just like, it's similar to like what I was saying about the Betty Brant scene at the beginning. It's just like...
a little relief.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
But one thing I really like about this is...
when you're at rock bottom, it's just nice to have something.
So, just real quick, sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, that's all I had to say, really. We're almost there.
Peter has, like, his one day where being Peter Parker is good, and then, it starts to catch up with him. And then I feel like there's, like, some karmic thing here.
Yeah.
And with the Betty Brant thing, I feel like that's, like... it's not that deep. This probably isn't that deep either, but, Sam Raimi's a genius, so you got to try and understand what he's saying. Of course, you got to try. Anyways, the piece of cake and then the following scene with Aunt May, it feels like the universe was punishing him in a way.
Yeah.
For, like, not taking his own life seriously, like, not giving himself his own time. And when I say the universe, I don't literally mean the universe.
But I get what you mean, yeah.
Like in a karmic sense or in like a mental health way, whatever. And then it feels like since he's willing to risk his life, like it's not a Spider-Man thing, it's not fantastical. He's willing to just put his life on the line for people and be a good person. But it's kind of like he's starting to get on the right track.
Yeah,
He was on the wrong track in one direction, and then he was on the wrong track in the complete opposite direction.
Yes.
And then him going into the burning building kind of reflected, like, his first step into trying to actually fix the whole thing, not just, like, go in the complete opposite direction. So this kind of, you get this cathartic, like, couple of scenes, because what is it, like, the chocolate cake thing?
Yeah.
And then Aunt May.
Yeah, right after.
Yeah. So it's like, he's forgiven for that fucking... forgiven. I don't know about forgiven. Whatever.
She kind of just says,
it's water over the dam. It's water under the bridge. Whatever you like to say.
Yeah, pretty
whatever
much.
She says, yeah. But it just feels right. Feels right.
That's a very interesting... I didn't think about it like that. That's a karmic thing.
I don't know about...
Where it's like, right, so... But I get what you mean.
I don't know how you say it, but you get it.
Right after trying to step in the right direction, life gives him a break.
Yeah, like
a little relief.
His first real step in the right direction.
Yeah.
He, it's like, Uncle Ben wouldn't want you doing this, Peter. Poor soul. God, what a good movie.
But yeah, so he gets a message from Aunt May, which is very weird that she just has a message from Aunt May, but whatever.
Oh yeah, I have this little like half a napkin that has like a...
She opened that Reddit, everything. So yeah, Aunt May's moving. She's done with she's like, yeah, I'm not gonna be bothered to try and save the house, basically. Yeah. She's like, I'm just gonna move on with my life. And she and Peter come over.
Damn it! Real quick, it hurts in Spider-Man 3 that she's not in this house, right?
It hurts?
Yeah, it hurts.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't know. It's just this poor old woman that has nothing is forced to move on. Yeah. Oh, it's sad. What a sad time. But life moves on. So in the scene, Evan, what do you want to talk about this scene? This scene is a good scene, right?
Oh, I think you have a hot take about this scene.
I have a hot take.
Yeah.
What?
About this scene. About what Aunt May says.
I have a hot take.
Well.
Oh, I don't like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can basically say this scene, it's basically confirmed that Aunt May knows that
Aunt May had deduced that Peter Parker and Spider-Man are one and the same. And one thing that I really, really like about the Raimi movies is they kind of do this with Aunt May and MJ in this movie. Is like they're like, oh well, you know, in the background. I was gonna say it wrong. Sorry. In the back, I was gonna be like, oh well, we knew the whole time.
Yeah.
No, like this is a good movie, so they don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, MJ does kind of say that, but Aunt May at least it's very.
It's not acknowledged
very subtle,
directly. Yeah.
Very subtle in like a perfect kind of way.
Yeah.
The only issue, I do love this scene and I love this speech, but the only thing I don't like about it is the key phrase that Aunt May uses that comes back later that Peter uses to try and help Otto. Is that in your top 10 on-screen hugs?
Oh, I'd say it's in the top 2.
No, sorry. I'm trying to see where this line comes in.
I can just say before that.
Go ahead.
It's interesting. I mean, it's sweet that she's just like we don't need to talk about it too much more.
She needed some time to process, but she's like, we're pretty much good now.
Yeah.
Until the next movie when he's like, you heard Spider-Man fucking killed him, right?
Let me ask you, what do you make? Because it's so quick. Jeff, what do you make of where he says, "Where are all my comic books"? What was the point of that line to you?
Cute reference.
Is that all?
I think it's just a cute reference.
Okay.
Oh, those dreadful things.
I wasn't gonna read into it a bit, but maybe I won't.
No, go ahead. I'm interested to know.
For me, I feel like
he's a grown-up now.
yeah.
Is that what you're gonna say?
No, I feel like he's trying to be Spider-Man again, so he like wants to turn to comics to try to find like origins and inspiration. That's the way I took it.
I literally ever since I was 1 year old, I was like, he's not a baby no more. He can't play with comic books.
No, there's that too. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, you're a grown up man now. You don't need that.
Yeah, I always felt that. Kevin Feige wrote that. Like he was just trying to put in a silly joke in the middle of it. I'm trying to find that. What is that line? You can just tell me what is the line. I'm trying to scrub through the.
Sometimes we have to be steady and give up the things we want the most, even our dreams.
So what I don't like about that line is it's very specifically pertinent to Peter.
Yeah.
But Aunt May should not know that. And it's not vague enough advice. Like, maybe she does know he's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Probably, I think we agree she does.
The fact that she even gives him that speech and talking about, like, yeah, kids like Henry need Spider-Man.
Which I like.
Yeah, me too. I like it a lot.
Which I love this whole scene where it's like did we even mention like it's the garage sale?
Yeah.
And, basically, she calls Peter out here to give him the speech and kind of point to Henry, like the kid that's helping her out moving, and she's like, "Yeah, well, we need a spy. We need to think there's a hero in all of us." Yeah. I like the speech, and I think it's great. But at the end, she says, we have to be steady and give up the things we want the most sometimes to fucking stop the octopus man or whatever. Like,
maybe it's too on the nose. I can agree with that.
I think it's a little too on the nose.
I could agree with that.
And the fact that I mentioned this to you earlier.
It's very thesis statement.
Yes.
It's a thesis statement. I can agree with that.
And I think
you can get the message of the movie without that.
I think if you maybe like workshopped it a little bit where it was like, I don't want to say more vague because maybe that's not right, but the fact that I don't think Aunt May knows that the point of conflict for Spider-Man is basically Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Like his willingness to kind of let her into that kind of life. She doesn't know that. So what else about Spider-Man would make her think that that's the conflict? But yeah, like you said, in a general sense, it is kind of like it's a little too obvious. Yeah. Or like you said, like it's too obvious of a thesis statement. And also, I think it's even more pertinent to Otto, which kind of makes you feel like, oh, well, this is written backwards.
Yeah.
To like retro fit into Spider-Man, and it's also, I don't know. I think it's a little clumsy, but like I said, it's a great movie. So.
I don't know if I necessarily agree that it's more pertinent to Otto. I think it's definitely relevant to both of them.
Well, even so, just because it is so pertinent to Otto, maybe it's equally as pertinent to Peter, but the fact that it just feels like
Yeah. I definitely get what you're saying.
It feels like a writing trick.
Yeah.
And I can kind of see through it, I guess.
It doesn't bother me too much, though. Just because I feel like the whole speech in general is just great.
No, the speech in general and this whole scene, the inspirational scene is great. But can I ask you one thing?
It's just nice that she's kind of like, yeah, the world needs Spider-Man, so get off your ass and go do it.
Go be Spider-Man.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And also, we did mention one thing about Aunt May knowing Peter's Spider-Man here. And also, the fact that she's so tentative once Henry and Peter like talk about Spider-Man. Yeah. I think she's the one that brings it up in the first place. But the fact that she kind of like, she gets him a get out of jail free card, kind of. Because she's like,
oh, yeah.
Don't strain yourself. Bring that furniture in there, but don't strain yourself.
Yeah.
That's like a get out of jail free card. Yeah. It's like, I didn't see anything. It's okay. I love that.
Me too.
I love that.
God, it's all the subtle stuff, like, really.
Yeah,
it's all the subtle stuff.
Very, very clever. Very fucking great movie. Saving old girls like me. I always like that line, too, because they have that great part. We didn't mention it earlier. When he's swinging around, he swings with Aunt May to let her down or whatever. And there's like two like supermodels that like are aghast, like in awe of Spider-Man.
And then when he swings away, there's like three chicks who are like, take me, Spider-Man. They say that. There's literally one that said, take me.
Spider-Man don't care.
Yeah.
Spider-Man's a force of nature. He don't care. And she's just like saving old girls. Like, I always love that line too. Like, this whole part is, like you said, is great. Do you think, Evan? I have a great question for you. I have a great question for you. Do you think Henry has the comic books?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it would make sense.
I remember when I was a little kid, I was like, if I was helping out an old lady, I would want the comic books.
Yeah, it makes sense.
If I was Henry right there, I'd be like, shit, like, why didn't...
I think you put a good little possible meaning on that. It's just like, well, now this is a phase of his life where he's supposed to be grown. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That when I was like dead ass when I was a kid, that's what I thought. I think maybe that's what it is.
What I literally thought though,
he's redesigning his costume. He's going to look for a new costume.
No, I always like in that moment it's like he's trying to get back into Spider-Man. This is the final push he needs for it. But I was like, I feel like maybe he was looking for like some source of inspiration.
The weird thing that makes sense too. But the weird thing to me though is like he doesn't. I mean, of course he draws in the first movie because he designs his costume. But he's like more of like a
Dungeons and Dragons.
He's a D&D like Dota like.
Yeah, definitely.
If this Peter Parker, like dead ass, if they had like a terrible like Korg Fortnite scene with this Toby in the MCU, he'd be playing League.
Yeah, I agree.
You know
I
agree.
Mean? Definitely.
Or probably maybe WoW, but also maybe League.
This Peter Parker that's like the most nerdy type games.
Yeah, he's like a nerd on 10.
Yeah.
He's not like a fucking
He's not skateboarding Andrew Garfield.
Yeah.
He's not Star Wars Tom Holland.
Yeah.
No, this like he like dead ass
he
nerd.
Doesn't like Star Trek or Star Wars.
Yeah.
He likes Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
Like,
I would agree with you.
So yeah, I think we can speed on up a little bit.
Yeah, he tries. Funny scene. You watch it yourself. He tries to be Spider-Man again, but falls on his ass.
Me and my strange friend Keith laughed our asses off to this.
It's funny.
When we were kids. But he said, "My back." He said, "I'm back. My back." This scene is interesting. So after that, he's starting to test out his powers again. After that scene,
to no avail.
They cut to the only like solo scene of Mary Jane, I think, in the whole movie, where she's with her beautiful bride to be.
Yeah. John Jameson. And she tried to recreate the upside down kiss.
I never understood this as a kid.
That she was trying to recreate that. I think that is something I always understood.
I did not understand that.
It was iconic.
Well, I understood that. It
seems weird that you're trying. That's a very adult thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I felt
like get in this position. Let me try it out with you. That's not something you should really register as a child.
I always thought like, oh, the spark's not there.
Yeah.
But it's like trying a specific sex position.
Yeah.
Or something. It's weird. And the spark is just not there for MJ and John.
Well, it was there for him. Not for, remember?
He said, I'm back on the moon. It's like, dude, you do not deserve a wife. Jesus.
He said you up there with me. She does not say anything. Oh my god, that made me cringe.
She said you're not Spider-Man.
That made me cringe.
This dude's an astronaut. That's like the coolest job you can have.
That's not true. The coolest job being Spider-Man.
The coolest job you can have is being freaking Jeff Bezos. But
oh, well, you have a point.
Spider-Man 1 said that's not true.
So, yeah, so...
Uh-oh, this scene. This scene, uh-oh. Okay, so after that, I guess MJ had called for a surprising date with Peter. And I like that Peter's in his little sweater vest, as he tends to be now. Interesting that he's still wearing the glasses, but I guess so he can have the epic glasses reveal after this. But yeah, MJ is looking like like one of those coffee house like 2005 hipsters.
She does. She really does.
I guess this is exactly what they're going for, maybe. It's just strange because that's not a look she has really.
Yeah. I literally thought the same thing.
It's weird. But yeah, so basically MJ calls him out because she's like, you know what, you were different and I want to give you a chance.
Yeah.
Kind of following up on the upside down weird failed kiss she had with her fiance.
Which you kind of go to show that she doesn't know that he's probably Spider-Man. Because she tried the upside down kiss with him and then immediately...
and then calls Peter.
Yeah, so...
So that's pretty much hard confirmation.
Yeah.
At least...
She has some idea.
And also...
Even if it's subconscious.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's subconscious.
The fact that she literally recreated the position, that it kind of goes beyond that.
Yeah, I don't think it's subconscious. Yeah, because if it was just a kiss, you'd be like, well, she kissed Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe because you could have read it like, oh, is the spark there kind of thing, like I said, like when I was younger.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's upside down is a very hard, like, Spider-Man, and then calling Peter, so obviously... yeah, all the clues are there, but when you're a dumb little boy, you just don't notice that kind of thing.
Because it's all very subtle.
It's very subtle.
It's not, yeah.
Yeah, because she doesn't, like, go in the bathroom and be like, oh, he's just not Spider-Man. Like, god damn, I hate the MCU so much.
Oh, but this is so crazy. It's like, 2 days ago, Peter was like, yeah, you know what? We need to try again. And then in this scene, he's just like, nah. He's back on the end of Spider-Man 1 stuff. I can't do it.
And I love the ending for one part, but I don't like it for another, and hopefully I'll remember just the MJ part. I do like. Oh, we'll get to it. We'll speak on it a little bit, but we're getting up here in time, Evan. Jesus. He reject her, and then he throw car. Oh yeah,
she wants to try the kiss again.
I like where they're going in for the kiss, and it kind of shows you her giant wedding ring.
Yeah.
While they're holding hands, that's pretty funny. And yeah,
it implicates MJ. It's like you know you're doing something a little wrong.
You shouldn't be doing all this. You shouldn't be doing all this. No.
I really do like that. I feel like they really do leave like the relationship stuff and how messy it. He paints it morally gray, I think.
Yeah.
It's not really black and white.
I would agree with that. But that's this part is pretty great. And you can chalk up the excessive force to insanity, where he throws the entire car at Peter, not knowing he's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You can chalk it up to insanity, but it's a really good scene. It's funny.
And him literally throwing Peter against
a brick wall at the corner. I think a corner of a brick wall.
Yeah. He tells... Otto picks up Peter and tells him, yeah, tell Spider-Man to meet me here. And he takes MJ with him. And then, of course, this is when he becomes Spider-Man. Yeah. Which I love this part so much. When he breaks out of the thing, it just feels so badass.
You know what's funny? And you're probably not going to like this, and you're probably not going to have anything to say about it, which a good co-host would just leave this out for those reasons. When he busts out, it reminds me of Wonder Woman.
Oh, I haven't seen it, so I don't know what to say.
Okay. There's this kind of way that she, like... She's very, like, powerful and, like, bursts through stuff all
I was
the
going to say,
time.
like, forcey.
There's a scene...
That's a stupid word.
She forceful, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe try that one on for size, Evan. Forceful. But yeah, the way she... I mean, the reason I bring it up is maybe it's, like, kind of that physicality could have been inspired, could have inspired the Wonder Woman movie. Because that's not, like, something that was, like, a Wonder Woman thing.
Yeah.
But it reminds me very much like there's a specific scene where she kind of bursts out exactly like that. But yeah, he leaves his glasses behind and he does the fucking fist meme and he
the Arthur meme.
He does the Arthur meme where he clenches his fist and he say,
He's Spider-Man again. I love it.
Oh my god. And then this wonderful scene. So he's Spider-Man again in effect, but then to the public, no less.
Yeah.
We get the big public reveal. This scene is so perfect.
It is. Jonah's like, well, my fucking son's fiance been kidnapped and Spider-Man isn't there to save her. He's like...
And one thing I really love is one of the few times, like, one thing Ted Raimi is so fucking funny.
As Hoffman, yeah.
Especially right here in this moment, is because this is one of the very few times, and it, like, Jonah says, it's my fault. I drove Spider-Man away. And then...
And he's like, yeah, he's the only one who could have stopped Octavius.
Ted comes in and spells it out excessively, and that's one of the very few times that you really get something like that.
Yeah.
Like, people don't really spell shit out like that in these movies. And then just Jonah's reaction. His face just goes, like, dead. And he's like,
it's not done for the viewer. It's done to annoy Jonah.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In an MCU movie, that would have been done to the camera.
Yeah.
But it's just like, he's just like, yes. And it's just, like, further, like, he's having to accept kind of his failings. And then here Jonah finally admits Spider-Man is a hero.
I just couldn't see it.
And I just couldn't see it. And he kind of accepts, right there, he kind of accepts everything.
Yeah.
In regards to Spider-Man that's happened thus far. And then he turns around, and the fucking Spider-Man costume is gone, and there's a cute little note, there's a web. He stole my suit. He's a menace. I want that walk. And then he starts freaking out. And he calls him a fucking criminal. I want Spider-Man! That's like... I think that also perfectly encapsulates, like, what I was saying about, like, kayfabe for Jonah earlier. He's happy.
Yeah.
He's happy, I think.
Definitely. And if anything, well, with Spider-Man gone, you're making less money. Now that he's back, that's also an aspect of it.
He's making more money now, but also, like, his son's, like, girlfriend is being saved.
Yeah.
And, like...
He just had to get back into that character. Yeah. He can't have too much moments of weakness.
I read this scene as him being happy.
No, I agree with you.
Completely.
Yeah.
Like, it's complete kayfabe within a movie, which is kind of crazy, but that's how I read that. I love Jonah specifically in these movies. I don't think there's going to be any element...
No.
Like, Jonah's...
He portrayed very humanly.
In universe... He's kind of, like, this is stupid. He's kind of like Stephen Colbert's old character.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I can see what you mean.
And then in the MCU, they're not going to play it like that. He's going to be a straight-faced, like... It's weird that he's a politician on TV. That's not what I meant when I said Stephen Colbert, because, like, you know, he played, like, the right-wing character when he's not a right-wing guy. Anyways, the point is, he's going to just be straight up, like, the asshole.
Yeah.
When in this, there's, like...
It's like you said, there's a heart of gold type thing.
There's a heart of gold type thing, but it's also like... It's like
he's playing a character.
He's playing a... Like... It's crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
What a great performance.
I agree, Dylan.
He's just going to be Alex Jones in the new one. That's so stupid.
I think we can skip through this.
So, yeah, it's a good fight.
Yeah, so...
It's a good fight.
One of the best fight scenes in a Spider-Man movie, definitely. Him and Otto's big... It's pretty long, too.
Well, of course, we got to talk about the train scene.
But yeah, so...
We don't got to slow it down too much because it's just an action scene, but...
Most of it's just you get a really cool fight scene with Doc Ock and Peter.
I did want to mention it's really fucking funny when he's, like, full body throwing people. Like, Doc Ock's just grabbing them from the train. That's really funny. And that's another thing where, like, Spider-Man's kind of rough with people here. The way he, like, grabs guys by the collar and throws them into webs. It's like, I mean, you don't got time to fuck around. So I don't blame you, but it's just funny how he kind of manhandles people in this movie a little bit.
That I definitely thought about. It was crazy how some people get thrown into the web.
And this scene is just, like, it's so satisfying, and so it looks so great. The scene, of course, we're talking about him stopping the train.
This reminds me of Superman.
this is
how you were saying Spider-Man 2 is the best Superman movie. This definitely reminds me of Superman.
It's low key, but it's true. It's low key, but it's true.
And I remember one time you mentioned how when you're a kid and you watch the Raimi Spider-Man movies, he almost does feel like Superman in these movies.
Yeah.
That was something you I remember you very specifically said that.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm smart, I guess. Well, I kind of conflate like this Spider-Man. Not conflate.
Maybe because he's the only hero in his universe, but I don't know. I definitely get what you're saying.
He like the only difference is he has a poor public image, but it's like, and also like I said about like the extreme kind of his like ideals with Uncle Ben are very like binary.
Yeah.
It's like a human trying to be Superman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's yeah.
And that's acknowledged in Spider-Man 1 when Aunt May's like, you're not
Superman, you know?
Yeah.
You should have fucking thought about that more.
You probably should have.
Spider-Man 2 wouldn't have happened.
That's what I was saying. I can bring that up now. I remember saying, like, that whole scene with Aunt May where she's like, you're so mysterious, Peter. It's not really addressed until part 2. It's a thing in part 1, that scene, but it doesn't really come up until 2.
Oh, right.
Yeah. She's like, why don't you try showing May, why don't you try showing MJ, like, a side of you?
They both come up
in, like,
huge ways in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah,
Sam Raimi is a genius.
He is.
I can't... Bro, I wonder if there's some stuff... I said bro, like, very earnestly there. I wonder if there's some stuff... I'd have to, like, be awake, obviously. But, like, rewatching Spider-Man 2, I bet there's some threads you could pick up on, like, what Spider-Man 3 maybe could have been.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Because there's very, like, crazy, like... They're not, like, loose... They're honestly not loose threads, but they're, like... There are things that are very present in Spider-Man 1 that are fleshed out here, and it's really clever. Like you were saying, because there's 2 things in that scene alone. The Superman thing. And
then she's like,
where he wants
you're
to
so
be
mysterious, Peter.
And
you never show anybody, like...
That's like...
this side of you.
The 2 things about this movie.
Yeah.
Is him trying to be perfect and him trying to, like,
connect with Mary that's Jane. Exactly what I was saying in the last episode.
Oh my God.
That scene is there, but it doesn't really service part 1 story at all. It's just kind of there. The only thing that scene does is where he's like, oh wait, MJ knows who I am. I mean, no, MJ is someone close to me. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, he knows I'm close to Aunt May, so he must know I'm close to MJ.
That's the only thing he does directly in that movie. But there are a few ideas played with there that aren't fleshed out until part 2. Which is cool. But yes, Peter stops the train.
Man.
This was before, camera, cell phones, all that. So they all they all see unmasked Peter Parker, and they're all like, "Well, you know what? We ain't gonna tell anybody." Well, who are you gonna tell? You don't know who the dude is.
It was a white kid.
Well, that really sums it up.
It was a white kid. I swear it was a white kid. He looked like 20 to 30, I think. I don't know. But I do, of course, this scene is amazing.
Yeah, it is great. It's great.
This is the...
Toby's half-brothers come up.
It is like... These kids are distracting.
It's funny.
It's funny, sure, but this moment could be better if it wasn't those goddamn kids. If it was different kids, this scene could be better. But you know what? It's okay.
It's Toby's half-brothers.
You know what? It's okay.
Toby really said, "Yo, they've been bugging me so much. Please let them in the scene."
Toby said, "All right, look."
They won't leave me alone.
He said, "All right, look. You can dock my pay for this one day.
Yeah.
Please just let my little friends become the movie.
Let them hand the Spider-Man mask back to me.
They are extremely distracting.
We won't tell nobody.
We won't tell nobody. We won't tell nobody. And they both they're both just so ugly, and they just have. God damn.
They do look Toby-esque. You can tell that they're related.
But the thing is, like, everyone, like, I kind of said this earlier. I was like, oh, these are just like New Yorkers.
Yeah.
But that's not really true. Like, everyone does look very diverse and like different, and like there's a fat guy, there's a tall guy, there's a guy with weird hair, there's a guy in a business suit. Like, they look varied, But these kids, like, why is he wearing an Ed Hardy t-shirt and these ugly ass haircuts? They just look like, and they don't fit with like the aesthetic of the rest of the
Ed Hardy.
He doesn't need to be wearing that.
Oh my god.
But you see what I mean? Like, there's a businessman. There's like clearly like a worker guy.
There's Phil Lamar. There he is.
Is that really Phil Lamar?
He's right there.
Oh man, you're not kidding.
There's Phil Lamar. He's right
Dude,
there.
Shout out Static.
There's also Joey Diaz, famed JRE alumni, Joey Diaz, on the train.
Right after I've been finished saying that, he came out. He said, "If you want him, you're gonna have to go through me." So this is kind of, I was gonna say this a second ago before I started roasting those poor kids. This is kind of the sequel to the New Yorker part.
Yeah, I was gonna
Spider-Man
say,
1.
I had the same thought, but it feels like it's almost a parody of it.
I don't know about that.
What I mean by that is, like, it was effective in part 1. In this, Doc Ock's just like, he just brushes them all aside.
Okay.
Maybe parody is not the right word.
Maybe satire?
Not even that necessarily. I don't really know what word to use, but it's like, in part 1 it worked, and this is like, he's like, yeah, I'm getting ready.
Well, I feel like this is like, there's kind of, I forget which is which, to be honest. God, it is late, fellers. It is late. We're getting through it. We're gonna keep on trucking. But one of them is like, breaking something down, like pointing out the flaws.
Yeah.
And one of them is kind of like I said about lampshading earlier, where it's kind of like acknowledging the trope.
Yeah.
But it's like lovingly. I feel like this is more lovingly, even though you do have that kind of like, Doc Ock is like, okay. And he just pushes them all the fuck out of the way. But the sentiment is like, it rings true. It's like, it's a genuine sentiment where they do want to protect Spider-Man here. And
that I agree with, yeah. And in that, it's like, it feels like...
And I also didn't really mean the... I didn't really mean them standing up for him in like a, oh, you have to go through us kind of way.
Yeah.
I meant more like where they're like, we won't tell nobody.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I meant more like that, because they're actually doing something for him, obviously. I wasn't even thinking about the...
This always reminded me of part 1. This always reminded me of the New Yorker scene from part 1.
Well, really, this whole scene reminds me of that, but like I said, I mostly meant them all kind of silently agreeing, like, to keep a secret.
Yeah.
But obviously it doesn't work when Joey Diaz stands up to Doc Ock. Yeah.
And then this random dude gets in front of you. If that dude let Joey Diaz handle it, it would have turned out differently.
No, if Joey Diaz let his big fucking belly stick out, it would have been over. It would have been over.
It would have ended differently. It's that guy's fault.
All right, we'll keep on trucking. I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I like when he waves these people away. It's like, please let go of me.
Cause he's like, yeah, you're not gonna be able to take this guy. I can't even take this guy. Yeah.
Literally, all of you are a liability at this point. Like, thank you, but please.
It's interesting that he never really takes down Doc Ock like that.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't win.
Yeah.
When he really barely fucking wins against Green Goblin.
Yeah.
Like, he just happens to have a fucking cool spider sense.
Yeah.
But,
and of course, that's the thing in 3 also.
He lives from spider sense?
No, in 3, he just barely wins.
Which is
In
great.
3, yeah.
Which is great. I don't want to see my superhero trounce the other guy.
Yeah.
Like, you want to see them struggle. It's fucking awesome. But one thing I did want to mention is they kind of cleverly set this up, right? I just wanted to call this out. I think I had this in my notes, but I actually haven't looked at my notes fucking one time because Spider-Man 2, you know, every frame.
Yeah.
Every frame there's something to talk about. But I just wanted to mention how I think it's clever. A lot of times in movies, there'll be like, oh, the hero's in peril. They're tied up.
Yeah.
They're captured. In this movie, it makes a lot of sense that Harry would want Spider-Man captured alive. And it also lets Doc Ock be like a competent villain.
Yeah.
Where he's able to wear Spider-Man down, capture him, and bring him back. It's just like, it's better. Like, imagine if this movie was only Doc Ock.
Yeah.
And Spider-Man was captured for some reason. It would
wouldn't really.
It would mean nothing.
Yeah, it'd be stupid.
It'd be like a lot of times in cartoons or other.
He only
movies,
captures him just for to get the tritium.
Yeah.
It's not because fuck you, Spider-Man. It's
because Harry asked for him specifically alive. He's like, okay, Spider-Man alive makes me get the tritium. Yeah. Fine. The precious tritium. Sure. Fine. Anything for the precious tritium. And like I said, since he wants revenge, he wants to see Spider-Man die. Like, it makes sense that he would want him alive.
Yeah.
And then he is simply a human man, so he can't kill Spider-Man. So.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Alfred Molina looks so goofy on this frame we're paused on.
He's letting his little chubs.
Yeah.
He's letting his chubs take out. They didn't get, you know how he has that weird girdle?
Yeah.
Since it's like covered up, since like he has a full body covering, because he's shirtless sometimes.
Yeah.
Since his like full body's covered up, they were like, you can just be shirtless under a no girdle thing, and he just let it hang. Yeah. You just let it hang. But
God, the arms look so good there.
They do.
You want to say it? Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's cleverly written in that way as well.
The mixture of puppetry with CGI on the arms in this movie is done really well.
Oh yeah.
I
agree. And I like the precious tritium.
Of course, yeah.
Oh yeah. Evan, will you get me a 3D printed precious tritium in a glass container?
You really want that bad?
No, I don't. And actually, I would tie up our friend Andy and deliver him to you for that. So he gets like a big ceremonial knife to kill Spider-Man, which is pretty funny. So here comes.
It's pretty funny. You said if only you could cause the pain that you caused me. But he's like, I'll look into your eyes as you die.
Peter. Oh yeah, Pete. So yeah, he's Harry is dumbfounded that it is in fact his childhood friend Peter Parker. So it just happened on our screen.
Yeah.
We're watching when Peter's tied up in the classic, what is that called? Barbed wire.
Barbed wire, yeah.
He's tied up in the classic barbed wire, and he kind of busts out of it like Superman.
Yeah.
Like Superman out of some chains.
But he's not Superman, Dylan.
But you're not Superman.
He is not Superman.
But yeah, he busts out of the chains, and they don't bust off clean, and like Toby has to like shake them off.
Yeah.
And then once he's shaking them off, it's like that doesn't look real now.
Really? I don't know if I entirely agree.
The way he like the second time he like wipes it off or like pulls it off, it just looks so bad to me.
I don't know. That seemed fine. But it probably, honestly, I could see it possibly having all supposed to come off, but it didn't. So Toby just went like that, and they just kept that shot.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
I definitely think that's probably what happened.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have used that take. If that take's not in 2.1, 2.1 is better. Even with the different changes we don't like, I don't care.
I'm pretty sure it is still in 2.1.
But like I said about the... it's kind of like the freeze frame thing. It just bothers me. Like the freeze frame could have been on a non-blurry frame.
That one I don't agree with as much. This I can give you.
But the fact that... But that one... I feel more strongly about...
Because he's in motion when it happens. And I don't know. It feels intentional.
The fact... I think they're both intentional.
That one... No, that one might not be intentional. Like we were talking, that might have just been like... just keep that shot.
It's unintentional in a sense. Because they didn't use that. It's unintentional, but it's intentional because they kept that take.
Yeah.
But,
anyways, Peter's like... He tells Harry, yeah, we need to forget about our stupid beef. Just tell me where... He has MJ. Just tell me where he's at.
Yeah, he's basically like, I didn't kill your goddamn daddy.
Yeah, and that they kind of leave it at that. And what happened between Harry doesn't get picked up again until part 3. They leave it at that.
One
there,
thing I'd
basically.
quickly like to mention is the Spider-Man 2 video game.
Mm-hmm.
The classic Spider-Man 2 video game. The only research I did for this movie, of course I watched the movie, but I also watched an hour-long review of the Spider-Man 2 video game. And it's really funny. All the scenes are with the actors, but they're not the same lines. It's really weird. Like, all the scenes are basically the gist of the scene. It's like someone told them, like...
You can't use that.
They didn't want to... Like, maybe they didn't want the script to leak or something. So, like, someone that worked on the movie that was, like, working with the game, they were allowed to give people, like... In this scene, Spider-Man is told he can go see Otto. But it's like... not at his birthday, it's on the street, but it's still Mary Jane and Harry, and it's a similar conversation, but there's like no emotional weight because they don't know what's happening. And it's in a similar way, like that scene that just happened is played so differently, but it's just fascinating that they had enough to make it similar, and they had the actual actors. Yeah. But in that scene, it's like Harry's like, "Oh, he's on the old dock." Like, you know what I mean?
In the video game.
Like, yeah, exactly.
And in this, they don't even have Harry say it. It just cuts.
No, he's just like, I need to, yeah. Because of course, they're like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. If he tells him. But Harry's like, oh no, like, how can you be Spider-Man? Yeah. And then Peter's like, I'm sorry, Harry. We'll talk later, I promise.
Yeah. Part 3.
Weird. It's weird.
You get picked up in part 3. There's some of the threads like we were talking about.
Oh, yeah. The Poisson Twidium. So that is actually a really cool moment. So it cuts to Doc Ock's lair now, and Spider-Man, he zipped down and like kind of comforts Mary Jane. Yeah. And I like the moment too where she denies Spider-Man's death. She's like, no, he's not dead. Yeah. And, you're right. You could chalk that up to denial. You was right. But I chalk that up to faith. I chalk that up to faith.
I agree.
So I would agree. He throws Spider-Man far as shit there. I didn't notice that.
It's really cool when he swings back in.
Oh yeah, you're not kidding. Oh god, he's dead. Oh god, it's that Simpsons meme. So he beats the shit out of him in the water, like I said. Oh man, but you know that Simpsons meme? No. You know, he's like, there's a scene in The Simpsons where like Homer's like beating the shit out of like some clown, and then like after a few seconds.
Do I only know Peter Griffin fighting the chicken? That's all I know.
Oh, it's basically like that too. Doc Ock, Spider-Man, Peter Griffin, chicken. Yeah.
That's all I know.
Like, what else do you need? No, but basically, like, there's a kid crying and he's like, "Stop! He's already dead." It's like it's a meme. Yeah. That definitely is how this feels a little bit. Like, we kind of talked about this, but it's like it should be one-sided, but it's not. Yeah, yeah. The arms are powerful, but Doc Ock's just a human. And look at his fucking face.
Alfred Molina's face, yeah.
Look at his gaping maw.
So he basically beats
Doc
Ock into kind of
being good again.
Yeah, like he wakes up that side of his brain, I guess. He knocked his head hard he knocked his brain hard enough where it's like, oh well.
Oh, and this is kind of cool. Like, there's a callback where Mary Jane tries to help out Spider-Man by bashing Doc Ock on the brain. And it's kind of like...
She's not quite as successful as Aunt May.
He's like Mr. Freeze. Yeah. You can't use the same stealth takedown.
Yeah. You can't. Oh. That was an Arkham City reference for those of you who don't know.
You guys probably play fucking Spider-Man PS4. Well, guess what?
Arkham City.
At RNS, we're not brand loyal. We like the actual... real nerd shit.
We do.
Yeah, idiots.
But anyways, so Doc in the scene just recreating the fusion thing on like a giant scale and just out of control.
Yeah, he's trying to so last time it was trying to grow and it was getting too big. That is insane that it's pulling that many cars from that far away. We're just looking at a shot where it's pulling cars from really far away. Basically he's just letting it rip.
Yeah,
he's just letting it rip. Oh, this scene is so good.
And now we see, like, kind of Otto's back. I like, to fully reach to, like, his human side, he takes off the mask.
Spider-Man?
Yeah. Like, him taking off the mask here feels meaningful. You know what I mean?
It does feel meaningful because it's also, like, I feel like maybe he
it's not like the Amazing Spider-Man where he needs to mask off every 10 seconds. Or MCU, yeah.
Just to, like, because he's an actor and he wants to face act.
Yeah.
But here, it does actually, like, there's a reason because... Obviously, like we were saying, like he knows Otto, and like that's always kind of the case. So he's recognizing like, oh, maybe Otto is like present right now in some way, and maybe I can get through to him. And clearly, it's working because he.
When he said "brilliant but lazy,"
that is so good.
It is.
I mean, it's not particularly deep, but it's just like, just having the way he kind of comes out of the fog. Is like he's just happy to see this like acquaintance.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, brilliant. And it's also kind of like you were Spider-Man.
Yeah.
brilliant but lazy. And he's kind of, I think maybe he's like smart enough to realize like that's why you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like that's why you never do anything, because you're Spider-Man sometimes.
Yeah, you see the way he moves his eyebrows there.
Yeah, it's like a recognition.
Yeah.
That makes me deeply sad too, because it would just be so cool to see them just be friends. You know what I mean?
It would, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Like that's such a great
like we say
moment of chemistry right there.
It feels a lot more tragic than Norman.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But still the arms are still
it's not
working on him.
It's not 100.
Yeah. But I like this that he uses ox words on him to get him to intelligence is a gift for the good of mankind.
A privilege.
A privilege. And then he uses Aunt May's words as well, which you said you're not as crazy about. I like it though. I like that, like, just something that he's able to use something that he learned from Aunt May in a meaningful way. You know what I mean?
It does make sense because it's like I said about the Uncle Ben thing. It's kind of cool that you have that crazy. Of course, it's like the most famous superhero line of all time in the first movie, and then from Uncle Ben, and then you give Aunt May something similar in this movie. I think it's meaningful, and I like that it comes back. But it was my dream sometimes to do what's right. Yeah, so you have to be steady and give up the things we want the most. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little on the nose. But
it's thesis statement, like we were saying, but I like it. If we're in, it's said well, I guess.
You know what I have to say to that, Tevin? You're right. As Doc Ock would say,
you're right.
You're right. And this could come off very fucking stupid. And I don't mean to say what we just talked about. Him convincing the arms, I think, comes off great.
Me too, because it...
Listen to me now. I like it. I like the way they do it a lot.
It's literally almost like his brain, two parts of his brain fighting with each other. You know what I mean?
And it's like dead ass. Like, no joke, my guy. I've been there. and like that's kind of how it is.
Yeah.
Like, you could at least, like, it's not like you would say that to yourself, but that the emotion he's conveying, where he's kind of like you know, the face acting there. So that emotion is so true to like how that feels, I guess.
But like you said, he actually has like an animate object to speak it to. You know what I mean? Which are the arms.
An external kind of thing. Which is kind of why, as a kid, I was like, how do they work? Like, what are they? Like, do they control him? Nah, I don't think so. I think it's just kind of something to represent. But I like how he has kind of a triumphant moment there.
Me too, where he takes down the sun he created. I really like that a lot.
And I like the word, like the phrase, "I'll drown it." Is that what he says?
Yeah.
That's badass.
Drown it in the river.
And then and I love one reason I really like how he chokes Peter, because you were like, oh, it's not fully gone yet or whatever. Yeah. I think that might just be there. I mean, he has to deliver the other line.
Yeah.
But it's really effective for when he grabs Peter again. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, drown it. And then Peter gets up.
Yeah.
And then he stops him by grabbing him with the arm, and he's like, I'll do it.
Yeah, it makes you think like, oh.
It's badass.
For a second. Yeah, I agree.
Because it reinforces, like you said, it's a quick misdirect, and it's also like, I don't know, badass.
Yeah.
Great little moment.
I do like this moment too. So when he goes to drown it, she sees Peter. That Peter is Spider-Man. The way she, like, the face acting there is like, yeah, she definitely did know before this. It's like that moment of confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, we get the famous Toby scream. We can't ignore that. Ah! That sounded nothing like it, but, you know. Ah! Yeah. I like this part a lot, too. When he just says, hi, this is really heavy. I really like that a lot. He's holding off, like, a piece of the building or whatever.
Giant wall, basically, was going to fall on MJ, and he catches it. Yeah, all the actors are great in this fucking movie. So, yeah, he drowned it. Power of the sun, palm of his hand.
Yeah, he brings it down.
Tragic. Tragic character.
Peter's last heroic act here is just like keeping MJ from dying. He tells her, "Yeah, I love you, even though I said I didn't. I do love you." And I think, it's nice to hear.
And when I was a kid and he says like, "I will not die a monster," it made me feel like Frankenstein kind of thing going on.
Yeah, I agree. Can I tell you something crazy about Doc's death scene?
Something insane?
Something so wacky and insane. You see, so when he's drowning in the scene,
yes.
When I was a little kid, I mean, no, he definitely does die, but when I was a little kid, I always thought it was a question. It's not, but when I was a little kid, I always thought it was a question as to whether or not he died.
Oh, no, it's like...
No, it's definitely not. No. That's just more of that common sense thing, something you just lack on the obvious thing.
Did you think maybe, like, you didn't fully, like, register that because it starts with a close-up on his face? I think maybe I could
for a long time, I always misremembered it, too.
Oh, really?
Because in there, he just looked dead. He's just drowning, you know what I mean? He's not, I don't think he's dead yet, but he's just falling in. For some reason...
You remember,
I misremembered it. Yes, like, he's, like...
He's, like, looking up or something.
Yeah, Yeah. But it's not like that at all. He definitely does die. But when I was a kid, I thought it was a question as to, maybe Doc Ock is alive.
Nah.
No, he definitely did.
He's dead as fuck.
But
Well,
no, it was actually just young me predicting that No Way Home would eventually happen.
Yeah, you knew that the next two Spider-Man reboots would meet Tobey and Alfred Molina's Doc Ock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew.
Yeah, you knew.
I like this shot a lot. So after that, they swing.
This is the first time they do this, right?
Yeah.
Like they give Spider-Man like a big web to lay in.
Yeah. And
one thing, and I'll mention this too, I'm sure in Spider-Man 3, this looks like the least comfortable thing to lay on in the whole universe. And MJ's not really even laying on it. She's kind of standing on the girder and like leaning on it. You can't lay on this. You can't lay on
I guess
this.
Maybe you're stuck to. I don't really know.
It's like laying in like a soccer net. Like it's not. You can't do that.
She says, "I think I always knew who you were this whole time." Well, do you think or did you know?
She was curious.
You never get that, 100% confirmation.
But I think she suspected since even Spider-Man 1. Which...
I love this line. "I will always be Spider-Man. You and I can never be."
So one thing I love about this ending here, and I think... I do love how this... we should brush past this, because this is kind of just setting up the ending, and we can get into the ending.
But that was a great shot, I think. I like it a lot. When she's on there, and he's like crawling like a spider to her.
Yeah,
I like that shot a lot.
The whole composition of this little part where they're landing in the web is great. But I just always thought it looked so fucking uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
And it's weird, too, because like I was saying earlier...
It ain't a bed.
Tobey has the thickest, ropiest webs.
Yeah.
The whitest, thickest, most potent webs. But for some reason, he has these, like, weird, stringy, like, really uncomfortable looking, like, web little nests.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I love how it looks here when he, like, he lets MJ descend kind of down. This is the equivalent of, like, when a superhero that can fly, like, flies with someone in their hands. If it's not a girl, it's very awkward. Or it could even be very awkward, just descending from someone's wrist.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. But
Poor John. I feel so bad for John. This dude jumps.
He clears the damn fucking the 10 year.
Look at that. This man jumped.
That's at least what? That's at least like that's at least 15 feet.
John shows up. I feel bad for him. He was a good guy.
He was an okay guy.
He didn't do anything directly messed up. Yeah, it's sad. Peter Schiff watching, he's like, I gotta be Spider-Man, sorry.
You know what's funny?
But he's kind of going back to his old ways. Which you shouldn't do.
Oh, no, you should not go back to your old ways. But I was watching the Spider-Man 2 trailer, right?
Uh-huh.
You know what's really funny? In the trailer, they cut it so that it looks like John is Spider-Man. Like, John is Peter.
Oh, really?
Like, they make it look like, here's Peter and MJ doing this. And then here's Peter and MJ kissing.
That's interesting. They do that a lot with trailers and stuff.
That's an interesting cut. And then Harry with his classic blade.
Yeah. This is what we were talking about at the beginning of the episode, where he basically just kind of lost a grip on reality, and he sees Norman. I think we can skip past this.
Well, I did want to mention one thing about this that we went on for a while about Uncle Ben earlier. It's interesting that just Peter talks to like a version of Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
And Harry talks to a version of Norman. Because obviously, like we were saying, like father's huge thing in Spider-Man 1, right? So.
And that's kind of your follow-up on that, I guess. And of course, it's nice to see Willem Dafoe.
He remembers Norman as wearing his pants way higher up on his waist than he did.
See, that's how you know it's not actually Norman. It's an imperfect version of him in Harry's mind.
Yeah, like Peter's version is like a tortured, like perfectionist. Like I have to be great for this man that I wronged. But Harry's is just like he's the same, but he's still insane and like he's the same exact person, but he just wears like higher waist pants.
Yeah, it's crazy. He just loses kind of a grip on reality.
But of course, Remember Me.
Avenge Me.
Oh, Remember Me. I'm thinking of Coco. But yeah, Avenge Me.
No.
Amazing.
He throws it, and Harry discovers all the goblin shit.
But like we mentioned this too earlier, it is quite the wacky coincidence that this happens to be where the Goblin Cave is.
Yeah.
You know, it's really weird how you said you misremembered Doc Ock.
Yeah.
You know what I misremembered about Spider-Man 2?
The helmet.
Mm-hmm. You're correct.
Yeah.
So Evan knows this from our being friends for years. But I used to swear that the fucking golden new Goblin helmet was in Spider-Man 2, but it's in Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, it's in Spider-Man 3. Which makes even less sense in a way.
Yeah, because it's like you'd think that would be an unfollowed up.
Yeah.
I think that's why I thought that, because I was like, well, they would have used it if it was in that movie. But, yeah, they have it. I guess maybe that was a prototype Goblin helmet.
It's just the normal Goblin helmet here.
Yes, it's the green one. With, like, the not skateboard gliders. Where does he get the skateboard glider?
It's not even a skateboard, it's snowboard. It's a damn snowboard.
Same thing. Hoverboard. Really. The wedding chapel. Does Mary Jane get married?
Yeah, so she's... Oh, you look at...
No.
That's not the face you want to see on the bride the day of her wedding.
Your blushing bride to be.
She's looking there. She doesn't want to do this.
That's why you always got to check on your hoe.
She don't want to do this.
Why is this man there?
Oh,
Why is Harry there? It's funny that John looks like Toby too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's funny. That's women really be doing that. I guess men really be doing that too, but trying to replace someone with someone that looks like them. I don't know. And fucking Jonah's big goofy head checking around the corner. That's funny. Oh my
Call
goodness.
Deborah.
Call Deborah.
Tell her not to open the camera.
Classic. And see, I like that too, because in the beginning of the movie, see Jonah's perfect characterization.
Yeah.
He's like bitching at his wife about getting the caviar, but guess what? He lets her get the caviar because he says close it. And guess what? He shouldn't have done it, but he's a nice guy.
Yeah, that is a nice little follow up.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
He's like underneath, you know, he has a fiery exterior, but
so John
he looks pissed.
I feel bad for him. I can't lie.
I don't feel bad for him because like you must have no personality or nothing like to you.
Yeah, he's definitely boring. Like I said, he's a rich asshole, but you seemed upset when I said, I don't feel that bad for him. He's a rich asshole. You didn't seem to respond well to that.
Well, it's because it was like the conversation was just like, oh, he's rich, so I don't feel bad for him, which I don't really agree with. But the fact that you got this far, that a woman that didn't like you, it's like that's on you.
Yeah,
that's on you.
I can agree with that. But like I said, it's a morally gray thing as far as the relationships go.
I mean, Mary Jane is definitely wrong for fucking doing that to that guy.
Yeah.
But he's also, I'm not saying he's wrong, but he's an idiot for falling for it as well. So, oh my god, what a shot.
So yeah, she shows up to Peter in doorway. She dips on the wedding. She shows up to Peter in doorway in the wedding gown. Pretty insane. But
that visual just says so much though.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's saying Peter's like, oh, you really shouldn't be doing this, but she's like, no, I want to be here.
And one thing, I'm sorry, I really want to mention this before I forget. I like there is a through line of her choice. I like.
Yeah,
that.
I agree.
Because like she chooses to like go to.
It gives her agency.
Not just that, but because at the end here, the whole point is you went through all this shit. Like, I mean, she doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
But the fact is, he went through all this shit.
Just to go back to where he was at the beginning of the movie.
No. He went through all this shit to... I'm sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts. That's why I'm talking slowly. He went through all this shit without considering, like, maybe she's mature enough to also make a choice.
Yeah,
that's not all on him.
That's what I was gonna say, basically.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna say, it's just, for me, what I take out of this, like, it's just telling Peter, like, well, you can, like, so you can give the people around you a choice as far as it goes. You know what I mean? And not even just in a Spider-Man sense. It's like, you don't always have to hold this burden of responsibility on your shoulders by yourself. You can... Not people understand. Like, you don't have to suffer in silence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he had explained himself, I mean, there's reasons he can't. But I'm saying if you take this not in a completely literal sense, a lot of people just do that in general. They just suffer in silence. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then that leaves the people around you questioning, like, what's going on with you? Well, maybe if you just opened up, things wouldn't have to have been like that, and you could have had that better balance from the beginning.
That kind of goes back to like the tiny little moments in the movie of relief that you get.
Yeah,
where it's like that speaks to Mr. Dinkovich's daughter and Betty. Yeah, which are very ancillary people in his life, but they're kind people, and you like. If you have some amount of people in your life, they're looking out for you. And it's really sad too that like he feels so much like guilt and so much what's the word, not control, but he feels so much like, I'm trying not to say responsibility for 5 fucking seconds. He feels so much I don't know. He feels the need to control everything. He feels like everything's on him. So he does, like, the people closest to him, he wants to like make sure everything's
he pushes them away. That's what I see. And he doesn't need to. You don't, like I said, if you're not reading this in a literal Spider-Man sense, just a lot of people in general do that, where it's like I said, they suffer in silence when you don't have to do that. You just be open about what's going on in your life.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like I guess generally because like you're so mysterious all the time. Yeah, like you can be open with people. But also, I think you can extend it to, like, it's okay to ask for help.
Yes,
or something like that.
I agree. Yeah. Pretty much that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. But it's weird to read it that way, because, like, I guess he needs emotional help. Yeah. Uh-huh. He, like, in the sense of he needs to share stuff with people.
Yeah, he doesn't need help being Spider-Man, but yeah,
Yeah, he needs emotional help in his real life. So, very, very cool message. Very
cool message. I agree.
Pretty deep message. And, yeah, if you strip all the Spider-Man shit away, it really becomes like Mary Jane is kind of asking him, like, it's almost like this person being like, I don't want to burden anyone. Yeah. I don't want to burden anyone I love. And then this person that he loves comes back and tells him, well, like, that's my choice. It's a two-way relationship. Yes. Like, we can do that together. So I think it's a beautiful little message.
I agree. That's basically what I'm getting at. Because if he kept going, it would have just been a cycle, I think. Where it's, well, you're going to end up burnt out again like you were at the beginning of the movie. That's the way I see it. Anyway, you're kind of back to phase 1. Exactly. It's just going to go the same direction.
Exactly. But guess what? Everyone needs a little help from their friends.
I agree. RNS Podcast.
What a beautiful little film. What a beautiful little podcast.
And then, so we need to talk about the very ending. We promise, guys. Anybody still listening, we promise.
Sweet Mother Mary. Yeah. Sweet Mother
This Mary. Is the last thing we're talking about, and we're ending it.
Spider-Man 2.
Good-ass movie.
The time we got too ambitious. So she's kind of just saying, nice job fucking more concisely saying what we just said. Yeah. Stupid actress. But yeah, they're continuing to talk about
They confess their love to each other, and well, not really confess because they already knew they loved each other.
Yeah, she kind of says what, you know.
They make out, but of course the police are going in the background. He's gotta go be Spider-Man, and you almost get another part 1 ending where he's just swinging into the sunset, but it ends on a frame of Mary Jane just looking out the window.
Yeah, it cuts back to Mary Jane.
And the music just kind of... It's uncertain. We were talking about this earlier, but it's like everything...
triumphant and... Does the music, like, kind of slow down and stop, or does it change?
It changes a bit at the end. It just sounds like... it doesn't sound so happy. So...
Yeah, you get the indication that maybe she's sitting there kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. What it is exactly... Maybe we don't know.
I think it's just uncertainty about... Well, maybe it isn't the right choice. I don't know. Because obviously, she just made a huge decision.
Yeah.
And it's something anybody would have to sit and think on, I think.
If I could have Spider-Man be my boyfriend, I'd probably choose that one too.
And it's interesting. It's like all those shots of Peter at the end of the day we get. Those shots that we talk about, there's like 3 different ones that just linger on Peter. Well, we get that one, yeah, and that's how the movie ends. That's interesting.
It is interesting because I didn't think about this, but like everything's been on his shoulders.
Yeah.
For the whole movie.
And there you go. You give it to her.
You get a moment where it's like she does have it on her shoulders now.
Yeah.
Somewhat. So that's
very interesting way to end
a
Spider-Man movie.
That actually, like, that aspect made me like it more.
Yeah.
Actually, just now, because I was telling Evan I'm not sure about the ending, because I feel like after that fucking gauntlet of a movie, you know, where Peter's been through so much, I think maybe he deserves a happy ending. And I guess, Evan, upon this 4-hour reflection, I think maybe he did get his happy ending.
Yeah, I think he did.
Mary Jane kind of did.
Yeah, which will come up in the next episode.
Oh, will it?
I will. It will.
I'm too faded to even know what you're talking about.
Spider-Man 3.
Oh, okay, I remember that.
Well, yes. For anybody who sat through this episode, I'm ready to end it because it was very long. We did discuss, we both enjoyed Spider-Man 2, and holy shit. If this isn't the most thorough analysis of Spider-Man 2 on YouTube, I don't know what it is.
I'll eat my own shit.
I don't know what it is. Okay.
I'll eat my own shit.
It has to be one of them at the very least. So, anyone who actually listened, thank you, and please leave a like, leave comments, anything like that. It really supports.
In this almost nearly 5 hour long video, we did no call to action. So if you made it this far,
leave a like, sub, comment.
Just take a break.
Please, thank you.
No, don't comment, don't like, just take a break.
Just say that, Dylan.
Just take a break.
Leave a like,
just
please.
Close your eyes.
It only takes 1 second.
Just close your eyes and lay down.
And
do it for me.
We can just end it by saying this. Spider-Man 2 is fucking amazing. There's a reason we talked about it for this long, because there's so much to talk about.
I think, Evan, obviously, I'm going to rate it real quick, 1 second. 2 out of 3 stars.
What?
3 out of 3 stars.
10 out of 10.
3 out of 3 stars.
Okay. Before we end, though, I do have to give my cool Dylan fact.
It is so funny that you fucking... I was like, he's not going to do the cool Dylan fact.
No, of course I'm going to do it.
It's so long, we're going to end it. Please
no, my cool Dylan fact of the week is that Dylan is very tired right now. I can see it in his face.
That is actually cool.
Because he woke up very early this morning. And it's literally 2:30 right now. So thank you, listeners. Spider-Man 2, amazing, epic. And Spider-Man 3 coming. And it'll be shorter, I promise. I'm sure we have less to say
next week, I just want to say this real quick. And I'm saying this more for me so I remember. Next week, we should not pause the movie. We should just watch the movie, and if some stuff slips
we can just
by,
not have the movie on either.
Or maybe not the movie, and we'll just take some notes when we watch it. So we'll do it a little differently next week.
Well, thank you all for listening. Thank you for the support. Love you. Bye-bye.